Okay. Clears throat loudly directly into the mic. You're welcome. You're welcome for that. But what I was gonna do, but I sort of forgot. I'm going to pull up this video we're gonna be watching. Oops. I'm gonna pull this up. Because, bro, at a certain point, enough is enough. Yo, what's up, Haz? What's up, Haz? What's up? Welcome, welcome. All right. While people are trickling in, I'm pulling up this video. Might wait a little bit for more people to trickle in, but we're gonna be hitting this giga hard react in a little bit here. I'm super excited. Who else is excited? I'm super excited. It's time to break the chains, bro. It's over. Just put the fries in the bag at this point. Just put the fries in the bag. Shampoo, yo, what's up? Let's like race through our dailies while people are trickling in. Hope everyone's doing well on this fine / terrible day. But you know what? We're gonna have a good time. We're gonna have a good time today. We're just gonna have a good time today. Like, you know, at a certain point, like, you just gotta have a good time. You just gotta let yourself have a good time. I've got a Rock Lee taking off the weight situation. That's actually so apt. That's an apt description. You're so right about that. That's what it's gonna be. That's what it's gonna be. We're taking on the fucking troglodyte, the fucking hordes. The fucking Mongol hordes are at the gates, and at some point, you just gotta... Like, when the Mongol hordes are at your gates, I mean... Did they talk of, like, civility? Like, what do you do at that point? What do you do? When Genghis Khan is coming, and he's like... telling you that, you know what Genghis Khan would do? He would roll up on a village or like a city or something, and he'd be like, you know, if you don't surrender, we're gonna go and slaughter everyone in your village, and then we're gonna slaughter like the neighboring villages. And like, imagine you were in the neighboring village. You didn't even have a chance to surrender, and the Mongol hordes are at your gates. What do you do? What do you do in that situation? Sorry, but this like neighboring village, you know, what do you do? What do you do? You take a stand. That's when you take a stand. And that's the perfect analogy, I think, for Knights Enfield. The perfect analogy. That's why you have to study history, guys. That's why history is so important. I don't even know if I need to do these assists today. But I will, because I'm a team player. We also got some announcement of the, is it like April 11th or something? They're gonna do the live stream. They're gonna do the live stream April 11th or so. So we're gonna see some stuff on Endfield. Pretty cool. Pretty cool, I think. Did I say 50K? Did somebody mess up the delivery? Should have been more than 50K. I thought you just get the full amount no matter what, even if they screw it up. I want to do my elastic goods. Here we go. This is a good one. Indeed, Stalin's rise to power from a secretary position and suddenly signing peace treaty with his enemy Hitler only to get backstabbed? Bro, backstabbing is such a... I mean... Backstabbing... Yeah, history is crazy, by the way. But backstabbing is such an appropriate term for like what I feel sometimes when I watch the certain people making their little Enfield Hate-Slop videos. Are they necessarily Hate-Slop? Maybe that's kind of harsh, but like at this point, bro, I think we just fucking ride. Like I think we just ride for the cause. Like fuck these people, honestly. Fuck these people. I think we just ride for the cause. Fuck it. Yeah, it's Hate-Slop. It's Hate-Slop. Like relatively, like in terms of relativity, in terms of Einstein's theory of relativity, yeah, it's pretty much Hate-Slop, like at this point. Bro's about to go to war. Dude, it's just like, you know, I'll say this, like current world event, IRL world event situation is so crazy right now that like, you know, you just get kind of pissed and it's like, you know what, like why am I being civil about Knights Enfield when we got fucking presidents out here saying I'm gonna annihilate the civilization tonight? Like, come on, God, come on. Why am I have to be the one that's civil about Knights Enfield when we got Hate-Slop, lazy fucking troglodytes just like drooling all over their fucking microphones and keyboards, just ruining it for everybody, and I have to be civil? Me? Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, no, I think I'm good on that personally. I think we're gonna have a good, really good time, just kind of venting and fucking having a good time. That's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. Is there anything else I need to do, like in a daily situation wise? Anyway, this is the video. Let me see if I can show this. This is the video we're gonna watch, and then maybe we'll watch some other stuff as well if we can, like, if people have suggestions. But basically, it's this: why do Enfield characters feel soulless to some? Wow, that was a fucking pussy, spineless little addition to the title. This wasn't here. This wasn't here when I don't know if this was here when I saw it the other day. What a spineless pussy addition to the title. What a fucking cop out. As if it's not just 20 minutes of shitting on the fucking game. To some people. Yeah, fucking pussy. Why don't you just own it? Why don't you just fucking own it? Why don't we just own it? Honestly. Why don't we just take a fucking stand for what we... Why don't we just take a stand? We're fucking out here... Like, we're out here like Marie Antoinette, let them eat cake. That's what we're doing. To some, question mark. Yeah, okay. Alright, buddy. Alright, pal. Lopez, have you seen Ryoku Sensei's Endfield video just came out? Enfield's doing really well in JP. Maybe we'll watch that for like a palate cleanser. We'll do that as a palate cleanser actually. Let me look this up. Ryoku Sensei is kind of the go actually. He's actually kind of the go. He's like one of the only sane ones. Like, you know, it's like that Zoolander meme, like I feel like I'm taking crazy pills because like everyone's just kind of insane. And then you look at Ryoku Sensei's channel and it's like, it's maybe we'll be okay, you know? Maybe we'll be okay. And Knights Enfield is crushing it in Japan. Here's why, as this is why it's my goat. That's why he's my goat. There's some Buddha quote about not doing what you're doing. Yeah, maybe, but you know, what exactly? Like what I'm doing right now? Maybe there is. How did I guess it would be this video? And yeah, to some was after the backlash. Yeah, fucking spineless, bro. Like, dude, at some point, you know, there's also like Marcus Aurelius quotes saying that it like justifying what I'm doing. There's like probably like some Socrates, Aristotle quotes justifying what I'm doing. There's some Immanuel Kant quotes justifying what I'm doing. There's some who else? Nietzsche quotes justifying what I'm doing. I mean, come on. Come on. Gloveless guy? Yo, what's up? What's up, bro? Very pleasant news, yeah. About taking off the chains? Yeah, it's okay. We're gonna be okay. The thing is, dude, when you play by a completely different set of rules from everybody else, like, is that... Like, you can still stand for, like, beauty and truth and justice and courage and honor without being a fucking spineless cock, you know what I'm saying? You can still do all of those things without being a spineless cuck lord. Yeah, that's what I think. That's what I think. Pretty sure Buddha also said that. Bear? Yeah, well, you know. All right. Yeah, I want to give a chance for more people to join in before we start the video off. I haven't watched the full thing. I just kind of skimmed it. This why does Arknights feel soulless video. I kind of skimmed it, and like every part that I skimmed was like disgusting, and the comment section was disgusting. So we might like fucking crash out on that as well. Have a good time today. We're gonna have a good time today. I'm like really excited. Yo, what's up, Soup? I'm really excited for today. It's gonna be a good day today, I think. Me personally, if we're asking me, I think it's gonna be a good day today. Let's I was thinking I was gonna do like an environmental monitoring thing really quick, just because. Where is it? It's over here. Have you touched the Arknights April Fool's events? Oh, you mean this? Was it this thing? Was it this thing? Is this an April Fool's event? I did it. It was fun. It was cool. It was when I first opened it, I was worried about it might be like minigame slot, but actually it was literally just like click the button a few times, look at some funny little art, and move on. So that was it was pretty nice actually. Pretty cool. Look at like some funny art, some funny little, you know, line or something that they wrote, and then just move on and collect their ore barrels, and it was pretty good. It was enjoyable, dare I say. It was actually even enjoyable. Pokemon Champions tomorrow? Is that like, what is that, a tournament? Man will resort to non-violent means when a mosquito lands on their balls. Confucius. Okay, that was deep. That was very deep. That was extremely deep. All right, there's some people in here now. We're gonna open up the video in a sec. Wait, that was a little shortcut to these rocks? I didn't know about this one. Why are people building zip lines to this? Look at the way she throws the bombs, by the way. Isn't it kind of adorable? Oh, dude, the strongest rock in the world. Pick up my rock slave. Nice, thank you. There's like 4 April Fool's events? Wait, in Enfield? Are these like web events? What do you mean? For... I have another video for you. Why Enfield is boring video. It's gameplay related. Maybe we'll check it out. Maybe we'll check it out. We'll see. We'll see what we're feeling after this Kuke Kaze video. It's really the reason the Kuke Kaze video as well. Someone brought up a betrayal earlier. Because it feels like a betrayal, you know? It feels like a betrayal. That's how it feels. That's how it feels. Look at the way this zooms out. You're saying Enfield is soulless? Not a fucking pussy. Soulless game, by the way. Look at this. Yeah. Listen, bro, we're gonna watch this. We're gonna see like how he really feels about it. Did I wonder if I should like take chat and my camera and like move it? Wait, I need to move this as well. This is kind of like a blank. It's kind of like a blank zone right here. Okay, is that better? Does it look better? All right, let me know about volume as always. Let's just fucking do this, bro. Let's fucking do this. You know what? Dislike. Actually, that gives engagement. Don't dislike the video. That gives engagement. Any engagement is good engagement. Don't even bother.
AK art style is just peak. Yeah, it is.
Okay, it's like really quiet. Is that normal? It's like really, really quiet.
The characters in Enfield feel empty. But it's strange when you're saying
Okay, it
got
really loud.
Empty, because a good number of you might.
What did he even say?
AK art style is just peak. Yeah, it is. The characters in Enfield feel empty.
What do you say? The characters in Enfield feel empty?
But it's strange when you say that AK characters don't feel empty, because a good number of you might not even read the story of AK, and yet you feel for certain characters here, but you don't even like read a story about them.
Like, I feel like we're starting off with some really, like, I don't even know where this is going, for being honest. But we're already kind of starting off with like an elitist take. We're already starting off with an elitist take of like, I don't even. You say this, but you don't even read the story. What does that mean? Like, why are we like? I'm just gonna, dude. We're just gonna talk about everything. We're just gonna go into everything. But this is already a generalized statement that makes zero sense. Because to say, listen, I'm even gonna defend the people that are saying that such and such character feels empty because how are you gonna then generalize that person and say that like they don't read such and such story? It's not the same group of people. You have zero evidence to say that these are the same groups of people saying both statements. Maybe they actually have read the story and they're saying their opinion on it. So why are we using logical fallacy, or like why are we using fallacy arguments to say such and such thing? Who is this? What is this person even saying?
Yeah, it is.
I have to jack my volume. I think when I turn my volume up, it doesn't turn it up for you guys, but volume warning, hold on.
AK art style is just peak. Yeah, it is.
What a great opening for a video. We don't even know what he's saying.
The characters in Enfield feel empty. But it's strange when you're.
Holy fucking ear canal nuke. What the hell? Yo, what's up, Zell? He's just talking to chat. It's just a stream chat thing. He took his own video. Yeah, I mean, it's not that out. It's just slop. Probably.
Say that AK characters don't feel empty because.
So he's saying when AK characters don't feel empty,
a good number of you might not even read the story.
A good amount of you don't read the story.
And yet you feel for certain characters.
And yet you feel for some of the characters.
But you.
What? Sorry, what?
Don't even like read a story about them.
Wait, is this a defense for Arknights saying that? Wait, is this an Arknights to Enfield comparison saying that it's amazing that you don't think that Arknights characters feel empty even when you don't read the story, but you still feel something for them? Whereas like Enfield is just shit? Okay, hold on, what? Second day of streaming? I thought you needed 2 days hibernation between streams? Okay, well, that's not a strict rule. That's not a strict rule. Did I get that right? So we're just starting right off the bat with just like huge amounts of slop, right? Needs to be louder. Is literally as loud as I can turn up this, like the video needs to be louder.
I feel like the reason why Enfield characters
can't hear the volume, can't hear the video, but your volume is good. Okay, let me turn up the desktop audio through OBS. I can do that. Okay, volume warning, I'm turning it up. Okay, it's turned up.
Feels even more soulless.
How is that?
It's because you've read the story. And if the
brother, oh my god. Can you hear that? I think he's saying that people choose whether they like a character on first sight. Yeah, maybe. I don't know what he's saying, but it sounds stupid. Also, I don't even think that's what he's saying. I'm not gonna give any. I'm giving 0 grace. I think I'm done with grace. Like I said, gloves are coming off. This is just a cathartic stream, bro. Like I just can't do this anymore. Like I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Like someone just says something super stupid, and then I have to steel man their stupid ass shit, their slop. Nah, I think I'm okay. You steel man your own opinion. How about that? You sit down and come up with something.
Story doesn't make us feel even more soulless is because you've read the story.
So the characters feel more soulless because you've read the story, but like the Arknights characters don't feel soulless because you haven't read the story. Nice, okay.
And if the story doesn't do justice to the character, you will think the character is soulless. In AK, you don't have to feel that way about any character that you consider your favorite or like people that you like, because you attach yourself to the character based on like what you feel of them when you see their art. Not so much
trying to rationalize people's opinions on the characters, maybe. Is the volume better, by the way, on the video? For some people, that is the case. First sight matters. I mean, if you're talking about like you see something and feel a connection to it, right? Like you see something and you're like, you know, I'm interested in this based on its appearance. You see a character and like the character's visual design like says something about the character and you think I'm interested. But like you can't like that's an emotional like that's something that people will just feel. You can't make a blatant statement and say that like people just don't feel that way about Enfield characters. Like maybe like I mean if you go to the comment section, it's pretty certain that like his community just fucking hates Enfield. But like so his chat just like hates Enfield and they're just like Arknights deep throaters, which is like fine. But you know. Could also be presentation because OG Arknights has multiple artists. If it's just like if it's just looking at like the 2D art of a character, I guess. What he is saying is just, you know, when you know less about a character, you fill in the blanks with whatever you think or what the character or want the character to be. Nothing can compete with that. I mean, we've talked before about the kind of like literary strategy of like letting viewers fill in their imagination on things. I mean, maybe, but basically it's gonna be turned around to rationalize like hating Knights Enfield, basically why Enfield is bad and why Knights is the greatest game ever made. Frustrating how this is all about the key art in a 2D game versus everything else about another character in a 3D game. I mean, it's like, sorry, but a gacha game making you clean smeared animal dung as an event is just whack. Okay, I think you're just desperate to hate Enfield and you're just looking for any possible choice that you could. I mean, like, what other games do you play? What other games do you play? Do you play Wuthering Waves, ZZZ, Honkai Star Rail, Genshin Impact? Do you play any other gacha game? If you play any other gacha game, you can't say shit about minigame slop. Sorry. He's got a point. Basically, some 3D games, your idea about the character with the game in Arknights. Your idea about the character with the game in Arknights, a big part of it is the player imagination because many don't read the story. I mean, but like now that we're gonna make some sort of like we're gonna try to make some sort of academic argument about why Enfield is worse because in Arknights you just don't read the story, so you just don't know what the actual story is. You just make some shit up that appeals to you, and then you say that it's better than in Endfield, where like if you read the story, then you can decide you don't fucking like the character. How does that make any sense? To justify the game being bad because of that. Level 58 in Enfield, play Limbus Company and ZZ, but I skip all the dumb story stuff in ZZ. I mean, that's fine. That's fine. Like I know you, bro. Like you're a regular, so like I respect your opinion and stuff, but like Power Wash Simulator is not the most offensive minigame we've ever gotten in a gacha game. It's really not. It's kind of on the border as far as like minigame slop goes, but it's really not that bad. Like ZZZ just had a fucking hot pot like clicking event, you know what I mean? And I like ZZZ, but like they just made you do some minigame slot where you had to click something. Like, I think Wua, I looked it up. Wua had a fucking like racing shit, you know? Genshin just had, what did Genshin just have? I don't know. It's just, you know. Honkai Star Rail has the like battle simulator where you put troops down on a field and it's just like war simulator or whatever. The 2D versus 3D argument is so stupid. Enfield clearly showed they can translate characters 2D to 3D. Yeah, let's just go on and see what he's saying. Like, let's just see the thesis. Either we're gonna shit on his opinion or we're gonna shit on his chat's opinion. But someone's opinion is getting shit on. Who's on board? Who's riding with me? Who's riding with me?
Because you've read a story that contains them.
How's the volume, by the way? It's just quiet to me. I did turn it up on OBS, but let me know.
Something you might have, which maybe amplifies it more for you. But I think for a lot of people, you don't. Like when I see people telling me that they're a Chen fan, and then I'm like, oh.
You're a Chen fan, okay?
Why are you a Chen fan? Oh, she just might think she looks good.
Okay.
And then I'm like, have you read the story? And they're like, no. I'm just there like, you're just imaging someone then. Like,
okay, valid opinion. W Kukikaze
AK
take.
characters feel like they have more story. Or like more soul than Enfield characters does.
AK characters feel like they have more soul. All right, let's hear it.
Do you think reconveners are going to make money in Enfield?
It's not better, however, to players' headcanon. To players' headcanon always better than what the devs give. Well, so this is a literary strategy that like authors authors across all like fiction, everything will do. It's like basically design something in a way to where readers impose their own imagination onto something, so that like when someone uses their own imagination for something, it's literally like tailor suited to like what they think is the best. And this is like a really powerful literary strategy. But like, so like that's a thing when it's done intentionally, but whatever was being said there by the chat or whatever, or like whatever the justification is that like, you know, you don't read this story and then you think it's better, but then you actually read that story and you think it's bad, ergo like this is a bad game. Like, you know. Wait until the last minute to do ZZ events, they're mostly trash. Yeah, I think ZZ, they have a good combat one right now that actually is kind of interesting. Could actually like evolve the combat system in some way if they want to build into this, like the idea of switching between teams in addition to switching between characters could be pretty interesting. But before that, I mean, I don't mind story, because like these games are so much about story that like if it's just like reading a story or whatever, it's fine. But then they add this like minigame slop of like scooping shit in a hot pot, and it's like I don't really need that, you know, like, you know. And stories will also always be like hit or miss whether you like it or not. It's kind of like a slice of life story that like will sometimes be enjoyable to some people. I thought it was okay. I thought it was good. I like that in ZZ they brought back a lot of previous characters and actually had the VAs like voice dialogue for them in that story. So like it was pretty cool. Dunk cleaning mechanics already present with the blight, so this leisure event doesn't have to be taken too seriously. People are just mad devs aren't catering to their demands of fixed game. Like some people, I'm somewhat sympathetic to like people that don't like doing mini games, but I don't think Power Wash Simulator is that offensive, to be honest. And Endfield has not strayed into like the super offensive minigame slop yet. Maybe they will, but they haven't done it yet. So tired of it that I bought a drawing tablet and just started drawing instead of engaging with the community. I mean, yeah, bro, like if you're drawing like Enfield art, like post that shit, like we'll get like real community engagement going. Like that's how you do it. You got to be the change you want to see in the world. Cause like, it's just slop, bro. It's just endless slop. Like, Yuki also focuses on non-readers because they only recently started to read Arknight's story, so he thinks anybody didn't read the story. Yeah, I mean, it's not fair to make like generalized statements about like, you know, such and such people, because like that's what always gets me, dude, when I watch certain things. It's like I think people sometimes think they're making very, I mean, it's sometimes, you know, everyone does it, but like people think they're making very like insightful analytical like reads on something, but like if your very first statement was built on this generalization that like people who are saying such and such thing are people that have not read the story, like you don't fucking know that. Like, where's your evidence for that? That's just like something that you vibed, you know? I mean,
I think equally, whether it's a reconvener or not. You think voice lines are important? I don't see how Enfield voice lines are that different from AK. I like Narantia. Have I read the story? No, exactly. Like, I'm also imaging. Like, that's what I realized. Like, why AK feels good of a game. And
here we go.
like in the case of Endfield,
here we go.
You don't image. You find out in the process.
Okay. Hold on, what? I think quite a few Arc Knights players perceive Enfield characters as soulless because of reconveners. To them, these characters skip their background story from Arc Knights. What do you mean they skip their background story? I don't think reconveners is soulless. If anything, reconveners should be what adds the most soul to the game, I feel like. It's like the one connection that, you know, you have between the games. If Enfield's story was actually amazing, people would not hate on it as much. It's because the story is mediocre that people hone in on the other stuff. Despite its flaws, Limbus Company's story carries it. Okay, I've heard really good things about Limbus Company's story, and I've never said that Enfield's story is like the greatest story / gacha story I've ever experienced, but I don't think it was as bad as a lot of people say it is. Like, it's not terrible. Like, you know, for some stories I skipped through them. I didn't have like a desire to necessarily skip through Enfield's story. I went through it and it was like a cool experience. Was it like life-changing? That, you know, sometimes stories will like make my lip quiver and I'll get a little emotional or something, but like, you know, I didn't necessarily feel that in Enfield's story yet, but I feel like I like the general kind of immersiveness and world building. It's not like the worst thing ever, you know? It has room to grow, obviously, but that's what happened to Saint with his Zani can't clear. Yeah. That was pretty funny. Like because I think that Enfield has like a really great like premise and world building and stuff. And I think the presentation is pretty good too. That I think I want to see them have these like greater story experiences, but like, you know, like they're probably writing it. Like, we'll see what 1.2 is like. We'll see. I mean, you know, maybe it'll take a while before they like change the approach with the story, because much of this was probably written like a long time ago. And if we know anything about story writing, it's like, even what's worse than like, the worst thing you can possibly do is like change something midway or do like a last minute rewrite like in the middle of the story. Like that would be not smart to do. So love Enfield. However, I can treat Enfield and Arc Knights as two different games with stories told in two different ways. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think you know, like, I think I mentioned this before in one of my videos, but like, when it comes to story writing, you know, like, I think people think that like, because like Arc Knights is in the name, that, you know, people from like the Arc Knights background have like such a more like their opinion has more weight to like how a story should be written or something. But like, if you've read a good book, like, you understand how a good story is told, right? I mean, the medium through which the story is told too, like, there's also challenges in the medium, you know, because a visual novel-esque story from Arc Knights will not be told in the same way as like a 3D, like real-time story is being told in Enfield. So like the medium, the whole like imagery, like changes the way you write and present the story, because you have to worry about like you know, scene direction and camera angles and all that sorts of stuff, animations, you know, the limits of what the technology that you have to work with, like all of that stuff plays a factor. So, you know, I think that's something we're going to get in later in this video, the whole like justification of Arc Knights, which I really can't wait to get into that, because that's going to be the best. That's going to truly be the best. I can't wait. It's going to be so fun, dude. The evidence is the fact that I made it up. Yeah. Isn't the Levitain story literally the game telling to separate reconveners from OG Arc Knights characters? Yeah, no, literally, like, there's like subtext, like they're trusting, they were trusting the audience to pick up on that, you know, like the reconveners are not the same people as, you know, whatever character they're based on. Issues that first impressions are very important nowadays. Enfield needs to make changes to nail those first 5 to 10 hours. Yeah, hopefully for the new player experience, they kind of refine that. I think that would be a worthwhile usage of development time. But because the thing is, like, they'll constantly be like, they'll constantly be having like those big milestones, like, you know, your half anniversaries, your anniversaries, your, you know, holiday events and stuff like that. They have those like big milestones that will then be used to like draw players back or bring new players to the game, you know. So
Narantia's voice line with your favorite Enfield characters. But if Narantia was an Enfield, I would have loved her. You could also argue it as you just don't have a character that you like yet in Enfield. Because there are some people that aren't that strongly attached to the year one.
See, I feel like right now he's playing tug of war with his community that like fucking hates Enfield, and his chat that hates Enfield. Because like if you scroll through the comments, I think I saw maybe like a few comments that were like pushing back on some of the things that were said, but for the most part, like I see a ton of Knights players that just like hate Enfield's guts and will never like it. So
and it's only like later on that they actually find someone. So Knights is good only because you imagine it's good.
Hey, hold on. I want to see what the real response is to this. Even if it's predictable, it can still be casual and good, like watching a summit. Yeah. Some animes get better over time, yeah. I wish reconveners was never a thing. Not because Scotty couldn't be one. Holy FGO reference. We have an FGO player in the chat. That's crazy, bro. Yeah, you know, I got Summer Scotty, but I never got the caster Scotty, and yeah, that was you know, my quick team is fucking dead in a ditch, so. But I like Scotty. Reconveners are literally soulless. They're Originum constructs. They could go places narratively, but I really just want new characters in Enfield. The thing is, like, the way that like Star Rail and Genshin, like the Hoyoverse, you know, system, the way they do XPs, I think XPs are cool. Just saying. Like, I think XPs are kind of cool. I don't like if you have that connection from Knights and you see like a character that looks similar, like I think it's cool. I think a lot of people kind of cream their pants when they see it. Like, you know, I kind of cream my pants when I see it, but like if you have that connection, I mean, I get the idea of like just do something original. Like maybe you could consider it like a cash grab, like cashing in on like the sentimentality of Knights player. Like, yeah, like in a pessimistic standpoint, yeah, you could say that, but it's an interesting part of world building, I feel like. This whole like Originum forest thing, it's kind of cool. Good filtering them out, yeah. This pretty much, I have no idea how players can understand a light novel and cinematic story are completely different. It's baffling. Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's like, because with a visual novel, like you don't have to worry about anything like animations, camera angles, scene direction. You don't have to worry about any of that. You just kind of like, you basically just write a book and then you just kind of like present it, you know?
No, we're talking about the characters. I don't know how you generalize my statement that badly. As in, you...
Wait, maybe Kukikaze is like on our side a little bit here.
I don't know how you... Knights is good only because you imagine it's good.
But like, this is kind of what was being said, but... So like, I don't... This chatter is not like clip chimping or anything. Clip chimping.
No, we're talking about the characters. I don't know how you generalize my statement that badly. As in, you might end up liking AK characters more because you're not forced to create an emotional connection to them.
Scotty's a character in Knights too? Oh, okay. Oh yeah, actually, I think I've... Now that you mention it, I think I recall seeing that. Because I remember thinking at the time, like, oh yeah, Scotty from FGO, but yeah. Because Scotty's just the name of like a god, I think. Some like Norse god, right? Some people just want the same trauma slot from OG Knights to be directly imported to Enfield. I prefer it to be its own game with its own tone. Yeah, like I don't know what the overall kind of theme of OG Knights was, but I know that the overall theme for Enfield is, we've talked about this a million times, but it's literally like, you know, Enfield Industries, all of these like individuals coming together to devote themselves to an organization and then to collaborate with like ally organizations to like accomplish things that an individual cannot accomplish, right? It's about like collective human effort, like being like it's like an optimistic tone story, right? It's the tone of it is optimistic. Like if collective human effort, we can accomplish things that like one great individual could not do. That's the whole point of the Endmen too. Like they're this great individual, but they don't actually like have that power anymore. So now it's like everyone needs to come together to like progress civilization and to maintain civilization, you know? Summer Scotty based? I mean, I had to, bro. I had to. For my quick team and for no other reason. Don't look up Summer Scotty FGO. Don't look it up. It was for my quick team. They wouldn't throw away money from OG Arknights players by not putting Arknights players in. Yeah, it would be business seppuku. Yeah, it's like the perfect layup, you know? It's like the perfect layup. You don't just not do that. Like, bro, like people lose their minds when like in Honkai Star Rail when you have XPs from Honkai Impact 3rd, you know? I mean, Genshin Impact has XPs. Like there's a Raiden Mei in every single game. Except ZZZ so far. There will definitely be a Raiden Mei eventually, though. It's honestly ironic how Arknights players are some of the biggest Enfield haters. Yeah. Yeah. Like, dude, I don't know what it is, bro. Wouldn't you want, like, the other game to be, like, wouldn't you, I don't know. Maybe some people genuinely, like, want it to do better in certain aspects, but, like, there's also people that just fucking hate it, dog. Like, if you look at some of these, like, it's always like this. We went from Honkai Impact 3rd to Star Rail, from PGR to WUA, and now this. You know? Like, yeah, bro. I mean, come on. I think Kuki likes the game, but has some issues with it. That's fine, too. To not like all aspects of the game. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But there were some comments. We're kind of in the beginning part, but there were some comments later on that I was skimming that were just like kind of crazy.
To in the moment feel what you want for them until you've read their story. Character designs help a lot.
See, yeah. Like, because I also feel like we gotta be fair, right? But like Kuki like loves Arknights. Like I don't know if Kuki even plays any other games other than Arknights or like talks about other games. I don't ever see him talk about anything else. But like he loves and he fucking is fucking sitting there giving Arknights the Glock 3000 at every possible opportunity. Because like, you know, this whole thing about like, oh, like you have an opportunity to love the character by not reading their story in Arknights. Like, what does that even mean, dog? What does that mean? Maybe I'm misrepresenting it, but I don't know, man. Like, I mean, bro, it's not bad to like love your game either. It's not like I'm saying that like almost like when I talk about how much he loves Arknights, I'm talking about it like I'm saying that like endearingly, because like it's not bad to love your game like that. It's kind of pure and beautiful to just like really love something, you know what I'm saying? But I feel like, you know, it's kind of like a strange like justification for like you can love these characters because you haven't read their story, you know what I mean? Like you don't love the character, like you love your imagination, like you love your fan fiction about the character, but like you don't love the character. It's BG3 #1 Glazer. How's it going? Yo, what's up, bro? What's up? I haven't forgotten what you said, by the way. Just kidding. Welcome back. Raiden and Ye are almost everywhere? Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy that Kiana is not in more. Like, you'd think that Raiden and Kiana would just love each other in every single timeline universe, but I guess, like, for some reason it's, I don't know. I know that Hoyoverse really loves that pairing. To me, it's ironic they preach nuance, but their takes are so black and white. Yeah. Probably a tough love thing. Yeah, possibly. If we're looking glass half full, yeah.
Maybe I should video essay this not in terms of like AK. I could even say this in terms of the other gacha games. No, but the big gacha game that
wait, he's about to compare it to another gacha game. Guys, wait. He's about to compare it to another gacha game and not AK. Hold on.
I would have named would have been ZZ. I don't think
Okay.
I would have mentioned HS
Go for it. Go for it.
or Genshin if I made a video about this. Because I think ZZ
Why not?
is a very good example of who cares what the design is. The characters just seem so fun. But Enfield design.
Oh, wait. ZZ Glaze? Yeah, wait. High five? I like ZZ.
Uncle, can you compare Enfield
Guys, ZZZ characters are very soulful, let's be honest.
3D model to the 2D?
But Enfield character design, can you compare Enfield 3D? Wait, hold on. Wait, somebody, one like high IQ individual is thinking about the 3D to 2D thing. There's a high IQ individual.
Splash art. I could. Yeah, I
People can't be measured in their feelings because it's boring, to be fair. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess. That's why we're doing a crash out stream today. It's a little more fun that way. It's friendly fire. I feel like eventually once Enfield makes all the improvements, they will start to like it more. Just two completely different games that are related. Yeah. I mean, yeah, dude, once the improvements come out, like Enfield's gonna be, dude, there's also like, it's like this cultural thing to like, you know, not like the new thing, but then to like the older thing, you know? So like once like the newer stuff comes out, then Enfield is gonna be like glazed to eternity. Just everyone, like guys, just be aware of who was glazing Enfield from day one. Just be aware who was here glazing Enfield when it was unpopular. When glazing Enfield becomes popular.
I don't disagree. Like when you take a look at the 2D art of
ZZ's as well in the personality aspect, yeah. I think something about the way they're voice acting and like their voice actors are way more expressive. Like if you look at Sissia from the recent story, like I think it has something to do with the studio that they use for English localization, but like they really let the voice actors just do their jobs. Whereas like voice actors can feel very like the direction is very like cardboardy in other games for some reason. I think localization is just not on the same ball as ZZ. Hoyo are based Yuri enjoyers. Okay. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, Asmodee is a Kiana XP. Yeah, I am aware of that. But we haven't really seen like in Honkai Star Rail. Maybe they'll pull it out eventually. Like Kiana XP is like break class instead of in case of a game failure or something.
the various Enfield characters, it really isn't that bad. It's very AK.
True.
It's almost like you guys
That's
are
the highest praise you can give something. Is it's like it's very much like Arc Knights. That's like the highest praise we can hear. Is like it's kind of like Arc Knights.
used to the 3D view of the character. Maybe that's why you're too attached to Puganish.
Kiana's dead in HSR. There was something like that in Acheron's lore about like her planet or something, but I feel like they're gonna just retcon that, like, you know, like they're gonna do something, because like Kevin was supposed to be dead, but we got a Kevin Kaslana XP, so right, something like that. Loving the ZZ glaze on this Enfield stream. I mean, the agenda must continue.
Actually, not wrong. We've not seen Pogranishnik in the story. We've not seen Alash in the story. We've not seen Avwina as much in the story. Well, she had one quest.
Look at her.
Because
Wait, why is she posed like that? I've never seen that before.
it's like you've interacted with the character, right? So, like for example, Chen.
Wait, so this is like, wait, actually that's kind of funny, because the fact that Enfield, they I think they were very intentional about not like cramming every single story into the story. Also, we have seen Aviwena, she had a side quest, by the way. She was in a side quest. Arclight also had a side quest. But this whole idea of like you get to superimpose your imagination onto the character in Arc Knights. I mean, you could say the same thing about Enfield, because they're not cramming every character into the story either, because they're trying to write a more coherent story rather than like cramming it full of characters that don't belong there. He thinks the Clanker games is so full. The Clanker game? Why? Because they have intelligent constructs. You know, they have equal rights, right?
Reason why Chen is a very debated character,
Who's debating Chen?
where people either really love her or you have people who just don't like her.
You have people that either really love her or people that are mentally... Anyway.
And this is made really possible, not in the form that people are discussing the design of the character. People are saying, I don't like her personality or I like her personality. But you gotta realize that we don't say that in AK. We don't go saying, oh, I love this character because it's a fun personality. Again, I'm speaking more in terms of people who don't read the story. Like when you talk about the soul of character,
I like the little distinguish there between people that read and don't read the story, I guess. But like, why does that even matter? That's why you said Pog was more loved? Yeah, AOD with the Angels of Delusion. Yeah. Yeah. They were really good. They actually grew up. They actually impressed me. I was not expecting to like Angels of Delusion because I've never been into like idol, like girly pop characters, but they were pretty cool. I think Arya I liked the least, but I liked everyone was pretty good. It was an enjoyable story for sure. It's like hating on a new game is the meta at the moment. Bro, it's like a human thing. Like I don't know what it is. Like it's like the nostalgia, like the way nostalgia works. But like the new thing is like, I don't know.
characters. The only character that I think is the most fleshed, I can't say it's Chen. I won't say it's Chen, sorry, because that's how someone in the game says it. Was it Tang Tang that calls her Chen? I think Tang Tang's just the most fleshed character now in the game. Levity? No, Levity's not fleshed.
Oh wait, how is she not fleshed? What? Did we play the same story? Damn. Started with Wuwa, now Enfield, and soon NTE. Yeah. It's actually almost like the more it's hated, the more popular, you know, the game is, actually. Although Do It Night Abyss was hated, and it kind of, you know, unfortunate. Yeah, Do It Night Abyss will revive. I believe in it. I believe in the devs. It will come back. Problem with online discourse in general is it's really profitably angry, and it doesn't matter if your anger is justified or not. Enfield just has a lot of expectations from several audiences. Yeah, I mean, like, being extreme and whatnot is definitely...
Levity's not fleshed because you still don't understand her as a person when you finish the story. Is Yvonne a flesh character?
What do you mean you don't understand her? Hello? Isn't like someone learning to... If anything, she has like the greatest transformation of anybody in the entire story. Because she has like a fucking like Buddhist awakening. Like she's literally like has like one of the greatest themes of like, you know, the past doesn't necessarily matter as much. What matters is like the present. This is like a stoic awakening. This is like this is like when Marcus Aurelius was writing the Meditations, and he was like, you know, worry about what you can control in the present, and like, you know, what you know, like she kind of gave up on this idea of like that past isn't really me. What is me is like what I choose to do like with my existence. And so then she like chose to be like part of Endfield and kind of like make this new life. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like the greatest awakening someone can have. That's like, what do you mean we don't know her? You don't need to know. I mean, you don't need to know what her favorite color is. Like, you know, like her philosophy on life. You know, like her philosophy on how she chooses to live her life. Lav learns to accept her new life and the gift she has received instead of chasing the past. Yeah, that's like tremendously beautiful. That's like a core part of someone's existence. That is like something that most modern day humans never never realize or like internalize, that we should probably internalize more. But like, I mean, to say that we don't know her is like, I mean, do you want to know like her, like, you know, her favorite flavor of ice cream? Does that count? Like,
No, because
anyway,
it doesn't go that deep. I think the reason why certain characters in the game can be so liked is because they're so sophisticated. Like, there's a reason why.
like that's like the source of like depression, is people who are like obsessed with the past, and like the fucking like oh, it's like OP for defeating oppression is like, you know, like it, like understand the past but like let it go in a way, and kind of like think about the present and like your future, and like, you know, what you can do now and what is in your control now, you know, like this is like a people like fucking yogis will spend like 60 years meditating in a cave to like internalize this lesson, you know what I mean? But it's like, what do we need to know about her? Like, do we need to know like her fucking favorite animal, like her favorite like what do we need to know about her? Do we need to see her like we need to see like her friend sacrifice? Like, I don't know. Like, what do you need to know? She lost her pet Tata. Oh, I'm sorry about your pet, by the way. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. I just arrived and I see this. So now we're so triggered by a game that we're resorting to dogpiling on the characters for no reason. I don't even know. I don't know if they're dogpiling. You're talking about them, like what they're doing?
A lot of people like Adisha more than a lot of the other characters in Enfield. Because Adisha feels like a character that has a lot to know about. But like in the
oh man. Like artist here is someone we don't know about that we're kind of we're superimposing our imaginations on. Like, because I think there's some hints at him, right? Like there's some hints at something really interesting with like he knew the Endmen, and maybe they have different philosophies on like how to save civilization or something. But like we don't necessarily know about him yet. What do you mean? People like artist? I mean, I like artist here. I fucking love the guy. Like, go watch my playthrough. I mean, I was glazing this guy nonstop. But like, because I'm getting some like Zuko vibes from him. But you know, but I mean, the potential guy. I mean, I don't know, bro. Live in the moment. It's literal meditation. Yeah, it's like you have people meditating their entire lives and never internalizing that lesson. You know, it's not even like internalizing. It's like something that like the yogis have understood, that it's something that it's not something you learn once and then you just do it. It's something that you meditate every single day, because it's an every single day battle to live that, like what Levitane's quest was kind of about, right? It's like every single day you say, I'm going to try and do this. Like some days I'll fail, some days I'll succeed. But like, we don't know anything about Levitane. My fucking...
In case of Yvonne, it almost feels done. You don't think they are soulless?
I'm not trying to go at Kuki hard. We're just having fun, by the way. Like, because some of these, because he's just kind of slopping it up with like reacting to chat or whatever. But you know, like, we're just having fun. And I think there's a lot to be said for Levitane's fucking, you know. And also, if this foundational knowledge about Enfield is going to be used to call the characters soulless, then I mean, you have to talk about it. Like, you just have to, like, you have to call those kinds of statements out, because, like, you know, dude, my fucking table is shaking. Like, I don't even. Still baffled at why we're expecting a live service game to deliver a complete narrative experience and there are 2 launch patches. Let the chefs cook. Yeah, I mean, it's quite possible that like once all the pieces of the puzzle come in, we kind of have more with the story. I think like there's some elements to it that it could have been better done, but you know, I still think they're on the right path. Like the improvements from like Wu Ling to Valley 4. I think Valley 4 was the victim of like bad like cuts, you know, that there were people where they go and rewrite a story and they make cuts, and I think it was kind of the victim of that. But you know, I think now that we're in Wu Ling, we should just expect it to get better. Artist is so cool. He'll be my ship as one of my wives. Okay, nice. That's cool. Ardashir.
I don't think they're soulless, but you could say that's not enough. Yvonne showed us the plot, yes, she showed.
Huh? Wait, what?
I don't think they're soulless, but you could say that's not enough. Yvonne showed us
Like
the
it's not
plot,
enough
yes, she
just to
showed.
not be soulless? Well, I mean, I guess, but like, if we don't understand anything about the character, I mean, what do we expect? Like, we don't actually understand the characters. Like, yeah, it's a practice and a lifestyle. Yeah. Lady Botane doesn't know anything about herself. I mean, the story was like, she thought that like these memories of like Suitor from a different, like this other, like Suitor was this other person. So she kind of thought these memories were herself. So she was like, I don't know anything about myself. But the lesson is that like, you know, that's not necessarily you. Like you are like who you choose to be, right? You are the person that you choose to be in your life going forward. Like the connections, the bonds that you make, the connections you make, the choices and decisions and actions that you take, you know, and how you live your life. That is who you are, not like these like kind of like memories you have of this like past that like wasn't you, you know? And like honestly, like if you have somebody who's able to embrace that, you know, like I know that person more than someone who like I know like what, like their favorite color and their favorite animal and their favorite like, you know, what do I need to know about somebody? Yeah. Valley 4 is like a Frankenstein's monster. Yeah, it was pretty obvious.
I would say it's
You could tell when you looked at like Gilberto's quest, especially there was like cuts and things like that.
nothing. It's just more like Yvonne showed us the plot, yes, she showed nothing about herself. I would say it's nothing. It's just more like when you
Bro, you see like how much these people hate Enfield, by the way. Like some of these people hate Endfield, and also, I mean, to be fair, this is like him trying to give his take in like one fucking Twitch chat message, but like she showed nothing about herself. Like, can we really say that? More curious if they'll still have Tong Tong or Mifu after their banners in Wuling. Yeah, because Tong Tong and Mifu should still be relevant to the plot. Hopefully Tong Tong. Like I understand if Valley 4 characters stay in Valley 4, but you know, it'd be cool if there was some, if they were like, yo, we need some muscle out here, and like Rosie pulls up, Rosie and Wolfguard pull up, and they're like, you know, Enfield mercenaries. But yeah, Tong Tong. I mean, even Tong Tong, like, you know, depends on how much Chingbo Stockade is relevant or whatever. How many patches do we need the story to not be asked? Like, Valley 4 is so bad that I'm not surprised people lost interest. Wuling is a small improvement. I don't really get your question. It was the victim of beta access. Valley 4 is the victim of beta access. I can't think of a single gacha besides HSR that had a good beta story post beta. Yeah, for some reason the companies, they always end up like bending to the wills of beta feedback, and they try and like, you know, but like by trying to appease like the beta critique, they kind of like ruin the story. Like I think basically the worst thing you can ever do is like have a last minute rewrite for a story. Like I think you should just, even if you think the story might miss the mark, like just if you've written it fully from the beginning, I think just ship it. Just kind of trust in your writing ability and just ship it. And like, because I don't see how Valley 4 could have been like worse. Not like that sounds kind of harsh, but like, you know, Valley 4 was like inoffensive in many ways, but it didn't feel like it was like what maybe the writers would have been happy with, you know? Like with the original vision of the writers is what I mean. Aren't there character files to read up more on the smaller things? Yeah, there are. Enjoyed Yvonne's side story? Yeah, I enjoyed it. I think her whole relationship with the Ta, yeah, like, because dude, honestly, that fucking Clanker Rhombus, I felt more attachment to that than I felt to many like gacha characters. You know what I'm saying? Like in other games, like at least Tata like stood on fucking business, and you know what I'm saying? Like
Yes, she
Tata stood for truth and justice and beauty. That's a lot more than we can say about, you know.
nothing about herself. I would say it's nothing. It's just more like when you find out what she is. Like I said, like it doesn't go that far. It doesn't go that deep. They play through a story.
Like, but like, what is a character? What defines deep? What defines deep? Look, I'm genuinely like, what, like let me compare it to like real stories. Like let's talk about like Lord of Mysteries or something, right? Like, I mean, but Lord of Mysteries, you literally spend like 10,000 fucking pages with certain characters. So like, you can't even really compare. Like in the short amount of time, like I feel like Yvonne seems like a real character. Like she has like her quirks and her personality and her, you know, like her like relationships with other characters. Like I don't, you know. What is the standard? Do I need to watch? Does she need to like watch her best friend die or something for us to feel like she's a real, like? Isn't it kind of? I mean, I don't know. Like she's a fucking dork. She's a nerd. Like she's quirky and endearing, and you know, like she has like her work relationship with the owl guy, with fucking Andre, and you know, she like cares about her creations. Like I don't like what do we? Does she need, like, she did watch her fucking friend die, basically. How much more do we need? I love to see more Tata references. Bro, I would love to see Tata come back as like a playable character. Like they build a body like a what's her name in Genshin? There's too many characters for me to remember everyone's names now. The Ino's robot friend. Anefa. Like an Anefa, you know? They like taught like Yvonne builds an Anefa style like clanker baddie and just kind of like puts Tata in there, and then Tata gets like a personality. Like I think we'd all be pulling, right? We'd all be pulling for a Tata like baddie. Yeah, Anefa. Does she need to go that far deep? Like sometimes I feel like the whole like emphasis on like deepness actually makes characters less relatable. No, like the idea that everything, like not everything needs to be like this crazy deep, like, you know, oh, that spoke to my soul. Like sometimes like just like realistically relatable people, like human like characters in a way. I don't know what's really desired, but
Yeah, I did.
Did you like, play through her story?
Like I said, like it doesn't go that far. It doesn't go that deep.
Did you play through her story? What a fucking trooper this guy is. Guys, pour one out for Xenonymous. He probably got.
Yeah, I did. Like if you oh no, but if you say read through the files, no. But if you take a look at like Tang's not done.
Actually, he didn't read through the files. What he means is she doesn't have much to her now that she needs something worse to happen to her. But like what is more? What could possibly be like more to her? You know, like with the amount of screen time that characters get, like, you know, if you had more time to spend with someone, like this is kind of the nature of gacha, right? Like because I was talking about Lord of Mysteries, you know, like in Lord of Mysteries, you even have like secondary protagonists like Audrey or something, right? Audrey Hall, if anyone's read Lord of Mysteries. But like she's not the main character, she's not the main viewpoint character, but you see her a lot and you see her like grow over the course of like 1,500 chapters, but like you don't have that same time to develop characters as much, which like maybe gachas are obviously not the best at that, and like I wish they would. So like maybe with Wu Ling, maybe we'll see like Tong Tong have more of an arc from like 1.0 to like 1.3, 1.4, 1.5, like if that's possible, but I guess we'll see. For some Arcanist players, I think the standard for people is just seeing characters struggle and suffer before they get to see them dead. Oh, really? Is that it? Dang, that's tough. So like trauma slop, is that what we're saying? That was a good word that someone said earlier. Trauma slop. I'm gonna be taking that. That was a good word. Pretentiously deep is something entirely, but be labeling something as pretentious is a whole nother. Yeah. Yeah. Not every character needs to have a great story. Doesn't give it an excuse to be poorly written, but trauma dumping isn't good story writing either. Yeah, like yeah, the trauma. Yeah, trauma slap, trauma dumping is also not like, you know. I mean, that's something that we've kind of criticized before, which is like, especially in like these self-insert gotcha games, they want to have like the MC, like basically like some woman trauma dumps to the MC. The MC says like, 2 or 3 sentences and like cures their generational trauma. I watched my entire village die. Oh, but like you have to live for truth and you're doing a good job now. Oh, I'm cured. I'm cured now. Self-insert, solo leveling slop MC. Thank you. You've done it. You've done it. You know exactly what to say.
With her story. Like Tang Tang's very interesting. One, you realize that she's adopted, right? And then that gets you've already felt emotional with her through the story as you get it through, the whole conflict with her brother and stuff. But then later you start to like learn that there's a lot of things actually going on from her. She's an adopted person, but
he's
yet
speaking
she became
well.
a leader.
He's speaking well on Enfield. This is gonna make sense. I like tragic stories from time to time, but I'm not really looking for it just to feel emotions. Yeah, like the thing is like tragedy has its place. Like in Lord of Mysteries, right? Like I'm even on record saying that like I actually don't like it when characters who I love die, because if you truly love a character, you don't want to see them die. But like in Lord of Mysteries, like it's probably one of the few stories where like I'll see a character I really love die, and like bro, I get like trauma. Like I still remember like Captain Dunn, our fucking Captain Dunn. Like I still get trauma and I think about it, and I think about like everything that led to that, and it's like it's kind of like, yeah, like for the story it makes sense. It's like it almost like had to happen, and like it makes sense, and like I can accept it. But like there's also like writers who feel that the only way to make their an audience feel an emotion is just by using some cheap tactics to get them attached to a character and then killing them, and that's like the only way they can make you feel like tension or like make you feel emotion for the characters, is just by like making you like them and then just killing them. A la like JJK. Well, not JJK, but because dude, JJK, they're really good at making you like characters and then they just kill them. And it's like, oh, well. Fucking Choso, bro. Anyway.
I can trust her a lot. And
actually, never mind. Sorry, was that a spoiler? No, don't think about it. Don't think about it. Let's move on.
Technically a very young person, but yet she's allowed to be in that position, which makes it very cool that she's able to do that. But
what is this? You're turning into Saint? No, I'm not. No, I'm not turning into Saint. Plastics, you better watch yourself. You're on thin ice after that comment. We're fucking keeping an eye on you. We are all keeping an eye on you. I feel like most of the hate towards Enfield comes from pretentious know-it-all armchair literary experts throwing arbitrary arguments for validation in the form of likes and attention. Holy based alert. Holy, if I had a fucking gong, I'd be fucking based alert. Oh my god. Dude, I think it's like the pretentiousness. I said this a little earlier, but like it always comes from the people that are like, they think they're like making some really, really like deeply logical and academic analysis, when in reality what they're mostly saying is like, this is bad because I don't like it, and I don't like it because it's bad. And that's like as deep as it gets, basically. But sometimes for some people there are also good critiques out there. Danganronpa style? Yeah, kind of, I guess. I've heard about that, but I haven't seen it. I wish they'd be more realistic. You aren't going to get deep stories from the first introduction of a character with 20-day banner cycles. I mean, like, you're not going to get the kind of like character transformation arcs that you'll see in like Lord of Mysteries or like web novels or light novels or something, where they'll have like, it'll be a series that's running for like 10 years or some shit. But I don't know, like if there are movies, like a 3-hour movie or something, right? Like if you can have like tell a good story inside of 3 hours, like it's challenging. It requires competent writing. I mean, I know it's possible, but the thing is that like gacha games run on like a visual novel or like a light novel, web novel story model because they'll run like indefinitely, just like how web novels will just run for like 15 years. And that's just how they are. But like in a web novel, they'll follow like the same characters, or characters will spend like quite a lot of time during their arcs. Like look at like a ReZero, Lord of Mysteries, like I keep saying, like you spend like a lot of time with these characters, and they have a lot of time to like transform and learn and change and stuff. Whereas like you don't get that in like a movie. Even if you can tell a good story in like a 3-hour movie, you don't get that necessarily. So like if that's what people are asking for, it's just, I don't know. It's just, I honestly think like more like Honkai Impact 3rd honestly kind of nailed the model, but like it's kind of sad that nobody follows it. But it's like just follow the same cast, follow like a cast of like 20 characters, and then just constantly release like new versions of them. I don't know. At the very least, they should do newer versions more often. Just like keep characters in the story more. Should be like more acceptable. Game of Thrones is like Game of Thrones is like a Western example. Exactly. It's like this huge epic. I mean, it'll probably never get finished, but like huge like epic sprawling tale using all these characters. It's just designed to just go on forever. Honestly, what George R. R. Martin should have done is just never committed to an ending and just be like, I'm just going to keep writing. I'm just going to vibe, bro. I'm just going to let it go forever. And then we'll just see if we can finish it. Instead he just like got fucking scared and thought he needs to finish it. And now he'll never finish. He's never finished a series before. He's never finished a series that he started before in his entire literary career as an author. He's never finished a series. Anyway, fun fact. We already a cult? You think so? You want more budget to operator side stories? Yeah. I mean, all they need to do is just keep characters like Tong Tong, in the story. Like Tong Tong, Mifu, this Fong Yi character. Just kind of keep them in the story, before and after their arcs, right? I don't know how Wuling's gonna go, honestly, because like, for example, like Mifu was kind of in the Tong Tong story in 1.1, but like Fong Yi wasn't, Fong Yi wasn't. So I don't know. Tearjerkers get way too much rep nowadays. Yeah. Trauma's not the only way to add attention to a story. Yeah, exactly. Limbus Company does that. I've heard insanely good things about Limbus Company, especially their story. I need to check it out. They follow a cast. Yeah, Limbus Company follows a cast of 13 characters. The development is good. That sounds pretty good. G.R. Martin finishing a story, good joke. Right, it's never gonna happen. I mean, I don't even say that maliciously. It's just like he just I think he should have just embraced the fucking web novel model. Like, if anyone had told him, like, this is actually like a pretty acceptable model of writing a story, like in the East and Asia, they do it all the time. And like there are really like generationally like epic stories that are told this way. Like if they just told him that from the beginning, you would have been like, oh, okay. Because his writing style is literally like visual novel-esque of like, I'm just gonna send these characters out onto an adventure, and I'm just gonna write whatever like feels like whatever like feels right for this character, you know. And that doesn't necessarily mean that like the story is gonna end and like the story will just go on, you know. Anyway,
interesting thing of like, okay, then what about her past? What about her background? Like, so how far back does it go? You don't think they'll expand on Tang Tang's story? I agree. I don't think they will expand on Tang Tang's story anytime soon. But it's good. At least you feel like there's more. Like, AK characters have also appeared in other stories. Like, think about it.
AK, bro. I'm just gonna. There's a point like around the 15-minute mark. We're gonna get there in a sec, but there's a point where we'll get there. We'll see it when we get there. Like we'll see it when we get there. Y'all will see.
Maybe follow through with AK story. AK characters, some of them don't feel like their story will end. Some of them feel like they will bring you on an adventure. It's just a matter of when later in the game. So like in the case of Tang,
that's not bad. Yeah.
I feel like if she reappears in a story in the future, it doesn't feel like it's for the sake of character filler. Because you see, Chen kind of feels that way. Right? Chen's like a character filler to fill your time.
Excuse me? I think I just like Chen too much. How is Chen a character filler, bro? Well, dude, the thing is like with Enfield, I get more of a sense of like the way that Chen and Perlica are just like squatting up with you and just going to like going everywhere with you. Like I get more of a sense of like a camaraderie, like team effort thing than like a, you know, what is her purpose in the narrative? Why does Chen exist? Like her purpose is to fucking be there because she's on the team, you know, like, I don't know. Like hopefully, I mean, I would like to see Chen go, thing is, Chen is going to get some sort of like major like character arc, and there's gonna be a 6-star Chen, and then there's gonna be a 6-star Chen in a bathing suit, and like we all know what's happening, and like we're all gonna pull, but like, you know, I mean, Chen is there because she's on the team, bro. Like, why is Perlica there? Because she's on the team. Comic relief does not equate to a filler. Yeah. Yeah. So do people want characters to be written like Ye Shengguang? She's a companion. Yeah, like I mean, I like Ye Shenggai, but like, what does Chen add to the story? I mean, because like the thing is that Chen and Perlica are very present. Like, and the conflict, like they'll fight, they'll have their moments, you know, they're there with you, bro. If I had to choose between my companion being fucking Paimon and Chen and Perlica, I mean, easiest decision of my entire life. I've never in my entire existence on this planet been more confident in a decision than, yeah, I'd rather have Chen and Perlica squatting up with me than like fucking Paimon. You know? Like, if that's what they're there for, I mean, are we gonna complain about that? Chen balances Perlica? Yeah, there's a good like group dynamic there. There's a good group dynamic with the trio. And I think maybe they'll add like, you know, they'll probably add like more characters in and then maybe cycle them out. I don't know what they're going to do exactly, but like, I think Chen is something that like, Chen is maybe another character where it's like break glass in case of emergency, like, you know, but I think Chen is going to get like, especially when we go to maybe HAS, because that's where she's from, right? We'll probably get more about her. Her ties to Endfield don't feel as strong as Perlica. Perlica is kind of like the number 2 though, yeah? Chen's got more personality and more presence in the story in Wu Ling. She's a guide in Wu Ling. Yeah. Dude, Chen has so much. Chen is just a joy every time Chen opens her mouth or is on screen. I mean, Chen is just a fucking joy. She's a ray of sunshine.
While you play Enfield. But Tang Tang doesn't. So what happens is she's too smart to so hard for her to work with people because they can't keep up with her. So she decided to leave Enfield. but everyone missed a place. Yeah, I know all that, but like, that's it.
Chen is the
At
real
least-
self-insert. I self-insert into Chen.
Sounds rude to say that's it, okay? I'm not saying I'm an emotionless person and I don't think like, oh, something like this is, not like something that you empathize for. Like, it feels relatable. There are people who I've met that are quite like Yvonne. But the thing is, it's like...
Bro, all of us are like Yvonne. Are you like the fucking nerdy introverts? What do you mean? We're sitting here playing gacha games and we're gonna say we're not like Yvonne? Bro, you have fucking Arc Knights posters on your wall. Like, I live in a fucking garbage hump. Like, what, what are we saying? We're not like Yvonne.
That's the most you're going to learn about her. If Yvonne appears in a future story, it starts to become a character filler. Because there's nothing...
I'm kind of just fucking nitpicking everything. It's kind of fun to do, though. I'm kind of just nitpicking everything at this point. But it's hella fun. Nerds together strong? Exactly, bro. Exactly.
else to know about her. You see the trouble? They're probably going to expand on the story in the future. No, but that's just a prediction. Based on how she's written, I don't think they will. She's not written as a character that feels like she will be expanded upon. It happens. There are just characters in the game, in any game.
Yeah,
that
that's
feels like they will
fair.
not appear. So to me, Yvonne is one of them.
That's fair. The thing is, I could very much see, like, the way that Enfield, again, the whole theme of Enfield, like, the fucking employees together strong, wagey, slavey, cages together strong, like, the way that it's written, like, I could see Yvonne coming back and, like, doing something. But I don't know what sort of, like, strong character arc Yvonne would go on in the future. So I don't know. Valley 4 Chen had some of that Paimon DNA at points. Did she? Wait, when? It's funny to see Kuki on his hater arc, but with worse arguments than Tobro's when he went off on his video. I have seen some questionable comments from Kuki. I mean, Kuki is also, he's also kinda being positive about Enfield at times, and like kinda, I mean, the thing is, like relative to his chat that fucking hates Enfield, the majority of them, like if you look at these comments, it's like 500 comments of just like hating Enfield, and then like 3 like positive comments. But like relative to his chat, he's like kind of like checking them on some things, but it's clear that like, I don't know. But yeah, like I did make that one comment, like the irony of the I did that in one of my YouTube videos, or yeah, my last YouTube video, where it's like the irony is kind of not lost on anybody, Like I don't think the irony is lost on anybody at all. He's not a hater, he just produced slop content for his stream. If you saw what Tobro posted, the guy really went off the deep end. Yeah, Tobro he's kind of going through it. He did kind of, he was kind of going through it. He was kind of crashing out.
It will still appear in the story, that's for sure. Like, when the main story continues, and then there's things like, oh, we need some support from Endfield. Yvonne's gonna be like, hey, Enmin, you need my help?
Yeah, see?
That kind of thing.
I said the
That's
same
not
thing.
substance. She's existing to exist. You know what I mean? There's no...
But it does add to the realistic feeling of world building when like characters that you've seen before kind of like they just exist, right? They like it's like immersive in a way where it's like characters are just existing, and then if there's a certain need for a character, they will provide that need, So like, as opposed to some games where it feels like characters, they literally like spawn into existence when their banner starts, and then they disappear from existence. Like, do we think that Yuno is like working hard at the fucking temple or something as like a something priestess? Like, do we buy that? Does anyone buy that? Going on like romantic moonlit walks with Augusta? Like what is that? What is Yuno doing when she's not on banner?
No hidden thing about Yvonne. So, what exists? You know what I mean? There's no hidden thing about Yvonne.
There's no hidden thing about Yvonne? Like, I feel like this is a very, like... I feel like this is a very like academic like analysis of the, or it's like pseudo academic like analysis of the narrative structure of like something. Like, what does that mean? There's not a hidden thing. Like, does there need to be a hidden thing for a character to like have a arc? It's like something you're discovering. I don't know, bro. When Clanker Baddie Tata comes back, I'm pretty sure Yvonne will get some major character development.
So, okay, I think that makes the word substance or like soulless, the
Yidhari Seed Orphe flashbacks. He likes being needlessly contrarian. That might be a little closer, yeah. Toblerone mentioned being on meds. Well, I don't want to hit him for that. You know, like that's his. You know, I mean, if he talked about, I don't know if how much he talked about it, but that's his struggle. That's his character arc, probably, whatever. I'm supportive of people getting their help, or they're struggling with very real things, you know? Like, I wouldn't hit him for that. If it makes sense for Yvonne to appear to help you, then it's fine, she appears. I mean, because it adds to this like like I was saying, the immersive world building of Enfield Industries, and like we have this whole organization working, and at any point you can tap into this organization to assist you with whatever thing it is that you're doing. We need a robot baddie Tata to be playable, then, you know.
soul of a character very interesting, because this doesn't mean that a character that's soulless, the soul of a character very... Okay, I think that makes the word substance or like soulless, the soul of a character very interesting, because this doesn't mean that a character doesn't have personality or doesn't have a good backstory. I don't think it means the same thing. When you do a game and you're doing...
I'm so sick of like backstory and gacha games, by the way, because like the worst gacha games, what they do is they this is what I've criticized WUA for doing a lot, because I think they're the worst offender of like, you know, character spawns into existence for their banner and then leaves existence after their banner. But like basically WUA, like every single character in WUA feels like they're a completely packaged character where like everything interesting that has happened to them has already happened to them, right? Everything that's made them who they are has already happened in their backstory. You don't like see characters like change or like go through something or develop, because every character is like a finished product that is like sold to you for 21 days until the next character is sold to you for the next 21 days. There's no time to like, you know, like, is Sigrika gonna be like in the story when like he like, no, they're gonna give all the screen time to like Hiyuki or whatever. You think they're gonna give Sigrika character development? Like, that's just not how it works. Or like Luke, is Luke coming back? Like,
design. You want to make sure that your character...
saying soulless is very incendiary. I guess he's trying to explain what he means by soulless. Hold on.
When you do a game...
Or what other people mean. What to some people are saying.
You're doing story
God,
design.
bro.
It means the same thing. When you do a game and you're doing story design, you want to make sure that your character feels like they always have something going for it every step of the way.
What does that mean, going for it? Is this like I mean, that might be like a... What does that mean, going for it? Your character has something going for it. The resident Enfield hater has arrived. Not everyone has to be focused on the story. Not everyone can be realistically get a story arc like Tong Tong. There isn't enough time to develop everyone's character. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, again, just, you know, speaking of clankers, bro, what the heck? Get that ass banned. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Like people were talking about Limbus Company and how like if they just follow the same 13 characters, somebody said. I mean, yeah, it'd be great. You could literally write it like a web novel, like these web novels that run for 1,000, 2,000 chapters for 15 years. You know, I mean, go for it. And you can really, really explore characters. But I have a feeling soon we'll find out if Arknights will follow Wua's storytelling. Yeah, it's gonna like. The thing is like, I'm not here to mindlessly glaze Enfield. Like if they take the Wua storytelling approach, I'm gonna very much rail against that because I think especially because the world has so much potential and the characters have so much potential that I just don't want to see Wua storytelling. I mean, Wua has so much potential, but like I don't know why. I think they think they're doing it like the best way to like sell the characters as units or whatever. But I don't know, dog. Would characters are either complete or they'll fucking blast through a story for them, then drop them like a bad habit? Yeah. I just think, dude, even characters like Amith, right? Like, did Amith change really in her story? She didn't change at all. She had already become like normally for like the self-sacrifice play. This is one of my biggest criticisms of the Amith story, right? But for like because the whole self-sacrifice play, you see that in Lord of Mysteries too, right? So you saw like Audrey and Klein become the characters that would make the self-sacrifice play for their world, right? Like for their people they cared about. Because you saw them also build those bonds with people that, you know, they did care about. You know it. You know how they care, how much they care about certain people, and why they're so set on like doing the self-sacrifice thing. If or like putting themselves in danger to like protect those people, right? It's not just a like, well, this is what the protagonist does, right? This is what the good guys do. We self-sacrifice. We do the right thing, you know? I'm doing the right thing to do because it's the right thing to, like, no, you like see them become that person. And that means more than when like with Amith, like she had already become the person that would make the self-sacrifice play by like idolizing the rover or whatever and like, you know, copying their fucking self-destructive habit of like falling on their sword for everything, you know, like it's interesting, but like they already became that person. And we also didn't see them develop bonds with any of the other playable characters, which like if they'd introduced her in 3.0, they could have done that, and then it would have, you know, meant more to see her sacrifice herself for those people. Like, you know, I mean, even the arc that was supposed to be about don't sacrifice yourself, she then went and sacrificed herself. So it's like, you know. Like, was that a better literary analysis of the story than like I don't like such and such character because they like don't have some stuff going for them? Like, I feel like that was more of an analysis, right? What I just did comparing to like another story and talking about like the reasons why someone becomes a certain way. Like, because I feel like, I don't know, dude. I feel like that's what analysis is more like. I don't know. I guess we'll see what else he's saying, but why are you the professional defender of every slop on planet Earth? It's third or fourth game already. I see you defending like some sort of white knight. ZZZ Enfield. It's actually 2 games. It's actually the second game. It's actually the second game that I'm defending like a white knight. So, you know, opinion disregarded. Get it right next time. I think like going for it, Kooky means the characters to have desires. I don't agree though. Characters like Lav, Soup, Wolfguard, Rossi all have desires and things they want to achieve. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, your desire does not have to be like, I don't know what necessarily desires are for some people, but like, I think to some people it has to be something grand, like saving the world or like being a hero or like, I'm going to be the #1 pirate or like, I'm going to become the greatest hero, you know, a la MH, like My Hero Academia. I'm going to become Hokage. Like, it doesn't have, like, your desires don't have to be some grand stuff. Like Rossi had a desire to be a kid and to like have a childhood, you know? I mean, she didn't like spell it out like that, but you could tell from the way she like interacted with the other kids. She had this like feeling inside of herself of like an adult that had to, or like a somebody that had to grow up too fast and take on too much responsibility too early. They didn't get to experience their childhood. And, you know, so like she had this internal desire to like play with the other kids and like be a kid, you know? And like, that's very human. Like I can like, that's human and relatable and like maybe more grounded than like, I'm going to become the number one hero or something. Like, I don't know. This Ken Kaneki guy going to every, wait, Kaneki from Tokyo Ghoul? Wait a sec. Going to every Enfield game, stream and shitting on Enfield? Ken does this in Discourse too? It's like Enfield is his trigger word. Is that true? It's okay, we're a free speech zone. The thing is I welcome opinions and stuff, and discourse and whatnot, but you know. The only point where I draw the line is that if you start insulting other chatters who are not playing with you, then you will be banned. So, you know. Oh, Wua and Do Night Abyss? Already forgot about them? Well, that's understandable. Okay, I've never white knighted Wua, but I did white knight Do Night Abyss, so you're right. You're right. But also, honestly, I've never white knighted ZZZ, so I still think it's only really 2. I've never made videos about ZZZ. It's really only 2. And I stand on business with Do Night Abyss because I did that because it was about giving a chance to a game that was trying to have a new monetization model other than Hate-Slop. So I stand on business. I feel like I'm not even seeing every one of his messages. I feel like people are responding to things I'm not even seeing. Oh, it's because his name is changing. Oh, no, sorry, not the name. The color of the name is changing. Oh, wait, hold on. I completely missed all of his messages. Okay, you guys got it. You guys are fucking cracking the whip for me. That's what I like to see. I think the problem is Kuki never explains what he actually wants from the story. The most I've seen him explain is when he's talking about the good things that Arc Knights does. Let's let him explain a little more.
New things to learn. Think about Amiya, something story design. You want to make sure that your character feels like they always have something going for it every step of the way. That there's new things to learn. Think about Amiya.
There's new things to learn. Yeah, I don't think that's the right standard for I don't think that's the right standard for a character. Like, I mean, think about like I have IRL friends that I've known for 10 years. Do they become less interesting people because at some point there's like not new things to learn about them? You know? If we're talking about like how we relate to people and human beings, and which are, you know, synonymous with like fictional characters, how we relate to like a fictional character. There always needs to be like something new to learn about them or something, you know? I think like sometimes having like normal, like grounded, like it's something that especially anime games do not do, is like grounded characters, right? Like think like even Rossi, you know? I kind of wanted to see more of Rossi with like the whole like administrators, maybe like this like built up facade maybe crumbling, but like even with Rossi, it was a cute story because like it's very grounded in like humanity, you know? It's grounded in humanity. Like we see it all the time, like, you know, in like war-torn areas, in like poverty areas with poverty and whatever. Like she grew up like in a you know, very like battle, like a war-esque society or something, and they had to like fight a lot in the boonies against like the bone crushers or whatever. So she has like had to take on a lot more responsibility. And so like you know, what do we see all the time? And when we look at like tragic stories, we see children who have had to grow up too fast, who've had to, you know, the realities that they don't get to be children, right? So like those kinds of stories are very real and grounded. Not this again, YouTube. I'm late again. What did I miss? You can watch the VOD. It's pretty good stuff, actually. I think we're 8 minutes in, and it's been like an hour and 45 minutes. So pretty W stream, honestly. Rin is kind of cool sometimes, but his story takes are. I mean, I haven't seen his takes, but Rin is somebody who I think is a well-meaning person, and I can have like disagreements with him on certain things, but I feel like he's a genuine person. I think from what I know about him, I think he seems authentic and genuine, at least, you know. Like, guys, I watched this video about Toji, and you know, Toto, sorry, and JJK. How Toto would ask people like, what's your type of woman, you know? And someone there was a video on YouTube where someone did like a philosophical breakdown. And it's like, you know, what Toto is analyzing is like how much someone, like, what is the difference between how like someone is internally and how they present themselves, right? Because someone will have like their type of woman that they're attracted to, but like, they, like when they're asked, they're not necessarily gonna say like, oh, I like a woman, like what Itadori did, where he said like, I like tall women with big breasts or something, you know, like that's like, because with Itadori, he's like, the way that who he is and how he prevents himself is like the same. And that's like respectable, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Versus like what Megumi did, which like the way that the way he is and the way he prevents himself is like insanely like not even close. So that's why Toto slapped the fuck out of him. Anyway, that's why authenticity is pretty cool. Kugi's points are very weak in this. I just don't think he's the right guy to talk about writing. His domain is gameplay. I just haven't seen him talk about like I'm not trying to toot my own horn here or like be an elitist, but I feel like when we've been sitting here talking about story, I mean, I've talked about Lord of Mysteries in the past. I've talked about like Lord of the Rings. We talked about Game of Thrones earlier. We talked about like ReZero. Like we can talk about we talk about like a ton of story comparisons, and I feel like I've only heard him talk about Arknights, TBH, and even then, I feel like not even that much. Anyway, let's like let him speak a little bit more.
Going for it.
Actually, I'm gonna read more of chat. I take it back. Baited. Never meet your heroes for Rossi. Yeah, not in the way that Enman would be like an asshole. Like never meet your heroes, but like the Superman facade isn't necessarily there. You know, dude. Actually, it kind of literally happened at one point. I think Rossi had to save Enman from right because like Enman was like fucking slacking, and Rossi had to jump in and do some hero shit. And I think Rossi was like, "What was that?" But you know. Talks about Amiya like she wasn't just a Perlica clone until the Lord of Fiends part with Patriot. I don't know about that story arc, but from the part that I've played of Arknight's story, she has just been like a, you know, companion character. What I don't like about Kugi's arguments is that he doesn't even hold OG Arknights to this standard, when most of Arknight's characters are irrelevant outside of their events and only have a few extensive development. Only a few have extensive development. Yeah, I don't know how a game with 300 characters could 300 something units could, you know, do that. Yeah, what's crazy is he uses Amiya as an example when she was the front page of the characters who were considered badly written back in 2020. Yeah, let's see what he says about this Amiya character.
You want to make sure that your character feels like they always have something going for it every step of the way. That there's new things to learn. Think about Amiya in AK. Amiya is really, really deep as a character. You realize that she's not just a leader as time goes on, right? At every step of the time, you start to say like, wait, what's her origin? What's her background? What's her purpose actually? Who is she? You start asking.
Huh? Oh yeah, we talked about JJK earlier too. We talked about a ton of stories actually. JJK's story lost me in one episode. They said the exorcists are very rare, and the next they allowed students to beat each other to death. Oh yeah, the sorcerers. Oh yeah. Yeah, JJK is very shonen in many ways. Like like there are a lot like JJK does a lot of things really well and some things not so well, in my opinion. Didn't they do the same thing in Freeren, by the way? I just binged Freeren recently, by the way. Peak show. I can't believe we have to wait until like over a year for season 3, but they did the same thing in the Freeren like first class mage exam trial where that bitch made little bitch Genau made his trial so that like dozens of fucking mages would get slaughtered and they would like kill each other for this shit. And then they had the fucking gall to come in season 2 and try to humanize him. You know, the crazy thing is that I actually watched that season 2 part before I went back and watched all of season 1. And I actually thought Genau was pretty cool. And then I saw that first class mage exam bullshit. It's like, weren't we saying something about how mages are rare nowadays? And now we're like killing our like third class, second class mages, like by the dozens in this fucking exam. Like, can't you just have like, what's her name? Saria, just like inspect them before the first trial to determine like which ones have the stuff and which ones don't. And then you can put them in a dangerous trial or something. Or like the second instructor was like, I'm a pacifist. Here's a little get out of jail free jar. Fucking Genau, bro. And Saria, you know what? Fuck them both. Sorry, I don't mean that. I lashed out a little bit. Anyway. Kugi only plays Arknights as his sole game. Well done. Only plays Arknights as his sole game, only sometimes trying something else. I mean, like, it's fine to like have one game that you like, but bro, I can't wait to get to like the 15-minute mark, bro. We're gonna pop off. So it's fine, but like, you know, when we're there's this insistence on like having Arknights be the comparison of everything, or be like the model of everything, but it's just a totally different game. I mean, in my YouTube video, I explained why it's a different game, and why like just because it has Arknights in the title doesn't mean that it's, you know, doesn't mean that you like. I don't know, dude.
Perhaps maybe what I'm talking about is more so like the soul of the story writing. Amiya's a special case. No, but Amiya can be that, right? No, but the thing is, Pelika doesn't feel like that. That's the off part.
Wait, so why so you said for Amiya, it's simply because, like, okay, by this argument, it's like Amiya is interesting because there are all these things that like you wonder things about her. You wonder like, where is she from? What is this or that? What did he say? Like, you can wonder all these same things about Perlica because they haven't told you this information yet, or it hasn't like taken central place in the story yet.
Amiya's a special origin. What's her back goes on, right? At every step of the time, you start to say like, wait, what's her origin? What's her background? What's her purpose actually?
Yeah, you could ask all of these same questions. You can have all of these same questions about Perlica. It's like by virtue of like not knowing something, it's like that's like good writing because there are things you don't know and then you will learn things or something. I don't know. Back from the store, forgot to ask what you wanted, bro. That's okay, dude. That's okay. I'm good. Have my coffee. I don't really need anything else as long as I have caffeine to sustain myself. That's actual cap. That's cap, bro. That's cap on a stack. The dev said you don't need to know Arknights to enjoy Knights Enfield. Yeah, exactly. It's not. It's the same way that like Star Rail, you know, is in the same universe as Honkai Impact 3rd. It's not the same game. No one expects it to be the same. It was about Tong Tong's development. Her brother was just a part of that. Yeah, that story. Yeah. Dude, people speak badly on Ron Yi, but like that's the thing is like I think with Ron Yi like dying or whatever, I've seen when people criticize it, they're like, oh, I didn't feel any attachment to Ron Yi, but you didn't have to feel attachment to Ron Yi. Like the point was not to feel like, that's not like the JJK model of like make you attached to character then kill them so that you feel sad. It's like his whole thing, his purpose in the narrative is to basically, for one, to make you feel like Tong Tong's loss and tragedy from having like Tong Tong's brother die. And then also the most important thing for the narrative is like the fucking like the Attack on Titan style of like, we just can't let this go. You know, like I have this anger and this like resentment, you know, and the healthy thing would be to like maybe forgive and let it go and maybe like move forward and try and do what I can for like my people here. But like realistically, and we see this in the real world all the fucking time, like people don't just let it go. People are not letting shit go. And like some people fail to do that. And then what happens is that they go on to do what like Ronnie did, you know? And then that causes the, first of all, it shows that like when you do that, you know, the person you're hurting the most are the people like Tong Tong who are like close to you. And, you know, also that like it doesn't actually solve anything. You know, you don't like even fucking Ardashir was telling him like, yo, bro, like you're wasting yourself right now. Like if you actually want to have some change, like don't fucking do this. And he was like, I'm sorry, like I just have too much resentment. Like I just want to burn it all down, basically. I just want to do the rumbling, basically, you know, like, so. Early Arcanine story is carried by the lore. The actual story happening is fairly average. I also think it was better than Enfield, but not by a huge margin. Okay. I do like Ronnie straight up saying I can't move on. Yeah, that was the point. You know, that was the point. Like, the thing is like if you analyze the stories, if you think about them, you do notice those things. You know, you notice that, and like that's, you know, people have that sort of I can't move on thing. I mean, bro, I see it with people who like hold grudges against like friends and family members and stuff. They'll hold grudges for like years and they're like, I can't move on, you know, like it can be as little as that to as big as like literally like wars happen, like genocide happens because of that feeling, you know. That's why Aaron did the rumbling, you know, and also because of the whole like something will never be safe, something my friends will kill me and be the heroes of the new world, something I don't know, some bullshit like that. But you know, bro, Attack on Titan was so good if people actually like read for subtext instead of like the people that think that Aaron was right. I mean, you just like the whole thing just went over your head. The entire thing just went over your head. There's a reason they made the rumbling, they animated it that way and made it so fucking explicit. Like there's a reason you saw people getting their fucking skulls crushed by the Titan. Like there's a reason, bro. There's a reason. Anyway, I keep getting distracted by other stories.
Who is she? You start asking all these things. So perhaps maybe what I'm talking about is more so like the soul of the story writing. Amiya's a special case. No, but Amiya can be that, right? No, but the thing is, Pelika doesn't feel like that. That's the off part. Pelika doesn't feel like an imitation of Amiya yet.
Enfield being so disconnected from Arknights is its biggest problem. Yeah, I think other people are disagreeing as well, but like, yeah, that's not. It's not a sequel to Arknights. It's like something that exists in the same universe. Like if you wanted Arknight, I mean, the thing is, if you want Arknights 2, just keep playing Arknights because Arknights will just go on forever. You know, like all visual novel gacha stories, web novel stories. Just keep playing Arknights. Like Arknights, and the thing is, like, you know, if you want it to be like feel like it's in the same universe, I mean, read all the fucking lore pages that you find about the, you know, Terra and the move from Talos 2 or whatever. I don't know. It's not, and it would not be better also for being like a direct sequel or whatever to Arknights. Although I guess I'll ask, why do you think that? I'll ask, why do you think it should? Why do you think it would be better? Why do you think it should be directly connected? How would that make the story better? I'm interested to hear the other opinion. I'm interested to hear the other side. Yeah, like PGR and War are different games too. Yeah. It's one thing to know what's best for you, to act out in good faith is another. I mean, yeah, that's true. Yeah. Do they have the same rider for Knights and Enfield? I don't know, but I don't think so. I'm pretty sure the teams are different. It's possible. I haven't seen. I did a little bit of research on like the development teams, and I do know that Mountain Contour is the name of the development team for Enfield, and Studio Montag is the name for OG Knights, and then some of like the very high level positions, like Light Zhang or something, is like the leader of Endfield, but he was also like the co-founder of Hypergriff. So there's like some people that maybe are like have been like involved in both, but I think, for the most part, I think they're very different. Let's see this.
At the current point of this game, she definitely feels more like in the assistant role, which is pretty different from how Amiya is. Maybe it is too early. We could say that it's too early because AK. Well, if I just say that I like the very very starting.
He's gonna say
AK, it. Yeah, I agree. You might feel that there is nothing going for the characters. No, but the thing is, that's why I'm saying there's a fundamental difference between AK and Enfield. Because when it comes to AK, you don't read the story. A lot of it just so happens that because it's a
Wait, hold on. Maybe it was gonna cook. Maybe that was out of context. What's he gonna say after this? Let me get my soul meter to measure Enfield characters' souls. What are you, fucking Anubis in the underworld or something? Bro, that was an insane mythological reference right off the dome. Are you guys impressed by that? Isn't Anubis the guy with the scales who would like weigh the souls? That was an insane fucking off the dome reference. Aren't those just different dev studios, not necessarily the writers? Well, it depends. I don't know how the developer structure works. Like, because like Knights still has writers working on it because the story is still ongoing. Do they like rip the writers who are like used to write, who like the writing team that has like been writing Knights, will they just like rip them off and then put a whole different team on Knights? That doesn't seem to make the most sense. Like, it seems like you'd like that team that is accustomed to writing for that world and that story that has apparently been like firing on all cylinders for a while recently. You wouldn't just like rip them off of that and like be like write a different story now, Maybe they took some of them. Maybe they had like some collaboration. I don't know how it works. Lai Zhang is an overseer of the departments. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
The visual novel game. There's just a lot of story. It just so happens that with AK, you don't read the story.
So you don't read the story.
It just so happens that because it's a visual novel game, there's just a lot of people who don't interact with the story. So when you don't interact with the story, you make up what you think of the character just purely based off of design and like the voice line that you hear in the game. You don't need to know who they are. But in the case of Enfield, what I'm basically sort of arguing is that your perception of the character is not made or conjured by you. You have been solidified of their character because you are sitting through the story experience.
Okay, how is that a response to like the earlier thing about like soulful versus soulless? I'm so confused. It's so confusing. Isn't the scale to will the heart? Oh, maybe. But it's something about like the goodness of the person, right? At the end of the day, whatever fucking organ they're weighing. I think it is the heart. Yeah, because there's that monster thing that will like eat the heart if they're bad, right? Yeah, no, that's right. Why are people mad at the disconnect? It's not like the side stories and OG Arknights are connected. Can't it be like technique to have it all connect at the end? Yeah, maybe. Actually. If you happen to be in Pixel's Discord, I'd be down talking about my writing issues with Enfield, but a live chat is annoying for back and forth. Yeah, sorry, I might be missing some messages. Bro, this I need to maybe change the chat tool that I'm using to read this. Or maybe I need to change the settings. Hold on. Oh, I know what to do. Hold on. Actually, yeah, no, I don't know, dude. There's like for some reason I get like I look for like color of people's names, and this chat tool is like changing people's color. And maybe you can see it on the freaking on the stream, but it's like people's colors will just change. And I don't know why it's doing that. But like that's how I miss people's responses and stuff sometimes. Sorry. But I am in Pixel's Discord. I mean, you can join my Discord. If you go to my Twitch and scroll down, there's a button to join the Discord. And then, you can just send messages and like it's a very small, limited Discord, but we have like a lore channel. You can drop it in the general channel, and we can read stuff there. Just because he didn't read the story for 5 years, he thinks others didn't either. So like, I don't really understand this point about how, like, I don't know if he's trying to if he's countering the Arknights players who are saying that Enfield is soulless, or if he's saying that Enfield feels, I don't think he's saying, surely he's not saying Enfield feels soulless for this reason. Because like, just because people aren't reading the story, I mean, okay, those people don't know the story. Like, they're not, like, okay, they like a character because they've superimposed their imagination. I said this earlier. You don't actually like the character. You just like their fucking drawing design, and you like your own imagination. Like, you don't like the character. Like, you don't know what the character is. You don't know anything about them.
For some people, they might say that a character like Tang Tang, they just want Tang Tang to be like a fun person. Outgoing, want to hang with you and everything. And to some people, that's more than enough. But then, there is a little part of me that may say that for some people, maybe the whole emotional side of Tang Tang isn't what they want. So it starts to like shift away from what they image.
So, okay, I don't think it's even, maybe he's trying to explain other people's feelings. Like, wouldn't you rather just ask those fucking people to tell you how they feel then? Like, why are we making some stuff? Like, sorry, this isn't like against him. I'm just like, I don't understand this. Like, what are we saying? Like, just ask those, like, if you don't maybe like the character, I mean, that's fine. Some people will not like the character, but I don't understand this idea of like, well, you actually read the character's thing. Like, because of Enfield's story, you have to actually like hear the voice lines. I mean, you can skip the story in Enfield too, by the way. And like, you have story skippers in Enfield too. Yo, thanks for following, Dwagon. Thank you. On Twitch. I was supposed to fix my Twitch alerts, and I did not, but I will fix that for next stream. Anyway, thank you. Thanks for following. No Discord for YouTube? You just hate us? I need to put my Discord link in my YouTube bio. I guess I haven't done it yet, but I'll do that as well. I'll get on that as well. This point is extremely confusing to me because he's essentially saying characters are better because you headcanon them. Yeah, that's what I don't get either, bro. That's what I don't get either, bro. Like, that's not really a proper explanation. Like, if somebody doesn't like the character, I would just ask them, like, explain to me why you don't like this character. You know? I'm not gonna sit there and be like, it's because you haven't read this story in Arc Knights. That's why you like these characters, but like you actually read this character's story, so you don't like them here. Like,
of Tang Tang, and then that may alter how much they actually end up liking her, whether for better or worse. So, yeah. Does a character's appearance need to be not filler? No. I think characters in the game can be filler characters. I think the problem...
I like Kuki, but I think this is a case of him having many favorites in Arc Knights because they have years of lore, whereas there's not enough lore in Enfield for him to get invested, and then invents a bad take. It's like a fallacial argument. I don't know about necessarily even this term bad take. I would say, I mean, I guess, yeah, that's what you mean, but like, it's like it's a fallacy. It's like a, you know, you think that you're saying that, you know, Endfield is soulless while Arc Knights is not soulless, and you're saying that because you didn't read this story in Arc Knights, so like you invented your own, but like you actually read the story in Enfield, and thus you realize that you don't like the character and they're soulless. Like, okay. 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 He genuinely wants to make the argument that because people didn't read the story, they had... Oh, wait, I read that already, but yeah. Yeah, true. It was so true, I had to read it twice. Really struggling to put a feeling into a coherent idea, or he's thinking about it in real time. We're seeing that. Yeah, no, I mean, it is during a live stream. I mean, I'm doing the same thing, but it is during a live stream, so maybe he's just...
problem that Enfield has is, does that not feel like every character? Who's really a main here that Enfield has is, does that not feel like every character? Who's really a main here? Who's really someone that makes you go like, come on, deep dive for me, what this character story is? Like, if I were to say the answer, I don't think it's Enmin, I think it's Ardashir. Even AK has filler characters, yeah.
He said that Ardashir is the main... Sorry, what? Sorry, what? I mean, Enmin, you literally get Enmin's lore fucking told to you about like how they went and did such and such thing during the first war. They spread the civilization band. They fucking created the, like, as soon as civil war was about to break out between the factions, they created like the you know, civilization accords or whatever. And then they like first Agaloy war, second Agaloy war, from the cinders, like there's so many times where like it seemed like civilization was about to be wiped out and the Endmen did such and such thing. And then but every single time they had to go into hibernation, but now like this is their last hibernation. I mean, sorry, I just, what does that even mean? Every character is filler. Every character is just a filler character. Since when was YouTube the main chat room? It's not. I have both Twitch and YouTube combined now because I'm a technologically savvy streamer. And now they're both on screen and stuff. So argument can be done just as well for OG Arc Knights, just because you think most people don't read the OG Arc Knight story, so it's valid for Enfield. Does it make sense? Yeah. Yeah. I think this point boils down to people misinterpreting their headcanon interpretations of a character as soulful, whereas some people aren't able to imprint it on Enfield characters. Yeah. Well, if we sat down and had like an analytical discussion about Enfield characters, like we could make a soulful analysis for all of them, you know? Like I made a soulful analysis for Rossi wanting to like be a kid, right? And like there's like real stuff there. There's like real IRL. I mean, some of the most tragic stories of our time when we look at like war-torn areas where you look at the effects of war on children. There's studies. There's academic studies where they go and analyze the effects of like war on children. And I mean, one of them is that children, they don't act like children, you know, like children are supposed to like play and have fun and be silly and goofy, but like, you know, in war-torn areas, children are, you know, thinking, or like trying to like harvest food, and they're trying to think about like, you know, what the sound of an airplane sounds like when bombs are dropped. Like, you know, it's like shit like that, where like, you know, if you try and analyze it, like, yeah, like that says something about the world. That says something about like Rossi's past, about how she grew up, about like the pack and like the society, the environment, you know, like, you know, if you really wanted to analyze it, you could do that. Except it requires you having some like knowledge of like real world shit and having like read tons of other books and stories. And, you know, if you don't have that contextual knowledge, like maybe you wouldn't understand, but maybe if you've only read Arknights in your entire life, I mean, I don't, sorry, I lashed out. Exactly. It says you're spoon-fed what the characters are like in Enfield in full 3D and whatnot. In Arknights, you have more room for interpretation, and people tend to make them seem cooler. Yeah, their imagination tailors it to their, you know, preference. Probably means no Enfield characters stand out. Granted, this video was made before Rossi came out. With her, you have no excuse. I mean, bro, I could do the same thing. I could do the same analysis for probably other characters too, is a thing. Like, I don't know. Like the whole idea of like a main character, because he mentioned Ardashir as like the main, which is probably when he's talking about it, it's probably like the character he's the most curious about, or the character he's most like excited to see development for, which like is fine. Like everyone should have their own character, but like saying that every character in Enfield is filler, you know, like just, and like the thing is, what people will call a filler character could just be a character that like, you know, exists and like has their role in the world, like has their place, their niche role in the world, right? Like they just like Yvonne exists doing her thing. She'll continue doing her thing for Enfield. And that may be filler because she didn't have like this huge arc or something. She did have like a pretty emotional arc with her attachment to Tata and like her, you know, her like facade, and then that kind of crumbled, and then she like kind of was like, you know, it's too late, Volpez. I've described your game as soulless and mine as soulful. Holy shit, that was fucking tough. That was super tough. Oh my god. Yeah, if you don't read the story, you will like the characters more. Oh my gosh, bro.
Say the answer. I don't think it's Enmin. I think it's Ardashir. Even AK has filler characters. Yeah. Dapan is a very filler character. Is Rossi a filler character? Not entirely yet. The danger for Rossi, I feel, is that that's why I'm quite surprised that this was the approach that Enfield took, that they released a sibling straight off the bat. Well, ZZ released a sibling as well, the sibling being the main cast. But AK didn't release with siblings at the start. We did get siblings.
What is this about siblings, bro? Bro, we're just not, bro, this analysis, it's just not. What's a sibling? What does it have to do with anything? I don't know what this point even is. Like, the question was, is Rossi a filler character? And then the answer was, she has a sibling.
Straight off the bat. Well, ZZ released a sibling.
Does ZZZ have a sibling character? What does a sibling character have to do with anything?
As well, the sibling being the main cast. But AK didn't.
I think Last Riot and Li Fong both have way better designs than any limited character we've gotten so far. Dude, the standards are really good, honestly, though. You gotta admit, the standards look really good. I mean, all of them, like Pog. I guess Ardelia is kind of... I mean, Ardelia was free, so maybe it doesn't hit the same, but... that shit looks good, too, though. But yeah, like Last Riot, Li Fong, Pog, Ember, yeah. Reading light novel with a fake key image versus a movie. Yeah. Villain equals main character and everyone else is filler. I don't know what the definition of main and
siblings at the start. We did get siblings in AK. Oh no, we got Hibiscus and Lava in AK. Ham and Silver Ash as well.
Oh, hey, if you know your ZZ lore, I mean, technically Nicole and Andy are siblings because, you know, they have some like fake paperwork or whatever that their last name is both Damara. So, and also because they're like found family, I would say that Billy and Anby and Nicole are like sibling-esque. They're not blood related, but they're like found family, which is very beautiful and pure. If the filler story is not an Oscar bait, it's basically filler. What is filler? Like, what is a filler story?
No, but Yerek's story didn't happen that soon in Cliff Heart, right? Yerek was not touched on until like 3 years in the game. But there's a difference between Rossi and Wolfguard and Silver Ash, Paramedics, and Cliff Heart. At least for right now, they look like healthy, good siblings. So it makes you feel like there wouldn't be as much conflict as certain siblings that you see in other games. But in the case of this...
Wait, this is like, wait, I thought the sibling thing was over, but we're really harping on the... Does anybody understand the sibling thing? There has to be at least one person that understands what's trying to be said here. There has to be something to it, right? This is no real analysis, just slopping around. I mean, we're kind of slopping around, and I feel like we're doing a good job as a team effort. Good job, chat. Pound it for me. I think we're doing okay. Nicole, Anby, and Sissia, the three sisters, and cousin Soldier 11. I mean, Sissia... Oh, wait, did they adopt Sissia? No, right? No, Sissia just pretended to be Nicole. I don't even know... She doesn't even know Nicole and Anby yet, I guess. What does this mean? Yeah, I don't know. Can all the Enfield fans and OG Arknight fans make out like Sonic Mario memes? Y'all are giving money to Hypergift in different flavors. Bro, there's no beef between OG Arknights and Enfield. We're all united. Everyone is united. We're a strong united front. There's no beef between any communities. It's like we're just looking at the analysis. And like I said, I pointed out in my one video the whole like Arknights elitism, where like I did not say all people. I described a very specific like pattern of behavior. And said this behavior is bad. I didn't say like all such and such people either.
I wouldn't say it's all that bad. I do think that it's not so much about their sibling relation.
Sorry, we keep talking about the sibling. Like, I don't know what that means.
Explore on when it comes to Rossi and Wolfguard.
Okay, so okay, maybe I get it. I think he's saying that the only thing of substance about Rossi is that she's a sibling to Wolfguard. And that's all we like know about her, basically. So that's the only thing of substance. So maybe that's why he's talking about it. I mean, in which case you just don't understand the character, but you know, if it was before Rossi came out, I mean, I don't know. I think he's saying something like they could have milked the sibling arc more and they have good chemistry. It makes for a less interesting story. Okay.
Thing that they want to explore on is the pact, which the pact is almost like a concept similar to something that happens in AK. So in that sense, that's very interesting, setting up for Rossi. But if you take a look at like the Silver Ash...
Okay, so basically the sibling thing was the only thing that he found interesting about
that one.
The character. So that was him, that was like the depth or whatever.
It's full of conflict. We already doomed siblings. Well, dooming siblings is fine for the sake of a storyline. Adelia is a filler character. Yeah, Adelia pains me. Like, if...
I mean, but here's the thing about the filler character thing. It's because in Enfield, I think that Hypergriff is making a decision to not do the typical gacha-slop thing of like, you know, every time a character's on banner, you have to like cram them into the story. I think they're kind of maybe doing that now with like Tongkong and Mifu, but during Valley 4, you know, we had like Lavitain wasn't in the main story. Gilberta wasn't in the main story. I think they were like cuts, but like Yvonne was like briefly in the main story, but wasn't like the main part. Like there seemed to be some effort to constrict the cast to a smaller group, so you could have more emphasis on those characters. So when you talk about filler with Ardelia, I mean, Ardelia was there to be in like in the outpost quest, you know, she's like a geologist or something, right? That's what she does. She was literally just doing her job for Enfield. She was just, which I think is pretty cool, actually, now that I think about it. It's just like, this is an Enfield operator doing their job. Like, this is the point of Enfield, right? Is like the civilization, to spread the civilization band and spread like in the fires of industry to the boonies. So she was just there, like helping out. And then you just go there and you stumble across and she's like helping, you know, like, that's the thing, is like, the characters need to be more than that. When you have a story that is going through like, you know, dozens and dozens, possibly over 100 characters, you know, does every character need to be like the main character for 21 days? Like that's what Wuwa does. Like every character is the main character for 21 days, and then their banner ends, and then the next character has to be the main character, so like that person's fucking gone, you know? Versus like, this was just Ardelia, you know, doing her job. I only have beef with Enfield the game. That's how it should be. Pound it. That's wholesome. That's good. Like, yeah, because it's fine to like criticize the game or whatever. Even if you fucking hate Enfield, that's fine. We're not gonna like, not everyone's gonna like every game. That's like definitionally, like any good game is gonna appeal to some people and not appeal to others. Like, that's fine. But like, what's important is that we're good to each other, right? We're kind to each other. That was wholesome. That was wholesome. That was a wholesome moment. Isn't it better to have a character with relationships to other characters, siblings of that one, coworkers of another? Yeah, no. Yeah, the having like characters interact with other playable characters, that's really important. Yeah, that's really important. And I mean, like I said, like we've talked about this all earlier, you know, I'm not a blind Enfield glazer. I think there's a lot of ways where Enfield can and needs to improve. I mean, if you look at the way that Genshin did Nod Cry, it was probably one of the best ways that I've seen I mean, I haven't played stuff like Limbus Company or whatever, but of the ones that I've played, the way that Genshin did Nod Cry was revolutionary, at least for like Hoyoverse storytelling, because they actually had all of these characters interacting. You saw like different facets of a character by seeing them interact with someone else, right? It wasn't just like everyone's looking at the MC, everyone's talking to the MC, nobody talks to each other. You had characters who were like interacting with like they would like split up and go in different groups, and then like the MC wouldn't even be there. And then you'd see the way like this group dynamic is, like the, you know, like the like Wanderer or like Scaramouche, Albedo, Durin group. Like that was really cool to see. You know, you'd see like Arlecchino with Child. You saw Arlecchino with like Sandrone and Columbina. You saw like Dansleaf with Columbina. Like, so yeah, like that's good. And that's the way it should be, especially for Enfield, where the theme is like, you know, employees together strong. So Kuki is Tobro light. I think Kuki's doing his best, but Kuki's doing his best. I think it's some of his chat that hates Enfield the most.
If anything, I'm sort of more pissed with the reconveners.
But I disagree with a lot of these takes, because like I just feel like and also because if you were trying to see the best in Enfield, this isn't necessarily how you would analyze it, right? Like if you really, really liked Enfield and were like really wanting to see the best in it, I feel like this is not the way you would analyze it, but you know.
Than I am when they were in AK.
Like I'm good at cope, so like I can turn things like, oh, Ardelia was just a minor character, or like she was just doing her job for Enfield, that adds to world building, that adds to immersiveness. Like that could just be cope, honestly. But like in some ways, like if I think about it, in some ways it's fine. Like I don't need Ardelia to be like the main heroine of her own story for like a whole story arc. Like maybe sometimes Ardelia is just a geologist who's like going around helping outposts to like do shit and to like build themselves up. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe that's all some characters need to be, you know? I think Kuki has been corrupted by doom posting from his chat. But if you read the comments, I think there's a certain amount of like audience capture of like anti-Enfield audience capture, you know what I'm saying? Like Enfield needs to do something, anything. Like there's a lot of critiques here that just I don't even know where a lot of this stuff is coming from. This is like a freaking, you know, Arknights reference. In Arknights, I see a character and I want to read their story. At Enfield, I read their story and feel nothing because they're trying to sell me this character. That's the difference. I mean, that's like the most meaningless comment I've ever read in my entire life. Like, that's just your opinion. Like, is your opinion stated as like generalized fact, you know? Like, okay, you didn't like it. Whatever. That's your fucking right as a human being with free will, but like, that's not factual. That is not a factual statement. Like, and also like in Arknights, I see a character. So like you see a 2D character and that makes you fall in love with them and want to know their story. So it's not even their story. It's the 2D splash art. And Enfield, I actually read the story and I hate them. Okay.
Because you don't know them at the same.
My copium supplies are fully empty, I'm afraid. Don't worry, I got you. That's what I'm here for. That's my job. If all characters are hogging the spotlight, then no one is. Yeah, it's kind of like a give and take, you know? Not every character can be the main character. And like I said, bro, when I think when Wua has this problem of making every banner character the main character of like their story quest. But then because by definition the next banner character has to be the main character, they don't even let characters be side characters after that. They just fucking disappear, dog. Like they are just gone. And maybe some people like that kind of storytelling, but like that's like Wua's very intentionally like approach to storytelling, you know? And like sometimes I feel like if the alternative is that some characters are minor, quote unquote filler characters, like filler being used as a derogatory term when it's like maybe they're just there to fill in the world building, you know? They're just there to fill in your immersion, fill in the world building, to like make Enfield, to like create this impression of Enfield Industries, right? Because like Ardelia is there as a representative of like Rhodes Island and Enfield Industries, you know? That's not a too compelling of a character then. Like sure, not every character has to be special, but at the same time, they don't have to be a plumber with nothing interesting about it. I mean, yeah, like your mileage will vary, I guess, on some of these more side characters. Like what could Ardelia do to be more, I mean, like maybe the outpost quest was not the best, like most interesting. But like what could they do? What could Ardelia do? Like, yeah, it could always be better. It could have been better. Like foundation, the thing is foundationally, like not saying that Ardelia was like, the outpost quest was the most interesting, but also like, you know, it's not a sign of a bad game or bad writing if like some characters are playing like, you know, secondary, tertiary roles to other characters who are more elevated, you know? Why are we complaining about her minor story when Pog, Ember, and Last Rite are not in the story at all? Yeah.
Level. Like I haven't even read So Long Adele because the reconveners in this game than I am when they were in AK because you don't know them at the same level. Like I haven't even read So Long Adele. I'm sure So Long Adele is like a 100 times better experience than meeting Ardelia for the first time here. So it's a huge issue that Enfield just has, which I guess comes back to the main point that we of.
What does that person mean about team Z7? What is that? Whether we're in the first patch, these people seriously expect everything to be fleshed out immediately. Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said about these web novels type stories that have constant updates. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you gotta wait for all the pieces to fall together. Thing is, I think that the Enfield devs are hearing the feedback on the story and are going to be maybe writing it differently in the future. Because you have to remember that all of this stuff was like already written and developed. And at this point, I would rather just see, like, rather than last minute rewrites for Wu Ling or whatever, I'd rather just see them deliver like their vision for Wu Ling as a complete story. And then like when they're going forward, writing like the next stories or whatever, to take in the feedback on that, you know? And I do think that Wu Ling has already improved. Like, because if you look at it like in the like in the timeline of development, like all of Valley 4 was probably done at the very beginning. And so like as they fucking developed over the years, they like figured out what was wrong there, maybe fixed it, and then like started fixing it in Wu Ling. So like you could say they're already on the trajectory of improving it, right? Because like it's not like all of that was made at the same time. Like Valley 4 I think was made first. I think they talked about that. And then that obviously like got rewrites and became a Frankenstein's monster. But then Wu Ling would have been developed after all of that. And so they probably have like learned some lessons from development and took those lessons into like the future patches. So Cardathea and Carlotta got good treatment as side characters. Maybe Cardathea, but I don't know about Carlotta. Maybe I'm biased because I love Jennifer English and I think that Carlotta should have just replaced Abby and been our companion for the entirety of Wuthering Waves' story. I'd still be playing Wuthering Waves if they did that, by the way, if Carlotta was just traveling with us everywhere and Jennifer English was just... I could listen to Jennifer English give me any, like they could give her 3 hours of fucking exposition dumping and I would listen to Jennifer English do it. She's too talented. Last patch, Wua actually made it better. They made a dating sim with a few characters from the last couple patches. Are you talking about the that little like party event thing where you went to the party and you saw some characters? Yeah, I did play that thinking that it would be this. Even then, you really didn't talk to the characters that much. They had like a few lines of dialogue, but if that's what you meant.
Why we're talking about this, that they're soulless. Someone Adele shows the main character. I mean, here's another way to put it. Enfield only has 26 characters right now. Or is it 25? 25 characters, including Rossi. Hyundai main story, everyone. There's less characters.
Z7 or 4 stars? Oh, Team Z7. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. Okay. Ardelia's the GOAT. She kept them united and was the one to be the most rational in 2 boys fight. Yeah, I don't even remember the Outpost quest that much. Yeah, now that you're talking about it, I remember that. Like, she was like the mediator, you know? She was the mediator. Which, I mean, even then you could say, like, that's characterization for her. She was the cool head, you know? She mediated. She brought peace. Like, I mean, in a way, I mean, I don't actually, now that you mention it, if I'm doing my copium analysis, like, in a way, that's kind of like Enfield's job, right? Like Enfield, and she kind of shows the necessity of Enfield as an organization because like that outpost would have gone to shit if like the Enfield representative wasn't there to help. And obviously like Enman and stuff, but like, you know, it shows why Enfield is needed in the world, right? To help spread the civilization band in a way. There you go. Those are Ardelia world building analysis. This is implying we will never get more development on these characters. Pog, Ember, Lastra, etc. don't appear, but we're assuming we'll never get to see them. Or Ardelia. I mean, we did see Ardelia, so I don't know if or when she'll come back, but I do expect Pog, Ember, and Lastra at some point to make an appearance, right? They have to, right? I think Pog and Ember, I don't know about Lastra, but I know Pog and Ember are in like the northern Arctic Russian region, aren't they? So like maybe when we go there, we'll actually see them there. Mifu is the mediator for Wu Ling and Xingbo. Oh yeah, she does also have history. She has history with the Stockade and now she's like the perfect mediator character. Yeah. Yeah, Carlotta only had a couple cameos. Yeah, yeah. Love when stories are judged on assumptions. I wish Ardelia's Prey was a little better, but you can't definitively say so long. Hold on, I'm just fucking. You can't say that Ardelia's is better if you haven't watched the story. Adele's is better. Wait, is Adele? I don't know why I just dropped my spaghetti everywhere. Is Adele the OG Arknights version?
Characters to write for. They can give everyone good screen time, but they don't. Like I find it's
No, they can't.
They can give everyone good screen time, but they don't.
No, they don't. No, they can't. Wrong. Fact check. You know those annoying people on Twitter who are like, fact check, actually. They fucking can't, sorry. What do you mean they can give everyone good screen time? Even with 25 characters, you understand if they gave, what do you define as good screen time? Like 3 to 5 hours? If they gave every character 5 hours with 25 characters, you're at 125 hours of story. If they gave them 3, then that's 75 hours of story. What does that mean? You can give everyone... Should Ardelia's Outpost quest have been 3 hours long? Is that what you wanted to see? No, like seriously. Because we just let people get away with saying stuff like that. They just get away with saying shit like that. But like take that thread and carry it through to its logical conclusion. You want 125 hours of like just pure... That's like of just straight dialogue, by the way. Like if you were to sit down and watch it like a movie... You want 125 hours of story? What does that even mean? They have less characters, so they give them less characters. Like, and that's not how writing even works, right? Because let's look at it from a different way. But like, that's not how writing works, where like every character gets certain screen time. Like, you write a story that makes sense. So like in a coherent story, not every character is going to get like some insane amount of screen time that's gonna like, some characters will have more, some will have less, some characters have a different role than others. I mean, like, did Yvonne need 5 hours of like story? Is that what we're talking about? I mean, what does that even mean? Like, should Yvonne like would people be happy if these story quests were like 5 hours long? Like legitimately, I'm asking legitimately, like, should Lav, Gilberta, Yvonne, should they have been like 3 to 5 hours long, like a movie for each of them? What is the cost of that? What is the development cost of that? What content do we lose for that? You know, like, and will everyone enjoy that? I don't know what that.
There's less 25 characters, including Rossi. Can't they mean story everyone? There's less characters to write for. They can give everyone good screen time, but
that's just wrong.
Like
just wrong.
I find it strange that I
wrong.
feel that the story writing of Enfield is weaker than AK, considering how...
Do you find it strange? For me, hearing that from Kuki is like the least strange thing I've heard in the past like 3 months. And the fucking president just said some shit about destroying a civilization or something. And hearing Kuki talk about like OG Arknights' story is better than Enfield is like the least strange thing I've heard in the past 3 months. So I don't know. Like, is it strange?
Way more character. Right,
sorry, kind of lashed out a little bit.
Is weaker than AK, considering how AK has way more character. Like, that makes me question. It doesn't sound intuitive to me because AK has so many characters to write for, but I feel really good about this writing that AK has in terms of how they develop a character.
It's strange. I just like this one better. Can we like enunciate why?
Enfield has less. When Enfield has less, doesn't that make for Enfield to do good? You feel
oh man, bro. I mean, what a great analysis. Like
I know too much about AK.
What a great analysis.
Doesn't that make for a character? But I feel really good about this writing that AK has.
He definitely took the gloves off for that one. I mean, I don't know. You know.
Character. And Enfield has less. When Enfield has less, doesn't that make for Enfield to do good? You feel like I know too much.
Like, because Enfield has less characters, that means that well, are they have a higher standard or like, oh, okay, wait, but like a story with like a, I don't even know what's being said, bro. I don't even know what's being said. Like, it's like we let statements like that get away because is that like an explanation for why the story is bad or like why someone doesn't like the story? Like, he's just more invested on the other one. Yeah. Arknights is a visual novel. Of course, it spends more time with all the characters. I mean, yeah, like a story can, yeah, if it's written like a book, but it's like it's not a complete argument. That's the reason. Like, I can't really. What do you even say? Because it's not a complete argument. It's like it's like if you were to come to argue with me and you're like, you know, I'm gonna argue that why is chocolate ice cream better than vanilla ice cream, and I say like, you know, and like when you're baking cookies, it's really important that you use browned butter when you're baking chocolate chip cookies, you know. And then you're just like, wait, but like you were trying to prove why chocolate is better than, and I'm like, no, listen. You have to brown your butter when you're making chocolate chip cookies. No, but like, no, but like chocolate ice cream. No. Stop. Listen to me. You have to brown your butter with your cookies, and you have to sprinkle salt as like a finishing salt after they're done baking. It's like I don't even know how it's related, honestly. Read an average Arknight story out loud. It takes hours. Imagine that in 3D RPG form. I mean, because every line needs to be voiced as well. Yeah. Because then it would take hours because every line is being read out loud by the VAs. Writing characters on paper in a novel is easier than creating a scene in a 3D game. Yeah, it requires just a different like way of telling the story, a different skill set, you know. Like like literature and reading is just so powerful. I think it's still like the maybe the greatest form of storytelling, right? Because like it nurtures your imagination and like you get to use your imagination for like visualizing things, right? So it's so powerful and like, but you know, when you're watching a story like a movie, you don't get like narration, exposition. There can't be like description of what a character is doing or looks like or what certain things look like. It's like they have to show it, and it's just different. It's just different. Doesn't mean that, you know, it shouldn't still be entertaining, and like Enfield shouldn't still do a good job with entertaining, but you know, I'm also just not seeing any like hard analysis. I'm not seeing any hard analysis on like why certain characters like miss the mark, or you know, like I'm hearing that like Rossi had a sibling or something, and that Ardelia felt like filler because the screen time and the, you know, I don't know, something like that. But like,
and that damaged my Enfield experience. Well, a lot of people don't like that I brought up AK in my
wait, this is the part. Hold on, everybody lock in for a sec. This is the part I was thinking about earlier. Doctor hasn't had a specific goal early Arknights aside from the being a tactician. Love Kooky, but not gonna lie, this video makes me not even want to watch to completion and pretend he never made it. I mean, I generally like Kooky, I guess. I don't know. I feel like I'm just at a point where I just like don't want to let certain things go. Like I just want to argue everything. Like fuck it, bro. Like let's just argue. Like let's just argue everything. Like you know, like certain statements are made, and it's like if you're just trying to like throw feedback out because, you know, I really like this game and I genuinely want it to be better, you know, like good faith type. Like if you're just throwing feedback out, it's like let the devs filter through it or whatever. But if like the channel has become about like why do Enfield characters feel soulless? By the way, this to some part was added afterwards. Like this is fucking spineless, but like Like, just own it, you know, like, just own it. Because, like, he clearly agrees. He doesn't like any of the characters, he doesn't like the story. He, like, clearly agrees, you know. This is like fucking Marie Antoinette, like, let them eat cake, you know. But it's like you obviously don't like it. Just fucking own it. Like, you don't like it. Stop fucking cosplaying as like an Enfield enjoyer. Like, you hate this fucking game. Like, it's kind of clear to me, you know. Like, kind of clear to everybody. Like, you scroll down to the comments, it's pretty clear like who this video is being made for, you know. There's hundreds of people that just like fucking hate Enfield and like don't actually, they're not there to like, I hope it gets better. They're kind of just like shitting on it. Like, that's the extent of their, you know, maybe they still play it, maybe they just shit on it, but like, is it my job to like parse through like a like lazy criticism? Like, people just kind of venting their emotions. Like, there's venting your emotions about something, and then there's like actually like let's talk, let's have a discussion about something, you know. Let's think through, let's like think about it, let's analyze, you know. Like, if I'm gonna think about what makes a story good, like, let me draw on like these 6 other books that I've read, and let me make like connections to like this author and like that story and that character, you know. Like, I don't know, dog. I don't know. But Rossi has a sibling, guys, don't forget. Rossi has a sibling, so I came back at the right time. I feel so good about the writing in a game where I don't read the story. Thumbs up emoji. That's what I call fence sitting. I mean, that's definitionally fence sitting, brother. Like, the thing is, like, he's playing devil's advocate on some. I saw him kind of taking the kind of tugging back on some people that just straight up don't like it. Can you say something? Yeah, okay, plastics. You already said something, but like, I'll let you say one more thing. Oh, fence shitting. Oh yeah, well, I don't know, bro. There's some like part of it is like, yeah, he's like going back and forth. Some of it he's like explaining, but I really do think like he just doesn't like Enfield or the story, and I just think he doesn't like it. Honestly, at least like every time I watch a video of his, it's like, you know.
A lot of people don't like that I brought up AK in.
Okay, yeah, lock in for this part. Halen's razor is probably just tunnel vision. Yeah, I don't have any like malice or ill will or anything. I mean, I'm just saying, like, wait, did something just happen? Oh, that's okay. I don't know. I don't have any like ill will. I'm just saying, like, since the format of Arknight's storytelling is through the visual novel format, Kuki doesn't understand why you can't translate text descriptors into actually high fidelity cutscenes. Yeah, kind of. I mean, I think I mean, maybe he does understand. I don't know if I'd assume like, because he hasn't made any like, every time he kind of brings up Arknights, I don't ever hear anything like, you know. I heard there was something about Amiya, how like, but even then, like, when he's explaining it, something about Amiya where when you're doing the story, you're kind of wondering, there's something to her where you're wondering her origin and her backstory and, you know, her motivation or whatever. Like, so like, okay, you're wondering, maybe it invokes curiosity or something, but like, basically the context of that was that like a character is better if there's stuff to learn about them, whereas like there are things to learn about other characters. So you heard of hate watchers, but have you heard of hate players? I mean, I hate played Destiny 2 for a little bit, you know. I kind of understand.
Few review videos from time to time. But my simple reply is it my fault that Hyperglyph put AK in their game title?
Oh my god, bro. There's no way. There's no way, bro. Oh my god. Oh. I'd love to listen to a podcast with you and him. He'd open to it too if you'd want. He'd be open to it. I don't know. I don't know if he would. I'm kind of afraid I'm burning a bridge here with this React, but you know, it is what it is. Maybe, who knows? I need to prepare. The thing is, like, for a discussion, I need to prepare. I need like preparation and stuff. You can't. It's hard. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. This is why I say this is his first time expressing his thoughts on anything story related, since he used to be a skipper. He doesn't have a coherent thoughts on writing or lacks terms. Yeah, I guess we can have some grace and say that, you know, he's just talking on stream and he hasn't like written out like a video essay or anything to like think through an analysis on certain things, which would maybe be a better representation of his thoughts. But, you know, at the same time, I feel like we're doing a good job of having a back and forth about talking about the things. I mean, like I can pull references to other stories off the dome. Like, I mean, I read a lot of stories. So I don't know, like if you're gonna, if you know, like, I mean, I also like, I've for so long, I've been on this like booktube. I've been part of like the booktuber shit where you know, people analyze, like, I've watched like 1,000 videos of like Avatar: The Last Airbender analysis and like Lord of the Rings analysis and like hundreds of hours of like Game of Thrones analysis, even though I don't even fucking like Game of Thrones that much, but some of the analysis is good. As a Destiny player, I know what true pain is. Kinda, yeah. Plastics, did you ever say the thing you were trying to say? He just said, "Can I say something?" And then I think he just left. That's crazy. Yeah, like the whole Arc Knights, I was kind of processing this in the background. Like the whole like Arc Knights is in the game title, bro. Like, can we just watch that again?
You feel like I know too much about AK and that damaged my Enfield experience. Well, a lot of people don't like that I brought up AK in my Enfield review videos from time to time. But my simple reply is it my fault that Hyperglyph put AK in their game title? I think this comes with the conversation of like Honkai Impact and HSR.
Bro, he said that like it was such a good point, by the way. This is one of the things that, this was like, honestly, this was the statement that made me want to do this reacting on stream. Like, he's like, look at the way he says this. He says it like, I fucking got him. Yes. Arc Knights is in the fucking title. Yes. Like, look at this.
Time to time. But my simple reply is...
Sorry, I'm like burning a bridge right now. I'm sorry, I don't mean it. I'm just lashing out.
My fault.
Sorry, I don't mean it. I'm sorry. It's this isn't who I am, except maybe it is, but you know.
Hyperglyph put AK in their game title. I think this... But my simple reply is it my fault that Hyperglyph put AK in their game title?
Got him. Yes, that's my fucking king right there. You fucking tell him. Fucking bouncing on it. Yes. Thank you. Why'd they put Arc Knights in the fucking title then? God. They put Witcher in Witcher 3, so I'm disappointed it's not a book. Villain arc confirmed. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I just can't believe that's like a thing. Like, because they put Arc Knights in the title, like that doesn't mean anything, brother. That means nothing. That means it exists in the same universe.
I think this comes with the conversation of like...
That's it. It literally means nothing else. Like, what else can you say? Like, oh, because it has Arc Knights in the title, it should be the same quality as Arc Knights? Okay, well, it's a fucking story that is occupying my time, so it should have the same quality as Lord of Mysteries, which is another, like, I could be reading Lord of Mysteries. I could be doing my second reread of Lord of Mysteries as I'm watching the Endfield story, because like that's a good story. Like your time is equal amongst all things. So like that doesn't mean anything. Like, okay, the OG Arc Knight should be as good as Lord of Mysteries. OG Arc Knight should be as good as Lord of the Rings. Like generational fiction. Generational fiction. You know, why isn't it the same? Arc Knights has knights on it. Why isn't it as good as you know, the King Arthurian legend, another generational mythology. Why isn't it as good as Knights of the Second Kingdoms, my GOAT George R. R. Martin novella, the best shit he's ever made, that he also won't finish, by the way, because he'll never finish anything, even though it's like a 50-page novella. He just needs to write like 4 more. It's 50 pages, and he can't do it. Why isn't it as good as that? It has Knights in the fucking title. It has Ark in the title. Why isn't it as good as the Noah's Ark story from the Bible? That's in the Bible. It's been told for thousands of years. Why isn't it as good? It's the same. Anyway. Showing his true colors, drama streamer. All right, mods, take them out back. We don't accept dissenters. We don't accept dissenters. Just kidding. I don't have any mods. I mean I do, but you know. Company will obviously use the fact that Arknight's IP is popular. It's normal for companies to leverage their IP to increase popularity. Like from a business standpoint, yeah, but I mean, dude, even from a like, if the lore of the world is so good, and like if you've put all this work into developing the lore, which is like hard to do, you know. If you've done all of this, like, why not just have more stories in the same universe? George R. R. Martin does it all the fucking time for his A Song of Ice and Fire universe. Like, he's got House of the Dragon. He's got the Blood and Fire, like Targaryen history. He's got, of course, the Game of Thrones books, like A Song of Ice and Fire books. He's got the Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. He's got like future, like Jon Snow fucking. I don't know who wants that. Nobody fucking wants that. Just write more Dunk and Egg stories anyway. But like, he's got like that. He went and I was gonna tell you he wrote Elden Ring's lore. But anyway, like that's if the world is good, you can place all sorts of stories. Like George R. R. Martin could write like another 100 stories in A Song of Ice and Fire universe, and bro, that's like a mid-tier fucking universe. That's like everything's like a ripoff from real life history. And there's like 2 continents or something on that universe. So like, he could write another 100 years. Like if it just exists in the same universe, that's all it is. It exists in the same universe. It has some connections. Anyway, I'm kind of crashing out and it's like, but it has Arknights in the name. Sorry, I'm burning bridges, but I'm sorry, it had to be said.
Honkai Impact and HSR.
No one has ever made this comparison, by the way.
You put AK in the title, what?
What does it mean? What does it mean? Honkai Impact and Honkai Star Rail, bro? What does that mean? Can I be a mod? We'll talk about it later. We'll figure out. Like, okay, sorry. Let's just like listen to it in its completeness really quick.
Put AK in their game title. I think this comes with the conversation of like Honkai Impact and HSR. It's like, you put AK in the title, what? My fault to expect an AK experience, man. That's why whenever people
What is an AK experience? Also, we just let that evidence comparison just go by. No one has ever said that Honkai Star Rail should deliver the Honkai Impact 3rd experience because it has Honkai in the name. Like, people literally just expect like universal comparison, and like, you know, you get like XPs, like you get Raiden A, you get Acheron, you get Raiden Boss and Mori May. Chills, by the way, during that scene, but like, Enfield doesn't utilize Arknight's lore, it makes it worse. Okay, I mean that's maybe the one thing that you could say you're disappointed on, but I feel like it kind of, I don't know much about Arknight's lore. I do know about the Originium stuff, but also usually the thing is for these series, what we've seen with like Genshin and Star Rail and all this stuff, like the connections will usually be like not like in the forefront. They'll be there, but sometimes it takes time to build up to these connections because those are kind of big moments. Like, oh my god, this is that thing from Arknights, you know? But I think as far as like Originium and stuff goes, I feel like kind of, you know, anyway. I think this is Knights Enfield, not Knights 2. Yeah, if it was Knights 2 and if it was a 2D tower defense game, you could say that I expected an Knights experience. But like, when people say Knights experience, basically they just mean I want to enjoy it. Like I like Arknights. I have fun when I play Arknights. I want to have fun when I play Enfield. So basically, like, okay, first of all, you don't like Enfield, obviously, but like, there's no such thing as an Arknights experience. Like the only way an Arknights experience would be relevant is if it was Arknights 2. Then you could say, okay, this is an Arknights experience. But like, it's not a 2D tower defense game, brother. Like it's not the same game. It's not even comparable at all. It's like, it might as well, like, if it helps you to conceptualize, like, it's just conceptualize it as like Endfield. To just remove Arknights from the name. Like, if that helps you to conceptualize. I mean, Arknights is in the name because it's in the same universe, but a story skipper talking about Arknights experience. He must have gone back and read the story though. I don't know if he's still a story skipper. I'm sure he's read the whole thing, right? Lord of the Rings is a great example. Oh no, sorry, TLOTR? What is that? That's the Lord of the Rings, yeah, sorry. I think if you don't have deep understanding of some parts of the lore and very observant with Enfield files, it makes the Enfield files. Sorry. It makes it seem like it just actively makes no sense and goes against the entire point of Arknights. Okay. So you have an issue with how the lore is used. I mean, that, like, yeah, like, share your opinion on that, give your feedback on that. Like, that's like one of the, that's like the main, primary, if not only, like, area of expertise through which an Arknights player, I think, has like a great, like, wealth of knowledge, and like their opinion is very valuable, you know, if they're talking about the way the lore is used. That's like where I would defer. Like, I would want to hear from like Arknights players on that sort of thing, you know? Enfield makes the lore worse by turning oripathy into a non-issue. I did hear about that. Hand-waving all the racism and social and social issues of having been solved. What I'll say about that is that, like, that's just not what Enfield is about, you know? I don't think that's the theme of Enfield. Maybe that's the overall, like, theme of Arknights. But I think the reason they do that is because, like, that's not what Enfield is really about. Like we talked about, Enfield is about, like, the societal struggle, you know, like, you know, wage slaves together strong, you know what I'm saying? Excuse me. It's not really about the whole, like, struggles of, like, racism. Like, Arknights apparently does a good job of that, and, like, that's kind of their thing. I don't think they need to saying about the oripathy. Like, I get it. If you think it was, like, hand waved away or something. He hasn't read the whole thing last time you checked? Oh, okay. Most likely only read recent stuff. They haven't dabbled into world politics? Yeah, this impression I've gotten is that Arknights does a lot of world politics, and Enfield is more of, I don't know, like, I would like to see more, like, it is interesting, the kind of existential struggle of, like, civilization against, the, like, force that is trying to destroy it. Because in that way, honestly, the tension doesn't have to come from, like, the antagonist, but like the way that Ardashir is set up, right? Which is like, the people of the civilization will have opposing views on how to continue the civilization and, like, what the best way to do it is. So it's like tension within, like, you know, like you know that movie, like, Don't Look Up, like, the whole idea where, like, we should all be banding together, but there's inevitably still going to be, like, human conflict, and, like, how will that stuff, I don't know, like, that sort of stuff could be interesting. But, like, yeah, like the land breakers, I'm kind of, like, in that sense, it's like Bone Crushers could be more fleshed out. Sometimes they could just be like a narrative device, but maybe the tension didn't quite hit, you know? I'm an Arknights player and I disagree with those arguments. Yeah. You're probably talking about the, like, a oripathy and stuff thing. the whole objective of Rose Island in OG Arknights is to make Aripathy a lesser issue. I feel like in a way it like that's actually kind of a way to pay homage. Isn't it a way to pay homage to OG Arknights? This is another thing I thought about when I saw that conversation taking place with like Perlica just like giving the shot or whatever, and it was like, oh, not, you know, not an issue. Because like if the entire struggle of Arknights is like dealing with that sort of thing, not the entire struggle, but if that's like a big like thing in Arknights, it almost like is cool if like you can see that like that those efforts bore fruit into the future, and like now like these people don't necessarily have to deal with that issue, you know. Wage Slave Together Strong made my day. Yeah, it's a pretty good one actually. It's a pretty good one. The people went in Arknights 2.0 and they're upset that Enfield isn't it. I mean, the thing is, like, Arknights 2.0 is just, like, future Arknights patches, like, unfortunately, you know, like, Arknights is not EOSing anytime soon, like, it's just going to continue. It's just going to continue. OG Arknights has people murdering civilians, discrimination, plague, generally a lot of suffering, so I feel like it's an understandable shock. Like, the lack of a darker tone, I saw some people saying. Yeah. I get it. I don't think, maybe they'll end up putting that in, but again, I don't necessarily think it has to have that stuff. Like if it replaces it with something else that is compelling, you know? Like, because with like Lord of the Rings, for example, like something that, you know, George R. R. Martin, I don't know how George R. R. Martin criticizes Tolkien. He doesn't criticize Tolkien, but he like nitpicks on this thing where it's like, sorry, not nitpick. It's like he's describing the difference between him and Tolkien. Where like Tolkien set up this very like this it's like the forces of good versus the forces of darkness, right? Which is very like black and white. But like Sauron and Saruman and are like the evil, they represent evil. And I mean there is nuance because like they're used as devices to showcase like what Tolkien views as evil. And for example, like one view Tolkien has of evil is that evil can only destroy and is incapable of creating anything. So like Sauron and Saruman, they're like very evil. They're only capable of destroying. They don't create. So anyway, but like, you know, and Martin like makes things like very black and white. So what I'm saying is that if Enfield could have this sort of dichotomy between like, this is civilization and like, these are the anti-civilization forces, but in the same way, they could make a very beautiful kind of like statement on like how do you resist this force that can only destroy, you know? Like you have to like that, like it showcases that like good is capable of like creating order and creating like beauty, and you know what I'm saying? Like creating something versus like a force that can only destroy something. So, you know, they could go for like the same thing if they can replace it with that sort of thing. You know, Arknights has easy correlation to IRL events, so like realism. Yeah, it did strike me from the beginning of Arknights. I do remember that. Yeah. I can see why you'd see it as a good reference, but I think it's actually worse. They kept Aripathy, but essentially doesn't do anything now. Pay homage to OG. Paying homage to OG would have been an actual cure. Is there a way? I thought the people with Aripathy are able to do arts, and that's why like they're able to do arts, but it's like a sickness. Is that wrong? I thought it's the reason they have those powers is like the sickness or whatever. It's like a side effect to the power system in a way. Like you get powers, but you also have a downside. That was my understanding of it, but you know. Could you completely cure it and then still have people with like arts powers? I will have order, yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, that's why Zhongli's the GOAT. That's why he's, you know. They had a cure for Aripathy. Arknight's vets would have crashed out instead on Enfield, hand-waving Aripathy as an issue. Yeah. Dude, I really don't understand the... I just, like, using the Honkai Impact and Honkai. I mean, this is what I mean by like statements that we just can't let them go anymore. Like we gotta answer some of those statements, right? Like because that's used as
of like
the whole like
Honkai Impact and HSR. It's like
the whole like Honkai Impact and HSR. Like that's all he said about it, right? That is not in any way evidence to why like Arknights being in the name of Knights Enfield implies that there should be like a quote unquote Arknights experience. We kind of talked about there's no such thing as an Arknights experience if you actually think about it. The only, there's no such thing. Like you can tell me if there's like a Arknights experience. Like I just don't think there's such a thing as like a because like the Arknights experience is Arknights, right? Like I don't get it. I don't.
You put AK in the title, what? My fault to expect an AK experience. Man. That's why whenever people complain like, "Oh, bro, you're talking too much about AK," why you bring up AK? Why you bring up AK game modes?
Wait, he knows. Do you think he watched my video?
Like,
do you think he watched my last video, guys? Oh man, I think he knows. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Let him cook.
Ask yourself why I bring up AK game modes. Like, is that not like? Rather, I talk about Genshin Impact. You want me to compare to Genshin Impact when I make my reviews? You want me to compare to what? Wuthering Waves? Like that's not it. What? They're not the same devs. Do I expect?
Oh, dude, he's like right there. Oh, he even said they're not the same devs.
Do I have the same expectations?
Oh, he's like right there, bro. He's like right there. He just doesn't get it. Yes. I want a comprehensive comparison between other games of the same genre. Yes. Like it's more suitable to compare Endfield to Wuthering Waves and Genshin, especially if you're talking about like character story and story presentation. Dude, you could compare Endfield to Wuthering Waves and be like, oh look, like Wuthering Waves presents its story in such a way. I think I should learn something for like the 3D, like because if anything, Wuthering Waves has figured out how to present a story really well in a 3D like open world RPG type thing. I think Endfield even has more, but like if they were to take those lessons and then apply them, I think like their character models are more expressive even, so it could even be like even better. So, but like you're right there, bro. Like you're right there. Like, yes, bro. You don't need to only compare it to Arknights. I don't know. Like, it's not even the same devs.
Like that's not it. What? They're not the same devs. Do I have the same expectations? No, because
what do you mean they're not the same dev? Like the Genshin devs are not the same devs as the Star Rail devs and the Zenless devs and the Honkai Impact 3rd devs. Like, what are we doing? To be fair, Haimao himself mentioned that their intention really is creating an Arknights verse. They want to make an IP a franchise, so I feel like it doesn't make sense to compare Arknights and Knights Enfield since they're in the same universe. Well, how would you compare them? What do you mean by comparison? Like comparing their gameplay? How would you compare their gameplay? And any sort of comparison that any like generalized umbrella comparison that you could make could be a comparison that you make from like any other game. Like if you're talking about replayability, like Warframe has replayability. Like Destiny 2 has fucking Destiny 2 like has replayability, I guess. Like Call of Duty has replayability. Like what Elden Ring Night Rain has replayability. Like explain. Like what do you mean by replay? Like if it's like lore, if like the whole like Arknights verse, like yeah, if it's lore, if it's about we talked about it, if we can discuss lore and stuff. But even insofar as story writing, like I just made the point about Wuthering Waves and like their presentation and how like the presentation that they have discovered through trial and error over time of development, they have like actually made great strides in the medium of this like, anime 3D open world RPG like storytelling medium by figuring out like how to convey the story in certain ways, right? And like that carries more weight than like a visual novel, Kuki hates every other 3D gacha RPG and only played Enfield because it's in the Arknights universe, so of course he hates Enfield too. Bro, thank you. This is something else I was thinking about, is like, every time he talks about Genshin and Wuthering Waves, you know he hates those games. Like he doesn't. I don't think he likes those games. He doesn't really play them. Maybe he like tried them or something, but like I don't think he likes them. Which is like again fine. Not everybody's gonna not like everything. Like that's fine. It's fine. But like I also think it's pretty clear that you don't like Enfield either. Like, and it's clear that you just don't like games probably of this genre. So like this whole like Arknights experience, bro, just your Arknights experience is going back and playing Arknights, bro. Like that's your Arknights experience. Yeah, he doesn't seem to the type to enjoy a game like Enfield and is only playing it because of Arknights. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I think it's pretty, yeah, pretty clear. I think it's pretty, I think people are kind of picking up on that. Compares storytelling and culture for sure. Well, like culture and lore, but even storytelling, like I was saying, even storytelling, they're just not really comparable. Like I mean that's I mean I've thought about it, like how like you can compare the quality. You can say, look, like there's this writing of characterization in Arknights that I really like the way they like characterize this character and the way they went through this arc, you know. But I could say the same thing about Lord of Mysteries and Game of Thrones and Lord of the Rings, and I've been saying it throughout the entire stream because I think it's just as relevant, you know. I think it's just as relevant for as like any other story. So I think what really ruined this for him is he's expecting Enfield to be like OG Arknights from the get-go. Sadly, it won't be like that, but it needs to be built up. Yeah, I get what you're saying with that too. I do. There was like an expectation of that. But there's also, I mean, let's see what more he says about this.
They are ID the same devs. Do I expect that?
They're not the same devs, by the way. They're not the same devs. I mean, Hypergriff, Umbrella, but if you're talking about the people that I'm pretty sure I'd have to interview them or something, but I'm pretty sure the people who are sitting there like writing the lines of code are all different people. I mean, I'm like 99% sure of that. They have different names for the studios. Like they're different people, you know?
I had the same expectations.
And dude, even
no, because their ideation, their design flow is different. But when you say AK made by the same company,
what do you mean their design flow is different? Like a different company has a different design flow? So that means you can't compare Genshin and Wuwa to Enfield? I mean, and when we say compare, we mean like learn from each other, like bounce like the genre, like bounce ideas for the genre off each other. Like, what did this game do well? What did this game do poorly? Like, let's look at that sort of stuff. Like, we can't do that because the devs have different design flow? What is design flow? What is that? What is that? What is design flow? I can guarantee there's very little crossover between Montag and Mountain Contour. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, even the skills required by a developer to make a 2D tower defense game versus a 3D open world, you know, yo, what's up, Trinity? So welcome, good to see you. Like the skills and the actual like probably requirements, not armchair dev moment, but I'm pretty sure it's different. I'm pretty sure it's a different skill set. I'm pretty sure your design flow would have to be different. Like making it. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's think about it. Your design flow for creating a character in Arknights versus creating a character in Knights Enfield, right? Between making a chibi 2D tower defense character with like 3 animations or something versus like a 3D, you know, RPG character that like exists in an open world and has different ability, you know, like, do you think the design flow is the same or something? Like the writing, the design flow for the writing is certainly not the same. We've discussed this because you have to take into account all sorts of things like scene direction. Like I'm pretty sure there are directors who like direct like the nature of like the scenes and the camera angle and the shots and the set and like all of this stuff, you know? I know that exists for anime, so obviously that's a different design flow from a visual novel. Like Arknights Elitists really are insufferable. Some of them. I feel like I'll give some grace. Like I don't want to say Kuki's insufferable. I would reserve the title insufferable for the people that are like truly like mean and rude to other people and who like put down other people and say like your opinion is worth less than my opinion because of such and such. Like I would probably say I would reserve it for that, simply because, you know, if someone's just kind of talking about what they like or whatever, I don't want to say someone's like insufferable just for liking something different, but you know, I get what you mean. DNA update. So anyway, like the clown, yeah, I'm pretty sure you know what we're talking about. Star Wars Episode 4 is a sequel to Episode 3 chronologically, yet there's years in between. Doesn't change anything about it being prequel and sequel. I missed the previous conversation you guys were having, but that's not similar in any way to Enfield and Arknights, because they exist in the same universe, but they're totally separate like stories. They're on separate worlds. Like the groups don't have like Anakin Sky, like Darth Vader is like in one and then he's in the next game, he's in the next movie. Like that's not, you know, that's not the same. I mean, I understand the point you're trying to make, but I don't think that's an applicable comparison. Like Enfield is not a sequel to OG Arknights. It's like a spin-off. Like what you're saying, yeah. Most Arknights characters are designed by artists commissioned by HG, by the way, not in-house. Huh. Didn't Hypergriff say they wanted to do something with Arknights? They're going to have like an Arknights 2.0 moment, right? Where, excuse me, maybe not Arknights 2.0, but they said something, excuse me, about wanting to move all their development in-house. Like I think how Yostar does something publishing or something, and they want to move everything in-house, something like that. And they had that trailer with like, what's her name? Amiya, who's in the Knights Enfield art style, and they said something about taking the lessons of the Enfield to, you know, to Arknights.
For Enfield, like of course I'm talking about AK. But when you say no, because their ideation, their design flow is different. But when you say AK made by the same company for Enfield, like of course I'm talking about AK. You feel like they're not trying to expand the lore because AK is like going.
We just talked about it for like 30 minutes. I don't need to go into it again, right?
No, AK will be going for pretty much forever. But yeah, I think there's a conversation that Enfield.
I mean, the thing is, like again, this is why we just can't let these comments go anymore. Like, we just got to address these things. Like, nobody is addressing these things. Nobody. Even like Ryoku Sensei, my fucking goat. I mean, maybe he is on his streams and stuff, but like, nobody is addressing these things. About like this, like it's a, like, and here's the thing that offends, it doesn't offend me, but the thing that like triggers me, you know, is that like we'll make statements like this, like it's a fact, like almost like it's not even up for debate, you know? Like, you're stupid for thinking that, I'm not saying he thinks we're stupid, but I'm saying like it's like a given that like we're gonna obviously compare Arknights because like Arknights is in the name and like Hypergriff is the same developers. Like, when like it doesn't even hold up to like a little bit of scrutiny. If you just scrutinize it a little bit, like none of that holds up. So that's the part that really just made me honestly want to do this in the first place, because I was like we just can't I just can't, bro. Don't let them rage bait you. You're the third Knights Enfielder I've seen that are trying to create drama. Wait, I'm trying to create drama. I'm not creating any drama. Not like we're going to the moon. I mean, speak for yourself. I mean, I'm going to the moon. I don't know what that means, but I'm not trying to create drama, Trinity. I'm literally just addressing a point that's being made. Like, is it drama to address? I'm doing it in like an entertaining way or whatever. And like, this is also how I feel. Like, I'm getting fucking triggered and stuff. So like, I'm being authentic. But like, you know, like. I mean, your viewers are trying to create drama? Or the viewers are trying to create it? Oh, who? I don't think anyone's trying to. Is that entire video of his an April 1st joke, or is he legit serious? No, it's a serious video. It's a serious video. Eventually bring Arknights fully in-house? Yeah, that's what it was. Okay. Yeah, okay. Kuki is probably talking about the direction aspect of it into another territory. What do you mean by that? Sorry. Okay, sorry if I misread your thing. Yep, got it. Do I still have DNA? I'm not playing DNA right now. Sorry. I'm kind of waiting. I mean, the new character looks really good. She looks really good. So I was tempted to. Like, the thing is with DNA, like, I'll download it eventually because I also want to play the story, but I'm just busy with other stuff right now. Was this the video that Volps wanted to react to? Yeah, this is the one. Yep. Yeah, I talked about it in the Discord, yeah. Apparently, we'll do a palette cleanser. Apparently, Ryoku Sensei has a nice feels good. You know, Knights Enfield is crushing it in Japan. Maybe we'll do that. And then we'll crash out. We'll do an anti-crash out. Like, we'll see, like, we'll just see what he has to say. But I'm going to keep addressing all of this stuff that he said. Imagine if you own a game and try to take it into a genre, you want to talk about the direction. If I were to... You own a game and want to take it into a different genre or something. I don't know. OG Arknights isn't all doom and gloom. It's a mischaracterization. Okay. That Enfield is a direct sequel, like how, apart from Arknights is in the name? Yeah, there's like no... But see, like, that's what I mean, is like, things like that are said, and that's why I wanted to address it, because like, things like that they've been said for a long time, right? And like, nobody says anything. And like, it just like gets accepted. Because if you don't... Thing is, like, if you don't address something, people will just accept, they'll just keep repeating it, and then through repetition, people will just accept it as like fact, right? I see that in so many of my comments in my video too. Like, Arknights is in the name. Okay, but draw me a logical conclusion. Like, draw me like from point A to point B to point C to point D. Like, how is it because Arknights is in the name that how can you infer literally anything? Like, except for the one thing, which is they're in the same universe and will share some lore. How can you infer this whole thing about like an Arknights experience and like, you know, I'm disappointed in the characters for being like this or that because like my Arknights experience, you know, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything because it's a different game. And like, dude, even the whole like, dude, we're so close, bro. Like, he's just so close to getting it, but he like said it in like a mocking tone too. Oh, you want me to compare it to like Genshin or Wuthering Waves? What? You serious? It's like, it's only, you know, comparable contemporaries? Nah, I'm good. 2D tower defense game? I got you. Fuck, I'm burning bridges right now. I didn't mean it. I'm lashing out. My Arknights experience, lol. Yeah. For the record, I think the way they decided to create Endfield was always a huge mistake because both games are ongoing and therefore directly mess up each other, others writing by being unable to reference each other without spoiling. I don't necessarily agree with that because I'm gonna pull a fucking biology reference on you. You know the what's it called? The like divergent evolution, is that what it's called? Where like let's say there's a population of sheep, or like what's something more realistic? yeah, sheep, whatever. There's like a population of sheep, and there's an earthquake, and like a mountain like opens up that like separates the two populations, and now the populations are like existing solely on their own, and like to develop for their unique environments, they will evolve in different ways across the years, and like they're able to like exist independently and evolve in different directions and become different things. You know, that is like the analogy for what Enfield and OG Arknights is. Like, I don't think that, like, I don't even think Enfield isn't going to like reference the narrative of Arknights, I think, in any way, right? I think it's just like lore wise, you know, maybe like reconveners or something. Like, the thing about reconveners, like the way it works in Hoyoverse games, and I think it's kind of similar maybe in, I don't know if it's similar in Enfield, but basically it's like reconveners will have like maybe a similar like thematic beat, you know, not even necessarily the same theme, but like you can kind of draw some sort of like, oh, like that's for the people that play the other game. Like, I get that, you know, but yeah. Dogs and seals are related. I mean, that's basically like case closed for, case closed, you know, case closed. That's all the evidence we need. That's all communities though. The confidently wrong, just spreading misinfo, and most people just let them be and not shut that shit down. Well, I mean, it depends on how open a community is. I mean, bro, if anyone thinks I'm spreading misinformation, like this isn't the agree with streamer stream, you know? Like we have Ken in here. We have fucking Kaneki from Tokyo Ghoul giving the opposing viewpoint, and I feel like it's pretty healthy. We're like hearing the opposing viewpoint. And people are like discussing, you know? But no, I mean, I get what you mean. There is like echo chamber in all communities and stuff. I get what you're saying. And like audience capture and all that stuff. It's kind of like maybe you just have to accept, like you don't want to like the same way like spiritually, I don't know where I'm going with this. Basically like you don't want to just say like I'm different, because as soon as you start saying I'm different, then like you are more susceptible to falling into the pattern of behavior. So you just kind of say like, yeah, that's a part of us. Like we understand. We're going to also make those mistakes, but we're going to try not to, and try and, you know, foster like disagreement and stuff, and like hear people out, and sometimes we'll fail and sometimes we'll succeed, and yeah, that's just life. Hubris, that's the word I was thinking of. Hubris. Once you exhibit hubris, you're basically beginning of the end. You're on the path to destruction. And hubris is certainly something many content creators are intimately familiar with. Anyway, let's continue this.
Line flow is different. But when you say AK, made by the same company for Enfield, like, of course I'm talking about AK. You feel like they're not trying to expand the lore because AK is still going. No, AK will be going for pretty much forever. But yeah, I think this is a conversation that I'll have when it comes to, yeah, the characters of this game. Maybe I'll make whatever I say into a video. It's good though. Thanks for whoever who triggered this question. It's a very interesting topic to have.
Not yeah, really. Just kidding. It's pretty interesting.
Some of the characters in AK don't even have a main story. That's true. But are they fun characters to know? Hell yes.
So what are you basing that off of? What does that mean?
Like, even when I read some of the...
Wait, example. He's gonna give an analytical example, guys. Wait, he's gonna give an analytical example. Check it out.
Where it only features a character. Hell yes. Like, even when I read some of the filler stories, where it only features a character for a short time. Like, Flamebringer's interaction with Perfumer as a gardener. Or like, you getting to see the dynamic between Leonhard and Aescap. Or you getting to see Meteorite getting pissed at Surtur. when they hung out together.
Okay, we saw some examples. That's good. I don't know those examples, but I guess those are examples.
Like, sure, they're not a main character. Sure, you don't have to know much about them. But are they good filler characters? Yes, they are really good filler characters. Because some of them are funny, some of them are silly.
So basically it's just your opinion that you don't like the Enfield story characters, right? Enfield is Arc Knights 2 versus not Arc Knights 2 debate. Yeah, that's pretty much what it comes down to. Completely subjective, by the way. Yeah, that was the most subjective statement. I mean, basically, like, I like these filler characters, but I don't like these filler characters, you know? I mean, again, like, you can't really argue with a subjective opinion, like someone's not gonna like something. I mean, you can't grab someone by the throat and be like, you will enjoy Rossi. You will love Rossi. Arc Knights look good, Endfield look bad. Kinda, yeah. This is another bad point because he doesn't really base it on anything other than vibes. Let's not forget he's doing the comparison from a game with 400 sample size and taking all the 400 of them and talking like all 400 of them fall under that example. Yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, we're vibes maxing tonight. Fucking love vibes maxing. Fucking vibe slop. Love slopping it up. I mean, yeah, I mean, you talked about like the way that characters interact. I mean, can I think of an example of the way that I like characters interact? I like the way that Tong Tong and Mifu interact. I like the way that Shen and Tong Tong interact. I like the way that Shen and Perlica interact. I like the way that, you know, Yvonne and Andre actually had some good moments. I liked, you know, like just saying I liked these character interactions. I mean, I liked some of the Enfield character interactions. You know, like, what does that mean? If Tong Tong is a filler character, or if Rossi's a filler, I mean, I like the way that Rossi interacted with Enfield and then with those like child NPCs and stuff. Like, that was funny. Remember when Rossi was talking about like, when she was like getting into character, but she was a little embarrassed about it, but she would talk about like you're the Duke, you know? But she was a little embarrassed, but like she wanted to play along because it was fun. And she had that like childish like inclination to like play the game, but like she was also a little self-conscious and wanted to act like an adult. So she was like kind of embarrassed, but then she would like play along. But then she's like, I'm only doing it for the kids, you know? Like I'm only doing it because of them. But like she also, you know what I mean? Like that was cool. That was entertaining. Rossi and Wolfguard, yeah, Rossi and Wolfguard, the way they interacted. Remember when they spoke Italian to each other? That was freaking peak. The siblings? The siblings? Remember when Rossi and Wolfguard were siblings? That was fucking sick though. That was chills inducing. Enfield still potential game for now. Nothing said here is definitive. Knowing HG, they will cook somehow. I mean, I think I wouldn't label it as a potential game. I would say there's room for improvement and growth, and there are definitely things that we're giving feedback on for them to improve. But I think potential game implies that like none of it is enjoyable right now, and it's like only potential. The whole like potential game meme. But I would say there's a lot to enjoy, but there's a lot where we kind of see where it could be better. So, but I think I get what you're noticing. I mean, I also have faith in HG, you know. Let's get back to these story comparisons. Once Enfield actually had some time to develop its story, we're trying to draw conclusions on a brand new game 2 months after release. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, it's not a standard that OG Arc Knights was held to with its like first 2 months. Like we we kind of underestimate, like it is difficult. These like when it's every single gacha game that has trouble with its like launch story, you know, it's a pattern emerges, right? I mean, I don't know. ZZ was good. Star Rail, people like Star Rail. Like Bellabog was good. Bellabog had that moment with the boss fight and the fucking music drop. That was pretty sick. But yeah, I don't know. Many people hated how Rossi's story goes because it kind of broke their immersion with lack of common sense. What do you mean? It broke their immersion? Lack of common sense? Like, what are we trying to prove here? That a story hasn't had time to mature is lacking in certain aspects? The thing is, like, there are certain parts of a narrative that, excuse me, yeah, you give it time to mature. Excuse me, like arcs need time to complete. There are some things that, you know, you would say that, like foundational writing things that, you know, it depends. Like Valley 4 was a complete story, but like everyone kind of sees Valley 4 as like, it was the victim of like last minute rewrites and had all the, and you know, tutorials and stuff like that. So, you know, not necessarily like they need more time to make something, but it's like, I would say, at least for Wu Ling, I would say let Wu Ling go more, for sure. Because like we were saying earlier, like Wu Ling has already, like in their development timeline, Wu Ling was developed, even if it's already made right now, it was made after Valley 4. So they probably saw what happened with Valley 4, and then applied that process to Wu Ling to improve it. And now Wu Ling is showing improvement and will likely continue to improve with its story. We'll see. We'll see. Is potential game also a basic bitch quote? Just like a game for everyone is a game for no one? I mean, I wouldn't say, I don't want to insult the person that said it earlier and say, yeah, but like, it's kind of one of those quotes that is used a lot to, like the whole "a game for everyone is a game for no one" was used like as a real way to kind of, it's like thought provoking in a way. Like it can actually get you started on thinking or analyzing something, but usually then it's just co-opted and used to say like what basically Tobro said it for Endfield, where it's like, they just watered down all these systems and made them easy. A game for everyone is a game for no one. Like that doesn't apply to Endfield at all. Like the existence of the factory in Endfield, the existence of like the fact they didn't do the DPS check with a timer thing like Genshin and Wuwa did. They didn't just copy Genshin on all these things. Like it's obviously not following the whole like a game for everyone model that like devs are criticizing, like the Ubisoft game for everyone model. That's what it's used for, you know? Like every Ubisoft game is the same. Like, you know, obviously doesn't apply to Enfield.
Some of them don't give a shit about what's going on. Like when I read Catapult in the story, does Catapult have a main story? Does Ember have a main story? No. But they're nonchalant. I think that's the word. Does that I don't give a shit side of them make it very interesting to know about them? Kinda, yeah. But like in the case of this, I don't get that here. Like, yeah, some of these characters I don't think will ever get expanded on. But it annoys me.
I mean, like Ember and Last Ride and stuff probably will, but like, it's just subjective. It's just he doesn't like the story. He likes Arknights as a game. He doesn't like Enfield as a game. He probably has no like desire to enjoy Enfield. So already he's like, I don't like these characters. I don't like their story. Like, I like Enfield, so I could analyze and cope and come up with a way of like why I like Ardelia's presence in the story, you know? Like the same way that he was like, well, I like this character because they don't give a shit about anything. Like I like Ardelia because she like signifies Enfield's representation amongst the Civilization band, and she's just doing her job as an Enfield representative by going to the outpost and stopping things from falling apart, and by helping civilization, like literally like the on the field groundwork of what an Enfield operator must do to ensure that civilization continues and thrives and builds, and like how she is like a geologist or whatever does that, you know? Like I could say that, The same way that he was like, I like this character because like she was nonchalant and didn't give a fuck about anything. Like, you know, it's the same shit. You just don't like it. You just don't like it.
It annoys me like,
I mean, or you need to analyze it better, you know, like go deeper. Go deeper. All these gachas don't peak until they're halfway through 1.x. We just need to wait. Yeah, I think gachas usually take time to get their setting. There's also actually a meta, if you want to have the meta discussion on it. Meta as in like, what's it called? Like not fourth wall breaking, but like the like corporate side of why stories are written that way from the beginning. There's actually an explanation, and it's that so because when a game, especially a gacha game, launches, it's free to play. It's when the most amount of people will be trying the game. So, you know, from a corporate perspective, you know, if you write a very niche story, right, that like is like going to appeal to a very niche interest, then many people will be turned off and will not really give it a chance. But if you write something that is like super generic and like has broad mass appeal, then you have the greatest chance of like getting those people hooked on the game. And then after you've like gotten all of those people to give your game a chance and they get hooked on it, then you start, you know, making all the deep, interesting shit like a year or two down the line, something, or like not 2 years, but like 6 months, a year down the line, you'll start like doing these very more niche, you know, analytical, like deeper analytical stories or whatever, you know, like that's like a corporate strategy, right? And that's like from a pattern of like all gacha games kind of doing this. So character logs are good to read. I haven't really dug through them yet. Is this guy for real? Where's the Discord though? If you go to my Twitch page, I'll add a link to my YouTube eventually, maybe after stream today. But if you go to my Twitch page, it's just the same Volpez TF. I think there's a link to it in my YouTube. But go there, scroll down, there's a button where you can join the Discord. I don't really advertise the Discord because it's one of those like secret, it's like a secret community. It's like an Easter egg community. Like, oh, I just discovered there was a Discord, you know? It's like an Easter egg. I mean, like advertise as far as like, I don't say every stream like go join the Discord. It's just like if somebody asks, I'll be like, yeah, the Discord is here, is where you can find, you know. Anyway. I feel like kooky arguments right now is saying that you don't know this character. Is saying that you know this character files or peak in Arknights. I don't care. They don't have a story. Yeah. I think I know what you're saying, but I feel like maybe there's a typo in there, but yeah, basically like reading the character files. Yeah. This guy knows nothing about the game he glazes. What did he say something wrong about Arknights? He would never have said the same for Shining, Nightingale, Silver Ash. What's your opinion on Enfield's gacha system? I mean, it could be better. It's fine, bro. I don't know. It's extremely comparable to every other gacha system. Like it's probably a little better too. So it's pretty like it's normal. It's like, you know, the laws of the market forces. Like it's a little bit better than its competitors, but not like a million times better. But it's a little better, and it's very comparable. So it's a gacha game, you know. And it's also a high quality like premium gacha game. So it's, you know, in the same vein as your Buas or Genshins or stuff like that. ZZZ, Star Rail. I just named a bunch of Hoyo games, but you know what I'm saying. I think some OG Arknights players forget that Enfield is not just meant for them, it's also for others. I also see some even try OG Arknights because of Enfield. Yeah, like it's a symbiotic, like good relationship. Like there's no rift between like Arknights and Enfield communities. Like that's not what the point of any of this of my discussion is. Like it's not to say like these fucking like Arknights elitists. Like that's not the point of it. Like also like there's lots of Arknights players that we've talked to and are in chat and stuff that are like obviously great, and they talk about Arknights in a like in an inspiring way. Like it inspires you to try Arknights, not in like a elitist way. The elitist behavior is like a very, I've said this, but I'll keep saying it, but like it's a subset of like, a subset of specific behavior that is toxic and is like not good. But it's not everybody that belongs to some group, And like, you saw it from the fucking revenue charts. I mean, those Sensor Tower, I know it's estimates and it's mobile or whatever, but I mean, you could obviously see that when Enfield came out, there was a spike in revenue for OG Arknights, which I don't think it was anything special going on in Arknights at the time, was there? But there was like a few months of like increased revenue for Arknights after Enfield came out. Like a lot of people were going to try Arknights. So it was like good for the game. Let's not talk about the gacha now, my friends. Yeah. Arknights is filled with filler operators and they expand on them years later, but for Enfield it's bad for them for some reason. Yeah, like, I mean, the thing, like I said, Ember and Pog, they probably belong to another region. They're like based in another region. We'll see them when it's time to see them, And in a way, it's good. You don't want to do you don't want to fall into the trap that Wuwa has fallen into recently, where it's like, every character is the main star of their banner, and then they're gone. It's like let's write a coherent story. If a character doesn't have a place here, maybe we'll save them. And when they have a organic, when they're able to be organically introduced to the story, then they can come in and have a role, But if we're not just going to cram characters into the story for the sake of selling the character, which is how it kind of felt like in. We'll see how Wuling progresses. Like I hope that Tong Tong doesn't get fucking Thanos snapped, and that she's gone. I hope she's still like part of the gang and relevant. We'll see. I hope not. I'm not gonna. I'm obviously gonna call it out if they make the same mistake, but if Tong Tong has a place, I don't even know if Tong Tong has a place. Like, what is she even gonna do? I don't even know. Gacha websites are lies. Nothing is real. If you watch interviews, yeah, I know, but I think if you look at only for, I think it has some value if you're looking at the month by month for a single game, because provided under the assumption that, I mean, from what they say, they have like certain ways of getting data where they estimate the values in a certain way. So if in a statistical analysis, if you use the same process every time, ideally like any trend would be like somewhat, the trend line would be somewhat relevant, whereas like absolute numbers might not be relevant. But so by that case, I mean, the trend line for Arknights is then went up when Enfield came out, and then it kind of went down a little bit, but could be their statistical method is like flawed, and that like it creates like massive variance from month to month. I don't know. I think story-wise, I think Tong Tong will still have a role. Not sure if she'll be in 1.2, but she might pop in and out, like when we first got to Wuling. Yeah, I don't know what Tong Tong would necessarily do, but I don't know what she would do if we're doing, I don't know, maybe that sneakers hoodie girl. Someone said there was a rumor. I mean, it's all just rumors. Someone said that sneakers hoodie girl, or no, sorry, it wasn't a rumor. They said it in the live stream that girl in the hoodie and sneakers was going to become like a main, like kind of how Perlica and Chen are part of the gang. She would like kind of join the gang for a little bit. So maybe in cases like that, where there's characters where you want them to join the gang and then like have more of an arc across something, maybe that makes more, maybe that's how they'll choose to do it. Because yeah, that would make sense. The bird girl, was she a bird? I guess. Enmin asked Tong Tong if she wants to join Endfield, and she said no. Oh, interesting. Li Jian, is that her name? Cool.
Like
let's continue a little more of this.
The case of Ardelia. Like my perception of Ardelia at the end of Enfield, right? Like at where we are right now, is she's just a mediator. As in, she's just there to handle people's smallest problems. That's so insignificant. That's what she's reduced to.
Wait, so how is? Sorry, I mean we already did had the whole discussion about Ardelia, where like you could actually see it's like a world building. It's a form of world building and for Enfield Industries and stuff. But like, how is that less significant than the example that he gave, which is like a character who's nonchalant and doesn't give a fuck about anything. At least Ardelia is out there doing some shit. His example was some character that seemed like a pure comic relief, like characters that argue and don't give a shit about the main plot and are just nonchalant. How is that significant? But Ardelia is insignificant. She's a mediator. How is a mediator insignificant? If you want to get down into the weeds, if you want to overanalyze, like a mediator is a crucial role to the prevalence of civilization. Because like if Ardelia wasn't there, what happens? The outposts, they're at each other's throats and they argue and don't make any progress. I don't know. Like I could provide an explanation for why it's significant. Not that hard. Really not that hard. Isn't that why she was called to be the mediator? I mean, yeah, right? She does the same in OG Arknights. This guy Lamau, for me, Kuki's a fraud. I mean, I think he knows Arknights, but I think he doesn't like Enfield and kind of LARPs as an Enfield enjoyer, and I think he's just own it, bro. Why do characters feel soulless to some? This is the same energy as like, I do this all the time as a meme where I'm like, some people are saying this. That's like a fucking meme, bro. That's a meme. Just own it. Just stand on business. Just stand on business. Some people are saying that Enfield fucking sucks. Not me, but some people. Yeah, okay.
She's a therapist. If she's gone from the outpost, the whole story would have changed. Yeah, exactly. They could have.
What do you? Who's this fucking chatter?
She's a therapist. If she's gone.
Mods, can we get a crossban on this? Can we look this person? No, just kidding. I wouldn't do that. But like,
outpost the whole.
I mean, presumably she has an important role. You just said she was the mediator. Ardelia didn't nuke the place with Mr. Dolly, so it's insignificant. It would have been significant if Ardelia had some like big landbreaker, some big bone crusher had come to destroy the outpost, and Ardelia's best friend had to sacrifice herself to stop the bone crusher guy, and then Ardelia cried. Then it would have been significant. But she's just doing her job, you know. Ardelia was called to help with her deep knowledge of geology. Yeah, I mean, like we just don't know what happened. He doesn't know about Arknights' story. Yeah, she was there to help with the geographical probe mostly. Yeah. Feels soulless. You just got to read that in chat. Parentheses. Yeah. Yeah, feels soulless.
Story would have changed. Yeah, exactly. It could have just been you mediating. Why does Ardelia need to be there? It's a bit similar.
I mean, yeah, I mean, okay, like Endman was mediating too, but like obviously she was there, like she was there for Enfield Industries. Like that was her job. She was doing her job. You know? You could write the story. Like, you could write the story, like if you wanted to, you could write the story however you want. You could just arbitrarily just, you know, she mediated. She connected the two sides together. Like we also helped. Hey, why not just write both Endman and Ardelia out and have fucking Crow be the mediator? Why don't we send Andre, the fucking owl guy? He can be the mediator. Mediators, whoever you want him to be. Like, okay, like yeah, okay, good point, bro. Yeah. Yeah, dude, just take Ardelia's role and just give it to the administrator. And then like, it wouldn't even change if you removed her, you know? If you just took everything that Ardelia did and gave it to another character that was also present, then you could just remove Ardelia and nothing would change. Like, that's kind of crazy, honestly, if you think about it. That's just bad writing. I don't know how they didn't think about that. Those infuriating parts to me. He played every single pre-release version and never said anything bad, but now that it's out, it suddenly sucks. Bro, that's what I'm talking about. Where like betrayal never comes from your enemies. Like, if it was like Tobro was very consistent, you know? Like, stab me in my chest. You know what I'm saying? Stab me in my fucking chest. Like, that's fine. Like, I get it, right? I get it. But like, Kuki feels like I'm getting fucking in the fucking back, bro. I'm just like fucking taking back shots. Just like it just doesn't make any sense. Like it's I don't get it. Thank you. Christ.
Similar to Gilberta. Like, of all the character stories, I find Gilberta's sort of weak because it's like the selling point of her story is the message about like being able to send the words that you want to people. Like, I don't know. I just think she's just like a person who works. That's all I see her as.
First of all, there's nothing wrong with that. In a way, honestly, now that we're thinking about it and we've been talking about it, like it's almost kind of interesting seeing like just popping in and seeing Enfield operators just like doing their job for Enfield. Like actually kind of interesting to just show up and be like, this is the lens that you see, like this character is just doing their job, you know? Like not every character needs this like epic, sprawling, you know, Klein Moretti, fucking Jon Snow character arc, you know? Like she does her job. Ardelia does her job for Enfield. And like, you know, and again, it's part of the overall theme of Enfield, which is very beautiful, which is everyone is doing their part, and doing your part doesn't have to be some grand thing. You don't have to defeat the fucking demon lord, the dark lord. You know, you don't have to be like, not every employee. You think like the minimum wage wage slave is taking on the dark lord? Maybe that you just need somebody to deliver your mail. But like in all seriousness, like it is interesting to just see like how the different parts of Enfield come together, and how, you know, even the small, like just someone who's like delivering messages, the impact that they have, you know, that their job has on the civilization, on the people, right? And if you don't like it, maybe you don't like it. But I don't know. I don't want it to become like, what is the alternative? The Wuwa style. Every character is like the hero. Like every character is Jon Snow for 21 days, and then they're done. And then they're fucking who? And then they're like, I don't even know, minor character. Who was that guy who got stabbed in the eye by Jamie in season 1? Like, I think if Ardelia wasn't reconvener, it would make this less of an issue. She's quite a big win in OG. He was like Batman sweeping the floor. Oh, really? Yeah. I mean, I guess, but in a way, it's, they're also just different characters. I don't know. I guess you could say if you have this emotional attachment and you want to see them doing something, but I liked dating Gilb. Yeah. Gibby was done dirty, shafted in both games. Gilberta did have some last minute story cuts that were pretty bad, yeah. But someone just texted me and fucking tilted me, bro. I'm tilted now. They are not Jon Snow because they were never revived. Okay, I mean, now we're just nitpicking. Now we're just nitpicking. Angelina never had any story presence in Arknights. That doesn't mean she shouldn't have been treated better in Enfield. But let's not like act like Enfield or Arknights did her justice. Yeah, but I don't know. What's the point with Gilberto?
She's a regular human being with a regular job. That's about it. Which is also the reason why I don't like Angelina. I know that there are Angelina fans in AK. Like, even before Enfield, I was not a fan of Angelina. Because that's what I saw her as. Like, Angelina is just a humble worker. Which, there's nothing wrong with being a plain Jane. It's just, it wouldn't make for the most...
Why would you call it a plain Jane? Obviously, that's an insulting term for a... Obviously, that's an insulting term.
Stories. Yes, of course, a regular worker can be very, very cute characters. I do not deny she has a very cute design. But as a whole for a character, she's not a character that I get very...
Catcher solos every Umbral stage, so he must have an aura farming story. Maybe one day. Team Z7 is gonna come up, don't worry. Yeah, I mean, we just
fascinated about.
We just talked
so
about it.
Like the same thing has occurred here when they brought Gilbert.
I mean, subjective, bro. You don't like you don't like it, but also stop LARPing. You know, like you obviously don't like. Because the thing is, like, if you also like the game, you would be able to extract some of the charms of these things, right? Like these things would charm you in some way, but obviously you don't like the game, so you know. Also, Volpo. That's why Gilberta's the real goat. Check that out. That's why Gilberta's the real goat. Because you know, like some people will appeal to seeing those like more humble, grounded stories, and some people want, you know, like solo leveling, shonen slop or whatever. I mean, I shouldn't say it in a derogatory way. Like some people want higher stakes. Some people want your JJK type story, which is entertaining, I guess, but you know, it's not like I'm seeing much steel manning going on here. I think we're trying to steel man, even though I'm like fucking crashing out at times, but I feel like I'm still steel manning harder than whatever this is. Like, let's do our best to come out. Like, what are the charm? What could possibly be the charms? Maybe, and I think, dude, I think some people just don't understand that overarching thematic thing about Enfield I'm talking about. And maybe they don't understand it. Maybe it doesn't like speak to them in any way. Maybe it's not like beautiful to them, like the way I find it beautiful, this like collective effort. Cause like in a way it's like, it appeals to this sense of we live in a very chaotic world, especially right now, right? We live in a very chaotic world and it can feel that an individual can't do anything, right? And we have no power to change, you know, our lives or change big events. But like in a way, like stories like this are meant to say, like in collective effort, humans together. Maybe maybe alone, you don't, but like together you can, right? Like you can change things, or you can, you know, through human kind of connection and community, you can reach new levels of understanding about things. You can do things that you couldn't do, and it's like an optimistic thing. And when you look at stories like through that lens, in a way, there's beauty to it. And if you don't believe in that, if you don't know that's even a theme of the story, you know, if you're just like, well, Gilberta's a messenger, she's just doing her job, but like I really liked this comic relief character being nonchalant, not giving a fuck about the main plot, and just being nonchalant and being a bitch to other bitch characters. Like, okay, you know, whatever. Like, I just think you don't get it. You know? Kuki's optimal character with traits is asbestos. Is that from Arknights as well? Arknights is grounded, but now we want it over the top. Who are we compelling? The rage baiters? I don't know, dude. It's if you liked the game, you will find something about the characters to feel charmed. Proceeds to give an example the moment he read the word Volpo. Well, that wasn't just even about Gilberta. It was the same thing for Ardelia, right? Same for Ardelia. We are the Endfield. Guys, that's why I said tonight we ride. Tonight we ride for Enfield. I was not kidding, okay? I said in the Discord before, like last night and today, like the gloves are coming off and yeah, we ride. We ride. Can't claim this dude as an OG Knights player. Fucking story skipper, LARPing as a reader. Are we sure he's a story skipper? Are we sure? I feel like he's had to have, like, for as much as he talks about liking the story and how, like, I mean, anytime, like, I haven't, maybe he just needs, like, the stimulus. Like, I'm sure Kooky reads books and stuff to have, like, some sort of other, like, let's talk about, like, this other, like, story. Because I love, again, like, I don't, maybe I'm, most people aren't like this, but, like, I've been watching, like, literary analysis videos on YouTubes for, like, fucking years. You know, I can talk about Avatar: The Last Airbender for like 100 hours. Like, you know, maybe some people don't have that, and like that's why like every single, maybe this sounds harsh, but like maybe that's why every single story comparison is to a fucking Knights story, you know. And like if Knights is all you have, then like you're more compelled to be like, well, Knights is in the name, so like it should just be like Knights. But that's all I can talk about anyway, you know. That's all I can compare it to anyway. I mean, maybe that's a little harsh. But like in a way, I'm not saying I'm the most fucking well-read individual on the planet. I'm not like I've read everything, but I don't know, dog. Like a lot of these comparisons too are just not hitting. Just log in and give me clues, please and thanks. Okay. I got logged out due to inactivity. Kooky has read a decent chunk of the story, as far as you know. I feel like he's had to have. Like, there's no way he hasn't.
Into Enfield. It's like, so it feels like the same thing has occurred here when they brought Gilberta into Enfield. It's like, it's the same thing. It's just a character that works. So I want a crazy one? Like a crazier character? Well, if you think about all the other games.
I mean, this is I remember this is another part that I saw when I skimmed, and this is just pure slop. Just like whatever this is.
So
this is just pure like anime fucking slop. Like I just want an insane woman that will fucking kill me. I mean, yeah, me too, bro. But like
a crazy one? Like a crazier character? Well, if you think of,
I mean, just like if that's all we're basing, if that's what we're basing the quality of the game on, is like, is there an insane woman in the game who will fucking kill me? There is an Knights. Like, okay, like, sorry, my bad.
So
I'm sure we'll get like your token insane woman eventually.
Crazy one? Like a crazier character? Well, if you think about all the other games and who have big.
Also, this is also very important, right? I'm gonna say this as well. That I think a lot of what Kooky is saying, there's like valid critique. So like, let's not run the risk of going like, you know, swinging the pendulum all the other way, right? There is valid critique in some of the things that are said, but the reason that I was saying earlier, I'm done letting things go, I'm just going to start addressing things, is because it's very clear when someone just like doesn't like the game and we're talking about it in a certain way. Like you could, if you watch this video and you haven't been exposed to Enfield, you will think that Enfield is fucking trash. Like, I don't know if there's a single good thing that is said about Enfield in this video. And like, there's some like devil's advocate to people that are trashing on Enfield, but like, you know, is there a single instance of like how when I gushed about like a certain theme or whatever, is there a single instance of that? I don't think we've seen that, right? So like, the reason why I'm like, there are legitimate critiques, kind of in the way that Tobro has the legitimate critiques or whatever, and certain things that like make sense and are you know, good like critiques of the game. But I just don't want to give these people the satisfaction, and that's the important thing. I just don't want to give certain people the satisfaction of like, because they'll use something to like shit on the game and call it and like paint it as being bad, but like other people, like I've been talking about it the whole fucking stream, like there are things that need to be improved on, but like as a ways of like, obviously I've been talking about the good things, and I'm saying like there are things I like and this is how it could be better, or like these are the improvements that we're waiting for, or looking out for, or giving feedback on, you know. So like it's about giving satisfaction, and it's about like seeding ground. Like, do you seed ground? Like, if someone on the others in the fucking enemy trench wants to fucking come over and bayonet you in the chest, do you like seed them ground? No, you don't fucking seed ground to them. You fucking mortar no man's land with 10 million fucking bombs, and you don't give them anything. So like that's basically where I'm at, right? That's what I mean. So, you know, like he could probably come out and argue like more coherently certain critiques, and yeah, there's substance to the critiques, and I might share some of them, you know, but I'm not gonna give these people the satisfaction. Like, fuck that, brother. Fuck that. Anyway. Bless his heart, he's trying, but this is not a balanced discussion. I think it's because his chat hates Enfield, and that's why it's not balanced. Maybe if he wrote a video essay, he would like talk about things he liked, but I don't know. Fluorite is kind of shady. Fluorite has like the Ubel. Fluorite has Ubel vibes, sorta. But Ubel is like actually insane. Ubel is actually kind of crazy. Exactly, this sort of content does more damage to it than any video game. More damage to any video game. Sorry, hold on. This sort of content does more damage than any video that directly attacked the game. Sorry, I'm like seeing red like a fucking bull. So like my words are like scrambling together. Yeah. Like overall it does damage, right? Like overall, if someone, because this is like the Knights guy, this is like the Knights Enfield guy as well, especially since he made that video about Tobro. He's been like the authority for Enfield. So like when people see this sort of thing, I mean, they just think that Enfield sucks, you know? They just think that Enfield's a trash game. And like it's just not true. Like, we've been having tons of discussions, I think, that you can extol a lot of virtuous things from Enfield's writing, and some of that is done by like a deep analysis on it, and like looking at analysis of like other stories and saying like, you know, I see how there's similarities to such things. But you know, I mean, that's analysis. That is like true analysis of a story. And yeah, there could be better like presentation and better writing and better, you know, plot and all that stuff, but she has the same hair color. I mean, she has that same look in her eye, you know? She has that same, like that, like the little, like, you know what, like the eyelid kind of droops because she's like, you know what I'm saying? She's got that look. The crashing out gave Volp a stroke. If the Knights guy says it's shit, then it must be. I mean, that's just how people who are like, you know, trust his word, and then he's like the authority, and then, you know, like I remember seeing like the last video, the one about the 1.1 potential game or whatever, or the 1.0 potential game thing, where you know, there was some comments where there was like, you know, I'm glad I didn't try Enfield, like, you know, the only good thing about Enfield is it got me to try Knights, like, you know, just shit like that. And you know, it's not helping the game at all. It doesn't help. It really doesn't. I'm not trying to sit there and be like, oh, you know, I'm the only one that's helping the game, but like there's lots of people like, you know, Moose and you know, what's his name? Mephisto, Pixel, you know, there's a ton of people. Ryoku Sensei, you know. But this video does not help the game at all. Because also, like, the analysis, the feedback, that like it doesn't give developers anything to work with. Like, nothing. If you're a developer for Enfield, it's like, you know, I liked how this character was nonchalant and like that was entertaining, but like Ardelia, I didn't like her. She was insignificant. What do you do with that? Like seriously, like, what do you do with that? How do you mold that into like a actionable feedback? You know? Do better hypergriff. Exactly. That's literally what he said in one of the videos. Do better hypergriff. Like, okay, thanks for the feedback. You know, Hot video? Yeah, kinda. What do you mean the gloves are off? There are serious issues with Enfield. The devs would not be making changes if they did not realize it. Like, what the fuck, man? There's a reason so many people are complaining. Okay, first of all, you're doing a post hoc fallacy where you're like, oh, well, the devs are changing things, which means that, you know, that means that things are bad. I mean, every live service is changing things. No one, also, you're doing another fallacy by saying that people are saying that Enfield's a perfect game. I guess you just got here, but like, no one is saying that Enfield's a perfect game. Literally no one. We've been talking the entire stream about like issues with Enfield. Plenty of people in chat have been calling out issues with Enfield. It's no one's saying it's a perfect game. No one's saying there's no issues with it. No one's saying there's no room for improvement or whatever. So also just saying there's a reason so many people are complaining, that's like anecdotal evidence that has there's like zero empirical, like there's people complaining about fucking everything. You can find someone to complain about everything. You can find someone to complain about like world peace and curing world hunger. There will be people to complain. Does that mean there's a, okay, yeah. Why is Enfield revenue reportedly so high? Because, well, but some people are complaining. I mean, okay. Also, sorry, I kind of lashed out a little bit. Like, if you, bro, if you have things you want to talk about, you're free to talk about them here. You're free to like give feedback on whatever. Like I've been saying, but like no one's saying anything that you're saying, that you're implying. So you're kind of like shadow boxing. You're like boxing ghosts. Just so you know. People complain about factory. That doesn't mean it should be removed. Darth Volpez arc begins. I'm not trying to lash out, bro. I'm not trying to lash out. I want to hear from people. I want to hear in like a non-combative way. I want to have like a non-combative, you know? It sounds kind of virtue signally to say that, but you know, it's good. It's good. It's how, you know, it keeps ego in check and whatnot. So go for it, you know? There's no perfect game. Yeah. Yeah. A good keyboard warrior always throws data. There are surveys where people are writing essays on the issues with the game. What the fuck do you mean empirical evidence? Bro. Yes, they literally are. Okay. Do you know what empirical evidence means? It means like, you know, you have actual, like, it means like only Hypergriff has the empirical evidence because they have like the like statistically relevant, you know, when you have a large enough sample size from the surveys, like, because like you saw, what did somebody post, like how many people have you seen writing essays? Have you seen, you know, 100,000? Have you read 100,000 essays? Because that's how you get like statistically empirical evidence. And like the thing is, you can give your feedback on the story or whatever. I don't know what even you're trying to prove. I don't know what you're trying to prove. If you have feedback or whatever, you can give it, but X number of people posting their essay in Reddit is not good proof everyone is complaining. Yeah. It's like that one person who posted a screenshot of like 3 people that hadn't logged in like a week. Everyone's leaving the game, you know? Yeah, that's great, bro. Yeah. The Volpez drama arc came faster than I thought. Okay, it's not drama, okay? It's just we're having a rational, we're having a discussion as adults, okay? Yes, they are. What the fuck are you even talking about, dude? Did I say everyone is complaining? What are you, okay, what's your thesis statement? OMG, are you serious? That's why they are making changes. Okay, like I said, that's post hoc. You know what post hoc means? It means like if I come in, hold on, I'm not gonna say this. If Gilberta comes over and punches Perlica in the face, and then Perlica punches her back, and then Gilberta says, "See, this is why I had to punch you in the face. It's because you're a violent extremist." You know, that obviously I had to punch you because look how violent you are. That's what post hoc means. So like, you know, no one is like the whole like you're not. What are you trying to prove with like? Yeah, they're making changes. Every live service makes changes. Yes, there's things to improve. Like every no game is perfect. There's always things to improve. No one is saying the game is perfect. Thesis statement question mark. You know, yeah. Bro, this is a slow chat. Okay, hold, take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Okay. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi, 7 Mississippi. Okay, exhale. Okay. Okay. Take a deep breath. This is a slow moving chat, okay? You have the floor. You can give your thoughts on the game, okay? You can give your thoughts on the game. Feel free to make your voice be heard, okay? Legendary crash out stream? No one's crashing out. I'm not crashing out. Post Hawk equals hindsight after the fact? Yeah. You can rest assured 100% the people that are whining and bitching about Enfield, about every aspect, about every and any aspect of the game are not helping the game in any way. You are literally crashing out, bro. Okay. All right, good one. Okay. Maybe I am. Maybe I am. Thanks for the ego check. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. That was helpful. Every game is constantly improving. Any game will show improvements over time, and you shouldn't be intimidated for some smart words being used. Yeah. No, I mean, I saw you're adding someone else, but yeah. Yeah. You lashed out at my first comment. Okay, I lashed out in like a funny way. It was funny. Sorry, you're new, so like we don't have the rapport, you know? Like I can lash out at like I hate furries or plastics because we have rapport. But we don't have rapport. Sorry, my bad. But it was being facetious. I wasn't trying to dunk on you. I wasn't trying to what's it called? Make you feel bad or like put you on the spot. We're all chill here. No one's like the one stream rule is don't be mean to people, but you know, I mean like you can talk shit and stuff, but I mean like not amongst chatters. Like talk shit to me, but you know, and then I'll talk shit to you, but like, you know. We're waiting for the empirical evidence. Bro, I don't feel bad at all. I'm tired of toxic positivity and people saying any criticism is Hate-Slop. Okay, if you want to go back and watch the like 4-hour VOD, I mean, you can go for it, bro. Like we talked plenty about criticisms and people talked about their criticisms and stuff. Like, okay, you say you're tired of positivity. I get it. Toxic positivity is bad, no? I always say I lived through Destiny 2, okay? I understand toxic positivity. But we're not being toxically positive here. We're not. And there's a difference between like when we say constructive criticism, we mean like actionable feedback, you know? And there's also just like vibes maxing, like I just don't like this because because it's bad, right? Like I don't like it because it's bad, and it's bad because I don't like it. You know what I'm saying? There's a difference. And then you know, if you want to give like a analytical thought out, like this is why, you know, this trait of the character didn't land for me. You know what I mean? And then compare it to like other stories and other character arcs and things like that. Which I guess like we kind of saw with the whole like Ardelia thing. I thought it was kind of nonsensical, but you know. There were lots of people who just didn't like the game, regurgitated misinfo they read online, put it in surveys, thinking they did us a favor. Yeah, well. Let's back to story slander criticism. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. D2 is so crazy, it bridges genres. I mean, dude, it's generational trauma. Like, what do you want me to, like, it's generational trauma that Bungie gave all of us. When Bungie pressed like Control Alt Delete on like years of content, hundreds of dollars of content, I mean, it's generational trauma. Like, positivity in Enfield. I mean, yeah, we can't really say, like, we just can't really say there's like toxic positivity in Enfield, bro. Like, we just can't say, like, we just can't be saying that. Like, that's just, Enfield is the one game. There's no toxic positivity, people. Like, there's just not. Where's his complaints about the constant negativity? Yeah, what about toxic negativity? What about that? The bitching and whining for little to no reason. No actual balanced critique, just constant insults and throwing shade at the game. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I've said this before, if someone just subjectively doesn't like the game, that's fine, you know? And like, it's a free country. I mean, for some people, but like, you know, if Kuki, for example, doesn't like Enfield and just wants to like vibes max and be like, I don't like this, that's fine. I mean, maybe like I'll watch it and then it'll make me think more analytically and deeply about the thing that I like, and then I'll gain something from it. I don't know. You know, maybe. But for the most part, these videos definitely do more harm than good for like community sentiment towards the game. All I'm saying is there's a reason that the things people complained the most about are being changed in some way. Like, I don't understand why every criticism is taken as Hate-Slop. Okay, so the misconception is like no one's, I'm not saying, I don't think most people are saying, especially here in this chat, people are not saying that every criticism is Hate-Slop. Maybe with my title, I mean, the title is just kind of meant to be funny and like, it's a title, you know what I mean? It's just kind of like funny, you know? I don't know if I put Hate-Slop in the title, I forgot. But like, not every criticism is Hate-Slop. That's not what we're saying. And if you came in at the worst part, because I gave all the disclaimers and you weren't even here, and like, I go back and watch it. Like, it's the idea that it's coming from a place of, it's like, it doesn't pass the vibe check, the smell test, whatever you want to call it, where there's a way to like criticize constructively, and there's a way when someone clearly doesn't like something and is just kind of like vibing and just like, I don't like this, I don't like that, I don't like that, you know? And what we're talking about when we talk about like the Hate-Slop or whatever, I don't even think Kuki is Hate-Slop, but like this video, like, wait, is there a single time in this video where he like talks passionately about liking something or liking a character? Because presumably this whole thing, right? Why does Enfield feel soulless to some? He's responding to people in his chat. And he's been playing devil's advocate a little bit to the chat, but it's not really like, you know, it's not really to say like, no, there are characters that are soulful. It's like, this is why you think it's soulless. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not really, he didn't go, like when we talked about Lavatane, right? We had a very beautiful discussion about the themes of Lavatane, about this theme of like, you know, letting go of the past, of accepting the past almost, realizing that it doesn't have to influence your future, and that like your present actions that you control are what make you who you are. And, you know, the bonds that you form with people, the community that you form with people is beautiful. And like that determines who you are, and your actions, you know, like, and every single day you'll work to do actions and take actions that make you who you are. Like, and that's very beautiful, right? That's you know, Buddhist and Zen and all this stuff. But like, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear anything like that for any character. All I heard was, you know, vibes maxing, like, you know, such and such thing, it feels soulless and I don't like it, you know? So. What do you expect with a clickbait title like this? I understand this is the thing to do on YouTube, but don't expect everyone to be on your side. You're literally the first person all day. You are the only person, you know? And it's fair, because we don't know each other, bro. We don't know each other, right? Almost every name I recognize that's been here, that's been in chat and stuff. So like, everyone who's been here for the last 5 hours or whatever knows that you are the only person. And again, it's fair. Like, if you see some clickbait, I mean, I didn't even intend it to be rage bait, because like for my community and stuff, like, we kind of just talk this way and like it's a joke or whatever. I'm trying to fucking extend an olive branch, but you know. All it sounds like you're saying is that his 12,000 viewers, his 10,000 views, and their opinions, all of which do not agree, by the way, are wrong because he didn't explain it in a way you like. Well, I didn't say that, so I didn't say that. Plastics has content for days. He feeds on this. You think he's going to play this stream on a fucking loop? Going to fall asleep to this stream? Brother, you came in mad and didn't even wait to see what was being said without flying off the handle? Yeah, I'm ranting like a madman when he lashed out at my first comment. Okay, because this is a small community, let's just extend olive branches. Let's just shake hands, okay? Because this is a small community, so we can do this. Let's just you know, I see that Archangel Knight, that's a good name by the way. I saw like he could have a reason to be like, this is rage bait. I don't know these people. Whatever, right? It's fine. It's fine. But also, Mr. Archangel Knights, now that we have given you grace, now we need more grace from you as well. How about that? Yeah, maybe I lashed out first. And you know, you have reason to have been defensive because it felt like I, as the streamer guy, was putting you on the spot and lashing out at your comment and turning you into the pariah or something, right? Sorry, I'm not turning you into a pariah. I'm not saying that anyone disagrees with Hate-Slop. I'm not saying that the 12,000 viewers or whatever are wrong because I don't know what that point was, but you know, whatever, right? So if you have a take on the game, you can share your take on the game. But Kaneki has been a very good chatter, bringing his points that align with Kuki's, but led to good conversation. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Kaneki was a A1 chatter in the like disagreed and was kind of, you know, but then we just talked and you know, we just like kind of everyone kind of vibed and also had conversations with everybody else. And I think I was trying to keep an eye on it, but I mean there weren't like insults flying, you know. My one line is like once insults start flying and stuff, I don't like that, but you know. We are all gay and I will personally give you a kiss on the cheek. Peaky promise. Okay, I mean, that's not necessary or necessarily true, or it's not really necessary, but we'll take a fist bump. That's cool. Take a little fist bump. This kooky vid was Hate-Slop though. I don't know, maybe like in a way, if we say slop is like not really high effort, I mean, yeah, it was kind of just vibing and stuff. Like, I don't know if they were well explained or articulated points.
Fandoms. The crazier ones tend to have bigger fandoms, no? The crazier, hyper ones tends to have more fandoms. Think Sparksy, think Sparkle, right? Or think about... I don't remember the name of a lot of the ZZ characters, but ZZ has some characters that are like that. In CBT1, Gilberta saved Endmin and she went out of control with her power. It would have been good to show, but yeah, they didn't really show that in CBT2, which was sorry, not CBT2. In the main game now. Oh yeah, Miyabi also is the character that people like. Yeah, W is popular not because she's crazy. Yeah, no, W is popular because one, for design, but two, if you read the story, you start to realize.
I don't know where this conversation's going.
Multi-layered of a character that makes it very fun. She's gone through a lot.
I don't know where this conversation, this one is going.
Some of the things that I'm saying will affect some of you, especially if you're a big lover of Enfield. I am a big lover of Enfield myself.
I mean, fucking caught. Yeah, but also, is he a big lover of Enfield?
But like I'm also trying to reason why. Instead of saying I should defend Enfield, the way I see me having this conversation is I'm trying to reason why people don't like Enfield to begin with. If I don't compare,
but like, what do you mean? But people do like Enfield. Thank you. Gratitude. Thank you. Okay, we're good. Calm. We're good. Like, but people do like Enfield. You know what I'm saying? People do like Enfield. It's not, you can't say that people don't like Enfield. You need to drag his chat logs, insult him, and humiliate him publicly before permitting him. The streamer playbook? The streamer design flow, some might say? That was, bro, that was an inside, wait, what did Hippo say? I missed this. W was always popular first and foremost because it catered to the crazy character likers. What is bro saying? Why is bro crashing out? Yeah. Wait, hold on. Hold on one sec. Let me just fucking... Wait a sec. Guys, how do you ban someone? Oh, I figured it out. Nice. All right, he won't be back. I feel like we gave him like an extreme amount of grace, and you know, he won't be back. He will not be back. Also, he lashed out at another chatter, which, like I said many times, is my one rule. Bro, some people you just can't. They just can't be reasoned with. I mean, it is what it is. Some people just can't be reasoned with. Anyway. Nobody's banned yet. This isn't a Sage stream. I mean, I just banned him, but you know, like you know, after the, I feel like that the amount of grace that we gave him, that is unheard of. Like, you don't see that. You just don't see that. The first thing Kuki said in his 1.0 review was that he does not like Enfield. Wait, that was actually so smart. I can't believe I forgot that. I literally made a meme edit of that in my last video. Like, I'm going to make another video and I'm going to meme edit those together.
Instead of saying I should defend Enfield, the way I see me having this conversation is I'm trying to reason why people don't like Enfield to begin with. If I don't compare how about the characters in...
I mean, the thing is, let's just have this discussion. Like, the thing that when you're saying, like, I'm reasoning why people don't like Enfield, I feel like at a certain point, the people that just don't like Enfield, I think I said this in my last video, but if you don't like Enfield, like, I don't know what they could change about the story or whatever, about the characters, to make you like an Enfield lover. You know, how do you, to go from an Enfield, like, I just don't like this game, to like an Enfield glazer, like what, they're gonna characterize a certain character better? Like, I don't, if you don't like the game that we have now, I don't see how, like, better writing will make you like the game. I mean, maybe if it's like insane, like, yeah, I mean, yeah, better writing, people are drawn by the story, but I just don't see, I don't see that either. That, like, that, I feel like that's a shield, right? Because I feel like sometimes you just gotta call a spade a spade. Like, I don't think Kuki's a bad guy, but I think it's a shield. It's like, I'm not hating on Enfield. I'm just trying to explain why some people don't like it, you know? Okay, I mean, just say you don't like it and just say this is why I don't like it. Just fucking stand on business. Be a fucking man. Like, stand on business. It's really not that complicated. Like, I don't get it. You want to have your cake and eat it too. You want to be like, I love Enfield. I'm doing it to help the game. Also, but like, every time I talk about it, I'm going to be shitting on it. And I'll never, ever extol the virtues of the game. I'll never do an analysis of why I really like the game, of why I really like such and such character. I'll never think more deeply about it than that. I'll just kind of vibe and just say, I don't like this or that. Don't like this. It was better in Arc Knights. Publish the video. You know, like, I don't know. That's how it feels. That's just how it feels. That's my feeling. Maybe my feelings are wrong. That's the feeling I have. This guy's not passing my vibe test so far. My vibe test has been spot on for years. Dude, the thing is, I think I talked about this in a previous stream, but the thing is, you have to have been there to spot it. And like, I was there for Destiny 2. Like I was a hate player, I was a hate watcher. I hated but I was addicted to Destiny 2, but I hated it. I hated Bungie. I was like as I was playing the game, I was like I hope this game fucking fails because these devs are like disgusting. Like the way they stole my content from me, the way they stole content that I paid for, you know, the way they'll effectively like the balance team will go in and just like, you know, nerf all the old shit and like release a bunch of new shit that's overpowered in the new expansion. Oh, whoops. That crazy how that works, you know? I fucking hate, I was waiting for it to, I was just, I was right there. So like, I've been there. So you can see it. If you've been there, you can see it. And to me, it's like, I'm getting that vibe. I don't know. Why does this game have so many people trying to shit on it? Dude, I don't know. It's the meta. It's the meta. How can Kookie say he likes Enfield when he doesn't like most things about it and opened his review saying he doesn't like it? Yeah, I don't know if I've ever heard. I mean, I don't watch his streams. I watch like the videos that he posts. But like, I don't know if I've ever heard him like gush. You know, I don't ever heard him gush about something like I really like this or like, and like the way we analyzed the Rossi story. That was fun. That was fun for me because I like this game, and it was fun like chatting with you guys in real time and analyzing that thing about Rossi. You know, or you know what else was really cool was the whole like comparison to Lord of the Rings about like the light versus dark. That was pretty cool. I should make a video about that. But like that stuff was cool. That was entertaining. That was fun for me to do, to like talk about, analyze with y'all as like other, you know. So, and then there were people that had problems with the game, and we talked about that too, and that was fun. So I don't know, man. I don't think he's drama farming. It's just that he doesn't want to own up to actually not liking the game and instead tiptoes around it. Tries to play for both teams without much success. Yeah, I think that's spot on, honestly. I think that's spot on. Bro, Zal, did that comment get censored or something? I feel like what just happened? Weird. You have to be there. That reminds me of a Romanian hip hop song. Yeah, I don't know why if that was auto modded. Anyway, sorry, that just distracted me. But yeah, I think that analysis, like the whole like playing for both teams, because the thing is like, for the people that like the game, they want to watch content from someone that obviously likes the game, and you know. But the people that don't like the game, like if you just shit on it constantly, you basically feed them. They get their meal. You know, even if you constantly are saying it's because I like it and want it to do better, like honestly, that's even better. That's even better to them because it's like, oh, this is someone that like this is like a representative of the game. This is someone who's like the target audience, and he fucking hates it. You know, he hates it the same way that I hate it. Like for Destiny 2, again, when I was watching you know, you had your channels that like just hated on Destiny 2 every single video, but then you had your channels that were like Destiny 2 glaze maxing channels, like Bungie Glazers. Bungie like get on my knees and give Bungie the Glock 3000. You had those channels, and when those channels would speak out against Bungie, that was the tastiest. That was the yummiest meal, right? Because those were the people that are like, this is their audience. These are the people they're trying to appeal to, and they're shitting on Bungie. So like that's the best. And so in a way, it's how you appeal to both crowds. And like maybe it's subconscious. I don't know. Like in a way, it's like audience capture is subconscious sometimes, right? It's not explicit. It's one of those like Noam Chomsky's fucking manufactured consent of like people just respond to the incentives before them. You know, that's just human nature. People just respond to the incentives before them, and they'll feel a certain discomfort to openly saying, you know, I don't like this game and I'm just gonna shit on it, versus like, you know, they want to appeal to both crowds. That's the incentive. So I don't know. To me, that's the vibe I get. So I watched his stream too, and it seemed like he liked it at first. Maybe in his stream he glazes. I don't know. Maybe I don't watch his stream. I'm not gonna sit through like hours and hours of stream. Like maybe if someone watches his stream, maybe he glazes the game and he loves it or something. But wait, the impression from the videos is obviously bad. You know, the impression from the videos is bad, and like I'm not gonna go watch like 12 hours of 18 hours, 20 hours of a stream or something across several days. I'm sure he like compliments the game and says good things about it during the course of a stream. I'm sure he does that, but that doesn't change the fact that like videos like this, they have a certain vibe to it, that vibe check that is not being passed, and definitely do more harm for the game than good. For the few years I played, I liked D2, but hated Bungie. Yeah, Bungie is like a terrible company. I mean, I have respect for, I guess, the artists and the people that make the game because they made a good game, and maybe it's the executives that made all those decisions. So sadly, the hard workers, the employees get lumped in with the executives, but I'm sure they were just doing their job making a video game, but it's the executives that really ruined that. The Genshin comparison. Wait, hold on. They pretty much gaslighted into thinking the Genshin formula is the best way to make a gacha. And then you said, yeah, no, that makes sense. The Genshin comparisons were some of the most disingenuous ones as well. We're talking about Enfield. 5-hour stream on a 20-minute video is crazy. I'm going to bed. All right, yeah. We're gonna finish this video up. Maybe we'll do a faster one on the Ryoku Sensei video.
Characters of Endfield versus the characters of Valorant. I think Valorant has the Valorant.
Yeah, I remember. Hold on, I have to do like a bathroom break. That's how long the video is going. Yo, quick bathroom break. Get some water, stretch your legs or something. I'm gonna be right back. I'll be right back. Sorry, I can't hold it anymore. I'm fucking kicking my legs and stuff. W chair stream. Okay, I mean, like, what do you want me to do, bro? I had to pee. I was holding my pee for like 4 hours. Okay, I mean, it's been like an hour or something where it was really bad, but yeah, I was doing my best. Okay, I'm trying to be a professional. But like I had to fucking pee, okay? I'm sorry. Sorry. I saw someone said something about Supa. Like I did see some of Supa's videos recently. I feel like I honestly got a similar impression that he's like an OG Arknights enthusiast that just like didn't like Enfield or whatever and has been kind of emotionally, I mean, passionately, let's say. Passion is good. Passion's a good thing. Passionately, how should I say this? Criticizing, shitting on it. I haven't seen too much of Supa's stuff, but he seems very strongly opinionated. So, and he also had the whole potential game thing, which I disagree with, but you know. Maybe we'll fucking watch a Supa video or something next time. We'll see. We're about to, okay, honestly, I thought we were like, I thought this video was almost done, but I forgot the Valorant comparison comes in, and it's about to be one of the craziest the craziest comparisons you've ever seen in your entire life. Actually, this is another, when I skimmed, I skimmed I somehow magically, when I was skimming, I came across like the greatest hits. It was like, the Arknights, because Arknights is in the title thing. Like, why did they put Arknights in the title if they didn't want me to compare it to Arknights? And the Valorant comparison. Those were like the greatest hits of the video, for being honest. I think Supra criticized it too early. We need better events, but I don't think this was the worst one. I don't think power washing, well, I've said this earlier, but power washing is probably right on the border of like minigame slop of what is acceptable. And you could, the thing is like, it could be more, there could be more in depth to it. It could be like more complex. But I'm actually making a video right now. One of the things I'm proposing is that like, rather than devs like recreating other games inside of their game, like instead of recreating tower defense or, you know, TFT or like I don't know, whatever, inside of Genshin or Wu or Enfield, why not just you know, make like expansions to Enfield system, you know? Like why not just like beta like really crazy combat things and other things, you know? Like I don't know. I don't know. That power washing was okay though. Power washing was okay. Maybe if they are gonna make it, maybe you guys are right. Maybe just make it a little more in like complex and do more to it so it's more fun. But yeah, he's critical with OG Arknights as well. He's generally just really opinionated. The thing is that I sensed passion from him, so I didn't. When I watch his stuff, I know he like would get angry or like shit on it or whatever, but I sensed he was more passionate, which generally feels more authentic. So his brand is kind of shitting on things, but he also said the cleaning event was kind of bad from him. Bro's fighting for his life to keep his most hated Arknights CC title. Jeez. Started by saying that people should rate Enfield being a live service as a live service, meaning after months of service, then proceeded to doom post about it after the first patch. Yeah, I really didn't like his potential game video. I didn't like, I don't know. I haven't really agreed with any of his takes, or I felt like there's more nuance to them. I feel like he gets kind of angry and then, you know. But again, it's one of those things where it's like, I think at least he's not pretending, he's not playing both sides. I feel like he's just saying whatever he feels. Whereas like I feel offended by like taking fucking back shots from, you know, people that are you know, the chameleons, you know what I mean? No one likes a chameleon, you know. He also plays a character of the most hated Arknights YouTuber. Okay. Okay. The forced contrarianism is too off-putting for me. Like he tries way too hard. I guess that maybe that's the character he's going for. I don't know. I don't know, bro. Supa lore time? Supa keeps losing arguments on 4chan, so he's turning to YouTube for an audience instead. Is that real? Is that real news? That's I don't know anything about him, so I don't know. I don't know anything about him. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll like just watch. Maybe I won't pre-watch. Maybe we'll just watch one of his videos together in the next stream, or maybe the next time we react, we'll watch like a Supa video and just see what he has to say. Because I really don't know anything about like Supa lore or anything about him, so you know, we'll see. We'll see.
Me having this conversation of saying I should defend Enfield. The way I see me having
That's
this
crazy if true.
is I'm trying to reason why people don't like Enfield to begin with. If I want to compare how about the characters in Valorant, as in what? Characters of Enfield versus the characters of Valorant? I think Valorant...
Who is this chatter, by the way? If you want to compare, how about the characters in Valorant? Who cooked this? Demon Nexus. Who cooked this?
As in what? Characters of Enfield versus the characters of Valorant? I think Valorant...
Wait, how can we... So we can compare Enfield to Valorant, but we can't compare Enfield to Genshin Impact and Wuthering Waves? Just let that sink in. Let that sink in. Never cook again? Guys, just let that sink in for a sec. Let's just meditate on that one. Viper's hot, but that's all I know about Valorant. Or all you know about Valorant. Sometimes people do not need a reason to hate on something. I mean, they just don't like it. I don't know. They just don't like it. Like, dude, I've been saying this every time because I'm not trying to alienate anyone that doesn't like Enfield, because I want people to know that, like, if they don't like... Because the thing is, like, I don't even want to create a culture of, like, you have to always like it. Like, the toxic positivity thing, right? I don't think anyone feels that way. But, like, there will be times if you don't like something and you're free to come and be like, I don't like this about, you know, maybe something in 1.2, I didn't like this. Yeah, cool. Like, let's have that discussion. But, like, yes, I don't know. Some people, it's like to me, it's like they just don't like the game. And rather than just owning it and like standing on business, they're hiding behind the shield of like, I just want to give feedback so the game gets better. But like, you don't, but like, from my perspective, you don't like a single thing about this game. Like I watched the 2 previous Kooky videos. There was the 1.0 retrospective and then this one. It was like, I have not heard like, if I have not played Enfield, I have not heard a single good thing that would make me want to like try Enfield. You know, not as like a single good thing about the game. And plenty of reasons to not play Enfield. So, but maybe it's just a psyop, because I've heard a lot of reasons why I should play Arc Knights, you know? And then I downloaded Arc Knights and then I started it and I kind of liked the intro. So I bought a $5 monthly pass. But then after 3 days, I got tired of doing the dailies and kind of just stopped logging in. So they just stole $5 from me. So, you know. So doesn't even play those games enough to even compare them. Yeah. I mean, I know he doesn't play Genshin and Wuthering Waves, so recently Supa also got shit for criticizing Arc Knights' latest event on CN because he doesn't like the main character of the event and didn't want her to get an altar. So is this just like a lot of like opinion, like subjective opinionated stuff, and he's just like very strongly opinionated, so like to rage bait people? Is that like the character that he plays? I mean, I need to watch him and see for myself, but you know. The sink can knock all at once, it's staying outside. He quit WoWa, I think, on the first week of release. So I don't think he has anything to use for comparison outside maybe combat. Yeah, I think for Genshin 2, I don't think he really played it for that long. I mean, bro, like, not to be like a gacha elitist or something, because like there's plenty of gachas that I've not played, but like I've played Genshin for like since day one, basically. I think I started like a month into the game or something. I started WoWa on day 1 and I kind of stopped in like 3.0. I played Star Rail since day 1, ZZ since day 1. I'm kind of a Hoyo slave, but I've also dabbled in like a lot of other gachas like Verse 1999 and stuff. I don't know, dude. At least I think there's a case to be made for why WoWa and Genshin can be, you know, is comparable to Enfield. rather than just they have different developers, which means they have different design flows, so like you can't compare them. Because that's what was said. They have different developers, so their design flow is different. I don't whatever the fuck that means. However that's how that's relevant to like comparing features of a game. I don't know. You know. So surely you will also hate Enfield if you play Arknights. They got tired of dailies taking so much time complaints are so funny to me because you ask and then it turns out they're doing like everything daily. Well, the thing about Arknights is that I also wasn't good at the tower defense. And to like, I don't know why, because I know that dailies are supposed to be easy, but I think you had to like play more first. And I was just bad at it. And I couldn't 100% complete stages, so I couldn't do the auto battle. And then I was just like, oh, well, And then the reason I also actually stopped is because I needed a certain material. I needed a certain upgrade material, like the certain domains where you get a certain upgrade material, and then I kept failing that stage. Like the level 1 version of that stage, I kept failing it. So I was like, I was just like not good at it, and I was like, but like that's why I'm not sitting here talking shit about Arknights all the time. I let the Arknights players talk about their game. I'm not sitting here talking shit about Arknights. I pretty much only ever said good things about Arknights as well. Because I actually do see the appeal of that game and the story and stuff. And like even the gameplay, I see the appeal. That's why I bought a $5 monthly pass when I started in the first few days. Because I was like, oh, I really like this. Like I'll play. I'll definitely be playing for a month. And then I just started getting shit on by tower defense. All right, let's check out the Valorant comparison, bro. What I know about Supa is obsessed with a faction on Arknights, and since the new event didn't go how he headcanoned it, it must be bad. Oh, okay. Okay. Again, I don't know, but I hear you. I hear what you're saying. Because I'm not gonna watch these people's like Arknights videos, bro. Like I have enough. I have enough, bro. Arknights is an acquired taste. It's not the kind of game that anyone can pick up and enjoy. Kind of sucks because there was a lot of content that I wanted to try from the way that people talked about it. And like the thing is, like I'll come back eventually because I'm not planning on playing it religiously as like I'm gonna log into my dailies every day and like save up for characters. I'm just gonna try and like play what I can because apparently you can clear everything with like free characters. So I'll just come back to it eventually and I'll just try it, but I'll just play it as like a normal game instead of a log in every day, stress about doing your dailies kind of game. I don't know when, but it's not like off the table. Like it certainly has like appeal to me that I want to experience. If the genre's not for you, I'm not going to tell you to go back to it because I always thought, keep playing for 2 months. It gets good at X point. It's terrible. Yeah, that's why I'm not going to force myself to log in every day. I'm just going to play it when I feel like it. I'll try it. But okay. Valorant comparison. Post your Discord and YouTube already? Do I really need to reset my Twitch pass? Okay, I'm going to do it after the stream. Okay, I'm going to do it after the stream. Don't post anything weird in the Discord, okay? Because the Discord has rules. Like, we're no safe for or no safe for work. Sorry, no. Yes, no NSFW, double negative, holy. Basically, did I even get that right? Yeah, no, yeah. Everything has to be safe for work. Let's just say that, okay? Everything has to be safe for work, don't be weird to people. Don't don't be weird to other people. Don't do profanity. Like, you know what I mean? Like not that I think you're going to, but sorry. I don't know why I said that all of a sudden, but I think you said something about I have something weird to say. Not that I think you'll say anything weird, but anyway. Anyway. Safe for work only, yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Feels very similar to AK. Most people who Valorant, I think Valorant has
Okay. No gooning allowed in the Discord. Yeah, no gooning. No gooning. No, that's why the Discord, bro. We gotta keep it chill, bro. That's part of the reason why the Discord link is in an obscure area, because like it's like naturally people that are more like once they become more like attuned with the community, then they'll figure out where the Discord is, and that's why it's kind of like an Easter egg, you know. It's just kind of natural, and that's why that's why the Discord so far has literally just been like a button underneath a Twitch stream. So
the Valorant characters feels very similar to AK. Most people who play Valorant do
what does
not.
that mean,
Valorant,
bro? How do you expect me to? But they're made by different devs, because Valorant is made by Riot, and they have a totally different design flow process. So why are you comparing them? How can you even say they're similar? It doesn't make any sense.
As the Valorant characters feels very similar to AK. Most people who play Valorant do not know the story or the lore of the character. They barely interact with that. So,
so again, I don't know. Yeah, I think he's just doing a meta-analysis of the Arknights community or something, where it's like the Arknights community doesn't read the story but still likes the characters or something, because, you know. Yeah, no, I know. I just there was just a weird no, Zalia, I know. I'm not accusing you of anything. I just kind of, there was just a weird like the neurons kind of fired in my brain, and I just felt like, I don't know why. Anyway, I'm not accusing you of anything. Like the word popped into my head, and then it just got my neurons fired, and you know, it is what it is. Only like 3 people talk in the Discord anyway, and you are not in that list, Volp. You always throw one message or two and then disappear for a week. Okay. Okay, fine, bro. I'll talk more in the Discord. I'm sorry. I'm trying. Okay, I'm trying. Sometimes guys, I feel bad because like if I don't stream for a couple days, and I'm like, oh, then like people like, you know, then I feel bad, and then I'm like, I just need to hide, so I can't talk in the Discord. Anyway, you know that feeling where like you just want to run away from everything that makes you feel uncomfortable, and just, you know, like make your brain into a vegetable by constantly consuming like slop, so you don't face anything that makes you uncomfortable. Yeah, you know, like that feeling. Yeah, and then you just want to like numb yourself. Yeah, with like scrolling on Twitter. Yeah, pretty much. I'm from Arknights. I'm also not into Enfield that much, TBH. For me, Enfield felt like playing Arknights at early day compared to today in terms of story and content. My expectations for this game are too high, and it's my fault. Like, the thing is, yeah, you don't have to like fall on your sword or anything. Like, it's, you know, I guess maybe it's introspective to say maybe you had like high expectations or something, but like, you don't have to fall on your sword and say like it's your fault or whatever. But it's fine. Like, not everyone's gonna like every kind of game. Like, maybe the story and the content and stuff, maybe it adds to it in time and you're more satisfied with it. But that was introspective of you. That was cool. That was mature. And I get it. I definitely get that perspective, because you hear that a lot. You hear that a lot from people. MOBA can be like that. Thematic designs and kit enough to sell you on a character. Yeah, and most of the time the characters are free, or I mean, you can buy them, but it's really easy to get them for free. It's just like they're trying to get you to buy skins and then keep playing. Like, you know, log in, keep playing the game. If you get attached to a character, then like you'll main them, and then you'll like grind the game, and you'll play more, and then you'll buy all their skins. You know, that's the pessimistic way. I mean, I'm sure there's writers and that just genuinely want to make good stories and endearing characters and all that stuff. And then, well, there are people.
One, the imaging thing happens. You ask.
I mean, yeah, for Valorant, like, you don't need another story at all, right? It's not, you know, the story is extra. I don't know. I mean, for a gacha game, I don't know. I would say for a gacha game, like, maybe unless you just really like the gameplay of something. I know some people like the Arc Knights Tower Defense gameplay, and you just skip the story. But I mean, the story is a big part of these games. I don't know.
A Viper cosplayer or Viper lover from Valorant. One, the imaging thing happens. You ask a Viper cosplayer or Viper lover from Valorant, like, hey, why do you like the character? Oh, I just love her design. It ends there. And when you think about Viper,
okay, not to nitpick, but like, I think if someone is cosplaying the character, let's say they're doing it for passion and not for like gooner bait, like, you know what I'm saying? Like the OnlyFans cosplayers or whatever. Let's say it's someone doing it for passion. I'm pretty sure they know Viper's story. I mean, I feel like you have to, right? Like, if you like Viper so much that you're like buying all this shit and dressing up and like going out in public and like interacting with Valorant people and, you know, like to like cons or something, I feel like you would know something about her story. It's not like it's hard to like watch like a animated short. You know, there's like 2 or 3 every year or something, right? Like maybe 1 or 2 actually every year. I feel like you would know something about, like, those short. I don't even play Valorant. I watch the shorts. They're fucking fire. They're amazing. I do the wiki fucking deep crawls through the wiki every now and then just to see what the lore is. I don't know. I don't know if I'd say it's the same. I don't even know. Maybe it is comparable. Maybe we can learn something from this. Let's see.
as in Viper from Valorant, for those of you wondering. If you think about Viper's design, it's like, whoa.
That was a fucking dangerous, really, bro. Cool. That was a dangerous. Holy, this guy is fucking balls made of tungsten. That was a dangerous Google search.
Viper from Valorant, for those of you wondering. If you think about Viper,
and then not only the Google search, the fucking fearless images.
It's like,
whoa. Oh my god, that was fearless. Viper Valorant. I mean, like, that was fearless. That was. I think this guy just mogged. Kooky just mogged us all as a CC. I would never do that. I'm not brave enough. He had to have filters on. How do you? I don't even know how you turn on filters or whatever. It doesn't like show anything. Maybe. As an Arcanist player, I know we'll get better, and unlike Kooky, I'm down to wait. And how many opinions and surveys can help the game more in a direction that makes me like it more? Yeah, I mean, I just think the game can really only get better. You know, like it's good. Like out of the gachas that I play daily, which again, because I'm a Hoyo slave, it's Genshin, HSR, and ZZZ right now, and then Endfield. You know, I really should diversify, but like, yeah, you know. Maybe when Silver Palace comes out, Silver Palace will knock out Genshin. But like, out of the ones that I play daily, I mean, I think I like ZZ a lot. I would still say Enfield is probably my favorite. Especially like when I do the endgame content, like doing Umbral Monuments. Like, yeah, sure, it's not like very replayable because you don't get rewards for redoing it. But I still had more fun doing Umbral Monuments than I did out of any of the other endgames, right? I mean, same goes when I do endgames in Wuthering Waves or, you know, Reverse 1999, Chaos Zero Nightmare, because they're all the same. They're all the exact same. And Umbral Monuments was like more fun by like a mile. So I just think it's good. I think there's like room for improvement and all that stuff. But don't understand this notion of disregarding 6+ years of trust in HG because Enfield is not perfect at launch. Baffles my mind. I think because I in my this is my last video, the replayability video. Yeah. Where I talked about like this article where like the devs basically talk about how like beta testing content is part of the development process. Like it's how a live service kind of comes up with good content. So it's almost like it's part of the process in a way, I guess you could say, if you're trying to glass half full it. So he doesn't like Enfield's character designs, but the designs are so fire. Yeah, dude. I mean, I think he said it earlier when he was looking at the 2D splash arts that, like, you know, Tong Tong and Gilberta and all that. Like, they look very Arknights-esque. But there is something weird about how, like, you know, you could look at an Arknights character and not read the story and still feel attached. But, like, because in Enfield, you have to watch through the story like a movie, it means that you will realize you don't like the story, and then you'll realize it's not good or something. Which, again, this was him, like, rationalizing the Arknights players that don't like Enfield, but it was, like, also generalizing those people as, you know, story skippers. Like, Arknights story skippers in the first place, which, like, maybe those people played the story and they didn't like Enfield, you know? Like, I mean, that's fine, but I don't know. It's a weird point.
She's really cool. You know, she's got.
I mean, this is another generalization about
and everything. You start imaging
Viper cosplayers
of like what you think of them, and so you use that as your judgment of like
mommy. I dare you to click that. I dare you to click that. Unreal Monument felt like a juicy burger to eat every patch. Yeah, it's actually fun, especially like the newer ones. It's just been getting better. Like the cranes with the chain, I thought was a really fun mechanic. The bull boss was really fun and had a cool mechanic as well to play around. Yeah, they're really fun. Still playing Umbral or Recrisis to test rotations? Yeah, because you can just play them if you want, you know? You can just, like, if you just want to play the combat. It'd be nice if there was, like, a reward, you know? That's why I say just give cosmetics or something. Like, have a cosmetic shop. Don't like Enfield's story, don't like Enfield's combat, don't like Enfield's character design. He just doesn't like it. Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know when we're going to get, like, when are we going to talk about the things that we do like?
Now, Valorant has a character that's making the waves, right? The newest Valorant character that's mixed. Like, people just think, hey, he looks like a cute-looking guy. He looks like a fun one. He's wearing a hoodie that has this interesting stuff. Like, you don't need to know who he is. You just look at it and be like, oh damn, I think this character, I like him. Next, look as. You can think of Reyna, you know, or who else is there that people like in the game.
I mean, I don't see what the... I don't know, I don't see what the... What is this proving? I mean, it's like, that's how character design works. It's supposed to, like, you know, it's supposed to be like a first impression. You see the character and want to know more about them. I mean... What are we proving? I just, like, I forgot. Like, I don't think it was said. I think someone was trying to say, some chatter was trying to say, this is why Enfield is trash or something.
Viper's design of the character is very similar to AK. How about the characters in...
If you want to compare about the characters in Valorant, I mean, we wouldn't even compare Genshin.
Valorant characters feels very similar to AK. If I want to compare how about the character is... I'm trying to reason why people don't like Enfield to begin with. If I want to compare how about the characters in...
I'm just trying... Sorry, bro. I'm sure I'm burning bridges here, but, like, it's just so funny to me, bro. Like, I'm just trying to reason why people don't like Enfield to begin with. People are saying, some people are saying this, not me, but, like, some people.
It's
just funny, dude. Like, I don't know, like, you can't help it.
That people like in the game. Who's the most recent person that people like from Val?
That's universal to all character design? Yeah, it's like a principle. It's like the principle of character design.
You see, all these, like, you don't even need to know the character story.
This video lost the plot a long time ago.
Character story, will I say that Valorant gives more fun when interacting the story? I'd say, yeah, it does. The advantage.
Sorry, bro. I mean, we're just fucking...
that
I don't know why. I don't even know why I thought that was funny. I was like...
has is that they don't need to give you a manga. They don't need to give you a full-fledged story.
Yeah.
It's like they drip feed for you the character story in the form of the videos that they make, in the form of the graphics the promotional posters they make of how the characters interact with each other. You use that as your judgment of the character. And because it's not full, it feels like it's a tickling experience, It's like you get a sense of who they are. And that's enough to keep you engaged with the character. So what I'm trying to say here is that when you have a game like this...
Wait, here we go. This is gonna make it all worth it. This is gonna make it all worth it. Bro, I'd respect you more if you just told me you think the game is shit and you don't like it. Is this nitpicking? Well, I think the point is that Enfield has blander designs, maybe? Maybe. I don't know. I stopped watching this kooky video after minute 5 because it was the most random nothing burger I ever heard. I don't know, bro. Like,
and the whole game's premise is the ability to give you a very full story of a character. Have a game like this, and the whole game's premise here is that sense of who they are. And that's
okay, let's listen to the thesis statement. I'm sure this is gonna...
what I'm trying to say here is that when you have a game like this, and the whole game's premise is the ability to give you a very full story of a character, it's a powerful medium. In fact, I think it's the most powerful medium.
I just want to sit on that statement for a little bit.
Like Endfield being a 3D game, being able to present stories in 3D, perhaps is the strongest way for people to love someone in the game, to want to be as involved with any new story that comes in the game. But that comes with the problem that they didn't use this medium well.
Book is more powerful? Yeah, I was actually going to say the same thing. That was my knee-jerk reaction when I heard that. That's what literally popped in my head. I was like, I think books are just OP. I just think books are way too OP. Enfield is also drip feeding? Is there drip feeding right now? Yeah, I thought you meant like marketing. You mean like story? It's drip feeding with a deeper story, so it's technically better than all the comparisons he's making. Like, yeah, I was gonna say, like, I mean, books are just OP when it comes to like getting you like attached to characters and stuff. I don't know, bro. I actually don't. I like Enfield. I actually think Enfield is the best at like making its characters expressive. But I actually think that this medium, the gacha medium, is the worst medium for like making you attached to a character. Like the strongest medium is like the Lord of Mysteries, the ReZero, the Game of Thrones, like the written novel that just goes on for like 15 years, like that's the strongest medium for being attached to a character, like a gacha have so many inherent flaws because they need to like constantly release new characters. So having too many characters, you have to cycle them out. You can't stay with them. You can't have like long character arcs. Genshin kind of solved this in Nodcry, actually. Genshin kind of solved it in Nodcry by just having like the whole group like, together. But the thing is, like, they still obviously, I would exclude lots of previous characters, but they would bring, some Mondstadt characters back. And, they had like Arlecchino come back. And there was moments like that. Like Genshin kind of solved it. But it was the first, like it was after, and it was also like after 6 years of Genshin was the first time they really did it. And no one else has like picked up on it yet. But like, I don't know if I would say it's the strongest medium. Maybe because he means like you're seeing a character in 3D or something. And second is cinema with good direction. Yeah. Like anime. I mean, anime episodes, TV shows, if the writing is good too. Like in Free Ran or JJK or something. As much as I get pissed at Gege, or what's his name? What do you call him? Gigi? Gege? Kind of sounds like I'm calling, yeah, anyway. Gege, whatever. The author of JJK. As much as I get pissed at him for fucking killing characters, I know he's good at making you attached. books take more effort for some people. Some people are saying that reading is hard. Some people. I think the book argument varies per person. Reading Lord of Mysteries, I can't make a mental image of any descriptions of a character, in part due to ESL. Yeah, that would make it hard. Yeah. The thing is Lord of Mysteries it puts your imagination to the test. Like sometimes you have to I have to reread descriptions of things and purposefully think something, imagine what something may look like, or, but I think he does have lots of good descriptions of things, but Lord of Mysteries is very hard. There's so much mysticism and random stuff you would have never encountered before in Lord of Mysteries. That's why Limbus can explore characters in depth. Yeah, I don't know if I'd say this is the most powerful. And I mean, obviously I kind of disagree with this whole Enfield did not use the medium well. I mean, they used it about as well as the medium is used. I think, I mean, if you want to take that argument, I mean, I would say that Enfield, the characters feel more expressive. The voice acting feels more expressive than really and Genshin's doing a little better. I think maybe Wu is doing better. But in terms of the technology, the character expressiveness with facial animations and arm movements and that sort of thing. Yeah, I mean, I think Enfield is doing well with that. I don't know. I don't know, bro. Maybe I'm just being a contrarian at this point. ZZ, yeah, ZZZ. I was gonna say ZZ because their voice acting is top notch. Their movements are top notch. They have their movements in those little windows. So it's a few set kind of movements that they're going through, but they still add a lot of expression that I like a lot. And and their cutscenes are really good. So is he gonna say why it doesn't use it well?
So be SMA for people to love someone in the game, to want to be as involved with any new story that comes in the game. But that comes with the problem that they didn't use this medium well at the current point of the game. So hopefully you all understand this conversation that we're having.
Ironic, isn't it? How long is the stream? 5.5 hours? Do you think we understood, chat? Do you think we understood the conversation that was being had?
It's the strongest.
Did we understand? Maybe he wouldn't. Maybe not. Maybe not. No way Genshin was the first to solve it. HI3 exists? Okay, sorry, HI3. Well, yeah, but they do it. I mean, Genshin really impressed me with the way they set up the Nodcry story, how characters were involved, even previous characters were involved, entire patches before their banner, and there were patches for entire patches after their banner. The way they handled character interaction, I thought that Genshin impressed me with how it broke from the norms. Not that it's the bar was super high, but it did break from norms, which I think is usually a good thing and should be, credit should be given. Because the thing is, I think these, when we talk about this specific medium, what we're talking about is the character models standing in the open world with the VAs fucking shouting, spitting dialogue at each other. In HSR, especially early Wuthering Waves, Genshin Impact, a lot of the times they would just sit the characters there and then the VAs would just speak at each other, would just, spit their lines at each other. And there wouldn't be much more to it than that. Yeah, I guess people get really attached to characters in gacha. I mean, there are characters I have that I like, but there are characters in novels that I will carry with me for my entire life, Aragorn, Frodo, Faramir from Lord of the Rings, Gandalf from Lord of the Rings, Klein, Audrey, from Lord of Mysteries, Subaru, Rom. Is Amelia a W character? I don't know. Some characters like that. Horikita from Classroom of the Elite. Ayana Koji. Bro, Ayana Koji is so misunderstood. Nobody understands the point of Classroom of the Elite. Makes me so sad. I think it's a Sherlock Holmes. It's like a Sherlockian story. I realized this after rewatching the BBC Sherlock. Ayana Koji is definitely a Sherlock Holmes. Anyway, sorry, tangent. But no one understands that. So they think it's just like aura farming powerful MC. I think he's just Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock does the exact same thing. Anyway, sorry. If you want to compare Enfield to Valorant, then I will Watchmen then Enfield. Watchmen. Dude, what was Watchmen again? Was that I forgot what that was. I've heard of it. I know people talk about it really positively. I don't know. That was a funny comparison because it was like, you know, I'm not going to compare Genshin to, I'm not going to compare Enfield to Genshin, but like, let's compare Enfield to or Arc Knights and Enfield to Valorant. Okay. All right, bro. That's a good one.
Officially done the unthinkable.
This is definitely louder, right? I think I have to turn this back down. Okay, now it's time for a palette cleanser. But we're still going to be crashing out, don't worry about it. I'm going to be fucking... I only have one mode.
Done the unthinkable. Again. According to this article here,
listen to that again.
Officially done the unthinkable. Again.
Let me know about the volume. It might be too loud since I messed with the settings. Japan has done the unthinkable. Coats Anime did Ayana Koji dirty? Bro, they kind of went too hard into the whole like aura farming MC because the novels definitely have the novels have a lot of subtext that maybe I'm coping, but I think there's a lot of subtext in the novels that you need to kind of pick up on yourself. There's like unreliable narrator stuff that's really interesting with Ayana Koji. That I think the author is kind of cooking, and especially because a Sherlock story, like with Sherlock also has that sort of like overpowered MC surrounded by all these people, but the tension, the thing is Sherlock has problems being human, and that's the same problem that Ayana Koji has. He has problems like being human, connecting with other people, and it's understandable because he like literally grew up in a fucking lab, you know, like it makes sense. And so like a lot of his arc, like a lot of Sherlock's arc is like not just defeating the enemy or solving the case because he's a genius, like he's going to solve the case and it's going to be entertaining, but it's like his how he becomes more human, right? Anyway.
Here, players in Japan have spent more money on the massive new title Knights Enfield than players in China, accounting for a jaw-dropping
I heard about
32% of its global revenue.
I've heard about this.
Clear, I mean Japan spending more on a game developed in China than those Chinese players. God knows FGO is still getting carried hard off Japanese revenue. So how did a market that's historically
Were we doing gameplay today, Volp? I mean, we did some at the beginning. I mean, we did some. We did some. It's a bit low. Turn it up. Ryuku's nice. No, yeah, Ryuku's the GOAT. He's the GOAT. Even in those Endfield podcasts that they did, Ryoku and Life Lessons Gaming were my GOATs. Rin was authentic. He was authentically himself. What else can you expect from a man? And then Kuki was kind of, anyway.
second to China?
No, I love Kuki. I mean, it's just some people are saying that Kuki might not like Enfield and kind of, you know,
Still
some people are saying that. Some people, not me, but like I saw some people in chat saying that earlier. I'm just trying to explain what other people are feeling.
For a Chinese developed game. Let's break down the numbers, the reports, and the real reasons Japan is fueling this game's incredible financial success. Alright, let's talk numbers because these are crazy. Since its global launch on January...
Stopped after the second island arc. I mean, bro, the islands are peak. I mean, yeah, it kind of is like you're redoing it. And there's going to be a third island arc, but the islands are kind of peak. Anyway. Kind of like heroes being disconnected with normal human beings like Superman. Yeah, there's some interesting things to like look at there. And Ayano Koji has like some interesting arcs, you know? Because the thing is like the he's so misunderstood because like You have people that hate him because they think he's like a cheap self-insert slop MC, like power fantasy slop MC, and you have people that like idolize him for that reason, and none of them really understand the character. So anyway, the point is that I'm not like other people, and I see things that other people don't. That's the point.
22nd, 2026, Knights Enfield has been
I'm not like other girls.
really well. According to reports, the mobile version alone raked in a whopping 46 million in its first month. The money came from both major platforms, with iOS grabbing about 28.3 million. Or
like, this is what I don't understand from like that person earlier who was like, but bro, like even the devs are talking about making changes to things, and they're making changes to things. Isn't that proof that, dude, you know what? Actually, that was a fucking Saint viewer. I don't know why. I should have clocked it right at the beginning, because like that's exactly what Saint says. That's the whole like post hoc thing that Saint loves to do. He's done that for so many different games. But the devs are making changes to such and such thing, which is proof that we were right to shit on it this whole time. Okay, buddy. All right. Like that's just what they do. And also should have clocked him as a Saint viewer just from how angry and fucking combative, and how like he was unable to have like a human connection with somebody, you know? He just was like, he just wanted to like fight and just be angry and just like make enemies and stuff. They should have clocked it right away. It should have clocked him based. Dude, I don't know why it didn't occur to me until now. It just occurred to me. Third Island was fun in the end. Bro, I'm like way behind in the light novel. I forgot. I read the end of book 2, and then they started cracking down on fan translations, and I couldn't really find Japanese translations. So I think I actually stumbled across one. I'm not going to say where, but actually I've never found any. They just cracked down on it, and they don't exist anymore. Sorry. So he was just spitting Saint arguments. It's the whole thing where it's, you know these kinds of people, you can clock them just based on like, first of all, they're like debate bros, you know? No one wants to be a debate bro. Guys, no one wants to be a debate bro. Like, just debating for the sake of debating. Like, even when I was sitting here like, bro, listen, your voice will be heard, okay? You can talk. You can tell me what you don't like about the game, and we'll have a discussion about it. He was just like, he just was crashing out. I don't know. He was just getting angry and insulting people, and that's just Saint 101. Because the second you actually like, you're free to like, because I'm sure, I don't know, dude. I'm sure nothing he could actually say would be of any worth. If you remove whales from JP, CN might come out on top still. JP whales are of a different breed. It's definitely like very culturally accepted there. Dude just been raging, yeah. I argue with Ken Kaneki and Pixel Tree's Discord daily, and we're still good with each other. Yeah, it's very wholesome when you have people like that. There's this thing, bro. There's this line from Baldur's Gate 3 that Lae'zel says that kind of stuck with me. And it's when her and Shadowheart have a big fight and they almost kill each other. But then you go up to Lae'zel and you're like, is everything good? And Lae'zel's like, yeah, of course. It's through conflict that our bonds grow stronger. And that really stuck with me. And I feel like that's kind of true. Like, it's actually kind of healthy to disagree. And then it's the fact that you can disagree with someone and then they still like respect you, and you can like have a respectful talk, but then you still see each other as like humans and, you know, as like friendly and stuff. It just makes it so that, you can just be yourself, right? It encourages people to be themselves, and they can be authentic and speak their minds and not have to worry about, if they disagree with someone, like people getting fucking losing their minds, you know? Yeah. They fight, but they kiss, so it's all good. Yeah. Well, I mean, they could, but BG3 might go. Truly game of the decade material. It's literally not going to be surpassed until Larian makes Divinity Original Sin 3. Egg had, wait, who's Egg? Are you talking about Ryoku Sensei? Surely not. He had a little crash out about a statement one of the HG devs said about how Asia is more used to the Spark style system that was normal before Genshin because it was worded a little weird. I do, yeah, the Spark style is something you definitely see more. Like, yeah, like, yeah, it was actually, yeah, it's pretty common, right? And kind of Hoyoverse is kind of, they're like the odd ones out on that, right? Not to be a gym bro, but you need some resistance and repetition for growth. Yeah, you know, exactly. Exactly. I mean, dude, there's like there's like philosophers, I forgot who said that exactly, but it's like, you know, if your beliefs have never been tested, then they're not real beliefs, you know? Little food for thought. Like you kind of have to test, first of all, testing your beliefs, but I also think on the socialization, on like the community thing, like it's important to know that you can be yourself and speak your mind. And as long as you're like respectful and treat people with dignity and respect, you'll be accepted. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to do for us, but that's how it should be. Sorry, just threw up in my mouth a little bit. It was a little sappy, but it, you know, it is what it is. It is. That's just how it is. That's the truth. Yeah. I saw someone like that on Fob stream who was crashing out that he doesn't have enough mats, and the crashing out on whales, like what does spending money in a gacha game would do when it's going to EOS? I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro. Like, Hoyo was the one that normalized the current 50-50 that most people in the West experience. Yeah. Yep. One of my Discord friends from JP burns between 1 to 2K a month on Ume Sume and Shadowverse. Truly different breed. Yeah, that's a lot of money, dude. I know it's very accepted in JP, and I know it's very accepted in JP. I did see there was like a societal like supporting argument for why it's like more culturally like the norm. And it's because people like Japan is like a very workhorse society. So, you know, the whole like, what do they call it? Like the, you know, 14-hour work days and stuff like that. And so like people truly don't have time to do anything else, but they're working and making money. So, you know, for just a little bit of enjoyment, like can you, like someone who's like living so miserably and they have literally no time to do anything else, can you really blame them for just wanting to fucking have a little enjoyment, you know, like on Ume Musume? Fucking pull their horse that they want, you know? Like, because some of them live truly difficult, hard, miserable lives. Like, not miserable, not to say like in a bad way, but like in an empathetic way. They have really hard lives. So, I don't know, I can't really blame if like you come back from a 16-hour workday and you're like, I just want to fucking pull my horse girl. You know, like, I just want to pull my fucking horse girl. Is that too much to ask? You know, I don't have time to have like friends. I don't have time to have fun. I don't have time to travel. I don't have time to do anything, to eat healthy food. Can I just have my fucking horse girl? I don't blame them, honestly. I don't blame them. Salaryman slaves? Yeah, it's pretty bad, actually, once you like read about the culture. It's called karoshi, overwork culture. It's pretty bad when you read about it. Why buy a car when it's going to break eventually? That's the right mindset. That's the right mindset. Maybe the horse girl game EOS's, but so what? Everything ends. Everything in this world must come to an end. 14-hour workday, work, sleep, repeat. Yeah, dude, it's bad. Like you see some of the, you see documentaries, you see articles, you see like Japanese people talk about their experience. I mean, it's Bro, there's another actual. You want to hear something like dark that might like change the way you look at anime and stuff. But like, I heard an explanation. I forgot from who. I forgot from where it came from. But it's like the explanation about why schools are so prominent, like high school and middle school is so prominent in Japanese media, like anime and stuff. And it's because the school days were like the last days when people were happy. Because like after you leave, graduate school and start working, like the salary man slave culture, it's just straight misery. Like there's nothing enjoyable about it. Like there's no redeeming quality. So like the only like the source of like nostalgia and happiness is like all from the times when I was a school kid, you know, which is like, man, I feel bad. I feel bad when I read about that stuff. You heard that explanation before? Yeah. It's also why isekai is another most popular genre. Like just fucking Thanos snap me out of the world, put me in a fantasy world and just let me go, you know? Not from Japan, but kind of relate to that. Oh yeah, it's not just Japan either. Like Japan has a really intense, I think other Asian countries like China and Korea have the same have a similar work culture stuff. But I mean, dude, so many people relate to like the isekai desire, the school days, like life just kind of became miserable after you left school, left college or university or whatever. Yeah, the 9 to 5 work, sleep, repeat. Yeah, bro. It's pretty relatable. Nostalgia is a hell of a drug, yeah. Yeah. People drawing anime are the same geeks we have over here that sometimes just don't ever grow up. Well, I mean, maybe, but also the people drawing anime also, I mean, the animators also have a similar work culture, you know? They also have like similar, like their work like fucking dogs, and then they get paid very little for their work, like relatively to, you know, how hard they're working. So, you know, I mean, bro, I don't know, bro. Being a geek is not necessarily a bad thing either. Being a nerd, being a geek, it's not a bad thing. But I get what you're saying. Korea has regression rather than isekai. Yeah, in China, well, Lord of Mysteries, they call it transmigrating. Is that what they call it in Chinese media? Transmigration rather than like isekai? Or like travel to another world or something like that? Reborn in another world? And what is regression? Is it going back in time? The further back you go in anime genesis, the less high school stuff you see. It's more stuff like Hajime no Ippo or Gundam. Dang, that's kind of true, isn't it? Is that empirically supported? It does kind of make sense. I feel like that's kind of true. Bro, maybe that's like Classroom of the Elite just hits so differently. Like it's like they're doing like little like, you know, competitive assignments, but it's nothing crazy. It's kind of just like fun at the end of the day. It's just like taking something very seriously that is kind of just like it's schoolwork or it's school stuff, you know? I don't know. I thought Classroom of the Elite is pretty epic. It's a pretty epic premise. Transmigration is a method to be isekai'd. Yeah, it's just that like Klein didn't die in China. He just went to sleep and then woke up in another world. And rather than being like reborn, he like moved to another person's body. So it's kind of like, that's why I guess where the trans word comes from, and like transmigrate, like taking you out of your world and like plucking you down and inside the body of like someone else in another world or something. Cian loves leveling up stories, from eating dirt slaves to become emperor of 100. Yeah, but everyone loves those stories, dude. Everyone loves that. Like that's like solo leveling, you know? Regression would be like solo leveling, or even Subaru's authority. Oh, okay. Like omniscient reader's viewpoint, kind of. Isn't that also like a looping thing?
%61%, and Google Play picking up the other 17.7 million, 39%. But the real headline and the bombshell, it's like changing the entire conversation, is where that money came from. Japan has stormed into the lead with about 32% of that 46 million.
Japan,
This puts it firmly
yes.
ahead of the game's home country, China, which landed in second place with a still huge 27%. The United States came in third, accounting for about 10% of
Yes.
spending. And there's not much information for Europe though, which is a bit unfortunate. After a small stumble on launch day with the whole PayPal issue, the game's launch just exploded, pulling in massive numbers. A mere 2 weeks after it launched, official sources in Shanghai confirmed that Knights Enfield had already pulled in over 173 million.
Like you don't get much like official information like this, by the way, on gacha revenue. So like I don't know, maybe this is like par for the course, but it's definitely impressive. And definitely not what some people like calling it a potential game, saying it's like it's just basically all bad. There's like almost no redeeming qualities. It's just all potential game. Kinda spits in the face of that whole narrative.
$1 million across all platforms.
Not to be like, oh yeah, like gacha company fucking wring me dry, you know, but like, people wouldn't be spending money on something that was potential game.
Mobile, PC, and PlayStation 5 combined. This is a huge deal, and we'll come back to why it's especially important for Japan in a moment. The revenue spikes tell a clear story, like the one we saw on March 12th with the 1.1 banner for the new 6-star operator Tang.
Code's about throwing kids in a competitive adult world early? I guess. I never looked at it that way. I guess you're kind of right about that, because they do kind of have this cutthroat thing. But I mean, in a way, they're yeah. I don't know. I feel like Code was such an interesting premise. And I need to keep reading it, but I do think the books are good. I really want to wait for the books to go a bit longer, because I'm really, really worried if Classroom of the Elite will stick the landing, or like what will happen, you know? I'm honestly really worried, guys. Like, I don't know if like Horikita is going to be okay. I don't know if like Ayano Koji is going to truly like change and have his like come to Jesus moment, you know, where he like changes and maybe like Horikita breaks through to him. Like, I'm really scared the author might just like end up doing Power Fantasy Slop, and then that's all we get. Like, I don't know why. I think it's different. I think it's not that kind of story. But I'm scared. I don't know. I really don't want it to go down that path. Like, I'm scared about what's going to happen to Ichinose, because Ayano Koji's being weird. And again, I haven't even started reading Year 3, but like, I don't want Ayano Koji to do like bad stuff. I want him to like be on the path to being good. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Maybe I'm huffing copium.
That the game keeps players hooked and spending. So why is this such a big deal? For as long as anyone can remember, the general rule of thumb for gacha has been China is king. Japan spends more money than any other country per player, but with its enormous player base, China has always been the top grossing region for
the whales
games, especially for titles from Chinese developers like Hypergriff. So everyone just assumed that with Enfield, they would make most of their money in China. But the thing is, though, this shouldn't be all too
So
surprising.
why is this?
With Endfield being the successor to the original Knights, that changes things. Knights has been a widely successful hit, but what's interesting is that its finances were almost always propped up by Japan.
Being more human is his goal? Is it? Okay. But like, I don't want him to... I'm worried about Ichinose, honestly. Because I like all the characters in Classroom of the Elite. I really like them all. And I really want to see them all kind of have their happy ending, where they like... And I think so far, even like Sakanayagi, is that how you say it? Arusu? Sorry, the names are hard. But yeah, like Sakanagi, I haven't watched the show in a bit, so I forget the pronunciations. But like, even she... Oh, spoilers for Year 2, by the way, spoilers. But even she gets expelled at the end. But it's almost like that's what was best for her, you know? Like, for her development, that was kind of what was best for her. So, and she'll surely come back and like help to like defeat Ayano Koji or something. But even in that case, you can kind of, it's sad to see her go, but you can kind of see why for her development that was the right thing to happen. But I don't know. I'm scared for Ichinose. I'm scared for Horikita. I'm kind of scared for Ruyen, but you know.
According to this article here from Famitsu in 2023, Japan represents 40% of the revenue for the original Arknights, with China coming in at second place with 33%. But that was for the original Arknights. With the change,
if Koji doesn't become more human, the whole series will be a nothing burger. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like it would just feel like it was all for nothing. If he just like and like they gotta fucking do a dunk on Ayano Papa, you know. They gotta do a dunk on him. I want to see Aina Koji like embraces humanity and kind of like make friends with people and stuff. Cause like it feels like he really isolated himself from Class D, the original Class D, going into, because I read a little bit of Year 3 Book 1. I haven't finished it yet. And I know from the beginning, I know he really isolates himself, and it's just like, he just needs to have a conversation with Horikita. Like, and I feel like the entire Year 3 is going to be those two just like needing to have a conversation with each other and just not doing it until like the end. And then they're going to like have a conversation and cry and fall in love or something. But I don't know, bro. A lot of like, truly a lot of it does depend on the ending, which kind of sucks. Like the journey does matter, but if the ending, it really does matter about the ending. Like we're talking like Game of Thrones season 8 kind of like flop. Like ruining the entire series if the ending flops. Bro, I'm sorry. I said spoiler. I'm sorry. But you still have to see how you still like the seeing how it happens is more important than knowing that it happens.
Changing tastes of players, many expected that Enfield might fall into the same trend of having the majority of its revenue come from its domestic Chinese player base. But for Enfield to not just launch well, but to immediately flip the expected
Yeah, Game of Thrones was sad, bro. It retroactively ruined the entire series. I mean, there's still like the first few seasons, like the first 4 seasons or something. They were still kind of good, but I don't know, dude. George R. R. Martin, I mean, he's never gonna finish the books. And he also just kind of writes more pessimistically, I think. And then season 8 was botched. Season 8 was fucking botched. I don't know, bro. House of the Dragon season 2 is botched. Honestly, Knight of the Seven Kingdoms is the only one we have left. Because they're actually more like they're the most Lord of the Rings coded that George R. R. Martin ever gets in his writing. It's like the closest to like Tolkien writing that he ever gets. And I think they're some of his best stories. And I think he's even talked about how he loves them the most. So, guys, Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, okay? Surely he'll write more novellas. They're literally like 90 pages long. Surely he'll write more.
Financial rankings on its head is a massive shift. And this brings us to the real question. Just why did this happen?
I'm actually curious about this. Please tell me, Ryoku Sensei.
One thing, but a few powerful things all coming together to create the perfect storm in Japan. First, and this is the most important metric, is the average revenue per user, or ARPU. This is the key to cracking the Japanese market.
Okay, let me see this. Actually, revenue. Okay, basically saying he's gonna say they're whales, right? Japan has a ton of whales.
A Sensor Tower report from last year called Japan's ARPU except
sorry, Chainsaw Man's ending. Yeah, I heard people were crashing out about that. I heard that was a massive crash out. I haven't read that, but I actually looked up the ending, and I just heard the main complaint was that the author, wasn't it author's name? I forgot. But like basically he didn't like spoilers for Chainsaw Man ending, by the way. Spoiler alert. Don't fucking tell me that you're gonna get spoiled, okay? But like basically what the author did is had that whole like okay, someone hasn't seen the ending. Okay, spoiler alert. Okay, spoiler alert. 3, 2, 1. Okay. So basically what the author did is he had that whole like go back in time and reset the timeline thing. But Was the main issue just that he didn't like go on to provide a satisfying ending for any of the characters? Because he basically just like sent him back in time and then just ended it, right? And just like didn't show like what Aki was doing, or didn't show like what a lot of characters were doing. It just kind of like ended it right there. And maybe just said it's up to the reader's imagination of what happens, but I don't know.
Exceptionally high. While other regions might have more players, Japanese players are much more willing to spend way more money individually. So let's look at the data.
Don't tell me that. For good endings, we have, I can't pronounce that, Firefighter and Twin Star Exorcist top ending. I haven't seen those. I haven't even heard of those. Maybe I'll look in Crunchyroll or something and see if I can find them. I was watching Free Ren. Free Ren was really good. Free Ren's really good, honestly. It's implied they're just all alive. There's a few characters getting shown at the end. Yeah, I think people just maybe wanted more like of a comprehensive, like to know what happened to them. Yeah, Fujimoto. The way he did it was really abrupt. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I assume things turned out better, right? I mean, maybe that's why he just left it up to everybody's headcanon. Everything turned out better. It's fine.
For Endfield, China had the most downloads, accounting for about 25% of all mobile installs.
Damn,
and Japan
China
was second with only 13%. So with almost half the number of new players, how did Japan make more money? The answer is, as I just mentioned before, the revenue per download rate at about $15. On average, every
Mob Psycho 100. Yeah, that was pretty satisfying. After the vid ended, read the sub comments under Sensei. Let's go look at it right now. But we didn't even look at Kuki's comments. Actually, I wanted to look at those. The Rossi banner putting in work. Is that what it was? Enfield EOS next patch, probably some snow clown. Yeah. Let's see. Is there anything in particular about the comments?
Every single download in Japan is worth way more than a download anywhere else in the world. And this isn't new though. For many Japanese mobile games, most downloads come from...
Bro, I wanted to look at these. What about these comments? Y'all wanna fucking crash out or what? You were right that Tong Tong is not a filler. She's a product meant to be sold. And with pushing story of characters only when their banner is up, this feeling won't disappear. This in tandem with gacha game design breaks the immersion of the world. Like again, I mean, this is like a thing that, this is like a true thing that happens, but like, did we play the same game? Like Tong Tong was literally in the beginning of the Wu Ling story and literally played a role, and we haven't even seen the after, like we haven't even seen after like 1.2 to see if she's going to be in there. Like, dude, this is what I mean. Like, I think the audience capture, like, I think these people just don't like Enfield. What does it reply? 100% the character quests tend to just feel like a commercial. Okay, bro. Like, can anyone describe what that means? Where like it feels like they're selling a character? Like, if they were to write a good story, it would feel like it was selling the character. I don't really get it. I don't really get it. Character stories are literally permanently in the game. Let's mention Tong Tong's character story was literally part of 1.1. Yeah, and well, yeah, and 1.0 with the Wu Ling 1.0. Arcanist is the same with every banner release. Isn't that just like what every gacha game does? Yeah, they're gonna focus on them more during their banner. I mean, who kind of does it? Yeah, I mean, they did better with Nod Cry, but I mean, they're still gonna be doing it with certain characters, you know? Like this new character that's coming in the next, I mean, the way the patch is coming today, actually. But this new character, like, she's not gonna, we have never seen her before. We're gonna see her for the first time when her banner pops up, you know? We don't have enough story plot, locale to build up characters right now. We don't have enough event story and side stories. Even back in Arknights at launch, lots of characters were out of place because we don't have much of their story. Yeah. Wait, 120 likes? W. Tong Tong's story might go deeper. We don't know her true origin yet. I hope they expand her lore. There's still questions to be answered, right? And that's what makes a good character, is how much you don't know about them, so that they can, you know, the potential of learning more. I guess my problem with the characters in Endfield is that I feel zero connection after the story. Like, for example, I started playing Arknights in 2022. The one that got me into the game the most was this, blah, blah, blah. Enfield really just do not. I mean, it's subjective, I guess. I don't know. I mean, like, what do you say to something like this? It's just someone saying, I didn't like it. All right. You know? Yvonne was the favorite, but it just ends. I mean, like, I don't even know some of these, like, critiques. Like, feel more pain when Monster forced to mercy kill the bear on episode 16 than Ronnie's death. We need more CCs like you who can point out the bad and good sides of the game. Glazing everything cannot help the devs make the game better. Bro, when did he point out anything good in this video or the last video? Sorry, I'm kind of burning bridges, but honest question. Not sure when his audience switched up like this. From what I remember, they were always the hopeful ones. Yeah, I mean, when the Tobro arc was happening, they were super anti-Tobro, right? And now it's just kind of, holy, my camera's like really dark. My natural lighting buff is gone. I mean, this is just fucking, like, just the people agreeing with him. Like, I mean, his comments are like a nothing burger. There's not enough story yet, but not gonna lie, after playing Tong Tong Quest, soulless is a word I'll never associate Enfield with. What do you have to say? I agree that Tong Tong's story quest was a step up, hence why I say Tong Tong is probably the best developed now, but not quite the mark for an amazing character yet. Holy fucking fence sit, bro. Sorry, lashed out a little bit. Oh, sorry, did I lash out again? The entire problem with the story is that we really didn't give a crap about her brother since we didn't really have the time to know him. If they gave him actual screen time and somewhat of a better model, parentheses, because honestly, he looked kind of like an NPC, that death would have a better impact. I think you just didn't understand the story, personally, commenter. Like, these are people that just, they don't, like, I just think they didn't analyze the story, they didn't think about it more deeply, they just thought, I don't like it. And it's fine, it's kind of like, I mean, we talked earlier about Ron Yi's significance. It's not like you're supposed to be, it's not like you're supposed to, like maybe the JJK brain rot is fucking killing us and maybe we need to read more books. But like, you know, a character death is not solely just to make you feel sad because character died, right? Like, his point in the narrative was not that. Like, the strategy is not make you like a character and then kill them for emotional impact. It's like, his death has impacts on other characters that we do like, and we see the impact of his loss on Tong Tong, who we do care about. And also, like we said, the whole like ability to like, or the inability to give up on revenge and to constantly, you know, that's the lesson that you learn from this guy. I don't know. I hear that that's the same. It happens all the time. Like, I keep hearing that same thing said for Ron Yi over and over and over again for the Tong Tong story. This is why it was bad. This is why it was bad. Because no one cared about Ron Yi. No one cared about Ron Yi. I just didn't feel anything when he died. It's like, okay, I mean, in a way, like, honestly, that was not the point, really, right? Like, maybe it would have been more impactful if like they'd done a JJK and they made you fall in love with them, like you fall in love with like Choso and Megumi and fucking Gojo and everyone else. But yeah, maybe, but like, I mean, it kind of was like, there's still a lot of value. Like, the story is saying something other than just like feel bad for this character, you know? I don't know, bro. A lot of the Arcanines bosses are literal nobodies. If you want a game where the character is present throughout the entire plot, play an RPG. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I mean, bro, look at the replies. Like, these people are fucking like rabid dogs, bro. For the hate, this is what I mean. Like, this is the audience capture. $103 likes. What a Chad. What a giga Chad, bro. Speaking up in a like as the minority. Enfield Glazer and their delusion. We need more MC glazing. Would you still save him if he did something wrong? Yeah, like Tong Tong's, like in a way, dude, in a way, actually, now that you mentioned that part, in a way, like this is gonna sound like Cope, but I'm dead serious, right? Like, because of that question that Tong Tong asked, which is like a true moral dilemma, right? Like, in a way, our disconnection from Ron Yi, it can actually be said to like have some narrative weight right there, right? Because the idea that, like, you know, Tong Tong is biased to want to save Ron Yi no matter what, even if he did something wrong. But as people who are not connected to him, like, we might not have that bias, right? We might say, like, well, like, if he did something wrong, he's gonna have to, you know what I'm saying? So in a way, like, that creates that, you get that emotional resonance from Tong Tong in a way. Like, maybe it sounds like Cope, but like, even then, that there's like a moral dilemma there, right? And then I think that part of like what Endman felt, what the character of the Endman felt, kind of what we felt, is that because Tong Tong cares, like, we will, you know, do it for Tong Tong, right? Like, our connection with Tong Tong makes us, you know, makes us feel the loss in a way. So nobody can relate to family, I guess. Nobody watched Fast and Furious movies, dude. There were like 10 of them and nobody watched a single one. Ronnie's death affected all Stockade. If you don't feel anything, you're not immersed enough in the game's story. Well, yeah, because also it caused this whole fracturing amongst the Stockaders and the whole like civil conflict. Literally the same argument I heard about the robot who's, yeah, Tata, yeah. Yeah, dude, I don't know. Like, again, that's why I said from at the beginning of the stream, it was like, yo, let's just start addressing some of these. Why not, guys? Why not? Let's just start addressing things. Because, like, certain things, like, we know how, like, this is how, like, media brainwashing occurs, where it's like, someone says something, and then, of course, it's never challenged. So, through, like, then it just keeps getting repeated over and over and over again. And then the more something is repeated, the more someone's, like, we'll just take it at face value and assume it's true, right? And like, when more people are saying it, like, the herd mentality makes, like, I'm just gonna believe this because everyone's saying it. Like, at some point, it's like, bro, enough is enough. Like, enough is enough. I don't know. Let's go back to our fucking feels good
but Japanese
video.
users still make up nearly 70% of the total revenue. Knights Enfield is just the latest and most powerful example of
outsiders probably wouldn't get it, sort of. Yeah,
Japanese players are the high-spending whales that drive these incredible numbers, and why developers put much more effort into.
Good thing these people don't matter. Game is doing too well. Yeah, it's kind of just like a, you know what? Actually, the fact that we do actually hear way more like Hate-Slop negativity, like lazy, like, you know, people just kind of throwing their negative opinions out there, like. The fact that we hear more of that is probably an indication that the game is doing really well and doing better, because naturally, like anything, how do I put this? Good games or good products, like movies or anything that have like a lot of appeal, first of all, but the more eyes are on it, even if it's a small like minority of percentage, like the overall number is going to be larger of the like people that dislike it. And then also like more I don't know, I feel like better products are usually more polarizing. So the more you have people that really, really like something, you'll have that opposite side of the coin where people like really, really don't like it, you know? And then yeah. So that might have something to do with it.
Extra events and extra live streams for the Japanese audiences. Second is the deep cultural connection to gacha in Japan. Like gacha is, of course,
I know they call them social games in Japan. You know how Twitter's been auto-translating tweets recently? And like, and I'm pretty like deeply embedded in Japanese Twitter at this point. So I know they call them social games there, apparently. It's like a totally different culture.
Word after all. The whole idea of gacha
and Ryoku Sensei said that at some point. I learned about that.
From Japan's long-time obsession with gachapon, which are those like physical capsule toy machines. That thrill of not knowing what you'll get and the fun.
You're right. I agreed with a commenter shitting on Ron Yi until you explained the meaning of his death. So I was technically brainwashed. I mean, yeah, the thing, yeah. I mean, I'm just saying why, like, I felt there was narrative, like, it was still like a strong narrative, you know, and that the point was not necessarily feel bad for Ron Yi, but, you know, I think it's normal if you're kind of thinking like, why am I being expected to care about this guy? I mean, you're more expected to care about Tong Tong and Tong Tong's loss, and then yeah, everything else we talked about, but good product is when it balances on like and dislike. Yeah. The thing is that, you know what they say, the opposite of love is not hate, it's apathy. So the fact that there's all these people that feel so strongly negatively about it, like if they truly thought nothing of it, like they wouldn't be compelled to like write the comments. And like what that Saint viewer, when he came in here and was like just pissed and angry and like pissing and shitting himself, like if he would not be compelled if there was not truly something enjoyable about Knights Enfield, you know?
Fun of collecting, and
it would just be like doing at Abyss, where like people just kind of stop talking about it, which sucks. I really hate that about DNA. I think there's so much potential there. Dare I say potential, but like, you know, sucks. But or like Chaos Zero Nightmare, you know, like Chaos Zero Nightmare just fell off a cliff, and you know, no one talks about it.
Baked into the culture.
Etheria restart. LOL. Apathy is death. Darth Treya, huh? Got stuck in Spanish Enfield somehow? I've seen some Spanish tweets. Not gonna lie. Bro, dude, if you go to the Zenless Zone Zero, the outpost setting in the game, and you start searching for outpost, bro, there's so many Spanish, I don't know, Zenless must be really big in like Spanish speaking. I mean, you know, there's like a whole continent that speaks Spanish, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it's really big in like Spanish speaking communities or whatever, you know, in the Spanish market or whatever. Zenless must be popping off. I would like, cause like I was refreshing on the outpost thing, and dude, it would just be like all in Spanish, just like all Spanish, like outposts, which is cool, but
the Japanese
I'm kind of like half in Spanish, half in not like well, maybe like 70% Japanese, 30% Spanish, as far as like foreign language Twitter goes.
Audience for gacha games. Even me, living out in the Japanese boonies, I can still find stores filled with nothing but gachapon machines. And just like with the original Arknights, the world building and character design of Knights Enfield seems to have struck a perfect chord with the Japanese audience, making them want to collect every operator that they can.
But maybe I need to move to Japan. Oh my god. I find my people, maybe. Just find my people. You think if I go to Chinese social media, I'll never have to see Saint Tontos ever again? If I just like get like a Billy account or something and just learn Mandarin? Maybe they need to work on presentation so the message is more obvious. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the analysis that we talked about today is like kind of, you have to deeply talk about it. Like you have to really think about it and talk about it and see what the value is. And, you know, in a way you could say that if the writing is not conveying this, then that's a failure of the writers. But like, honestly, like, have you guys heard about Netflix? How like media these days is just made for the lowest common denominator. So like Netflix, they have this policy of making like TV shows and movies so they're like for the second screen, because they're basically assuming that everyone's gonna be scrolling on their fucking phones while they're watching their movies and TV shows. So like you have to design the script such that like everything is spelled out to you like you're a 5-year-old, like you're a toddler, and that like certain important things are said like many times, and that nothing important is like shown on the screen without audio. There's like stuff like that. So media is kind of made for the lowest common denominator in a way. I mean, in a way, yes, the writers have to have this responsibility to like convey the message, but also we've kind of lost touch with this. Like sometimes to extract the message of a story, you have to like think about it. You have to sit down and think about it, you know? Like people have like degrees in studying Tolkien. Like there was a class I took in college where like this woman was like, her PhD was like studying Tolkien literature. You know what I'm saying? There's people that study Kant for their entire lives and still are like never, you know, I mean, Kant is one thing, but you know. So there's two sides to it. I kind of see both. I think Ronnie's death matters to Tong squared, but not to us, and that's fine. Because I don't need to be buddy so that I can feel connected or relate to Ron Yi. We focus on Tong. Yeah, because if we care about Tong, then if Tong is sad, then we'll care about Tong, you know? Or like we'll care about it, you know? Never go to CN, too high risk. Once you get called out, the career is considered done. Oh, is it really bad about like public perception there? Okay, heard, understood. I wonder if there's CN bros roasting Saint on Billy. Oh, someone just ringing the doorbell. Let me see. Hold on. That's not like a writer thing. That's like a Netflix corporate driven thing. Are you saying Enfield needed a Paimon to explain Ronnie's importance to the story? I mean, dude, that's what Python is there. That's what Paimon is there for. That's literally what Paimon is there for. To appeal to the lowest common denominator. Yeah. But I mean, the thing is, I like it when stories don't treat me like I'm an idiot. Like I like it when stories have faith in me as a reader to like examine subtext and to like you know, extract meaning from the story without, you know, Paimon having to squeak it into my ear. Because the annoying thing about Genshin is like sometimes they will do something cool or like they'll have like a moment like that, but then Paimon will just come and they'll, because like they have to, like they just have to, I guess. Like I don't know. It sucks. Not the Enfield storytelling, but Netflix stuff. Yeah. The Netflix stuff is the corporate driven thing. If that's, oh no, sorry, hold on. Oh, you're talking. I see. Sorry, I misread that. Said about the lack of nuance in storytelling, but not using visuals to its fullest potential. Okay.
Third, and this is the part that many revenue reports miss, is the
Yeah, the Netflix thing is like, I mean, that's just a sign that people are having shorter attention spans. I think there's been like studies that have said that the attention span has fallen from like, 2 minutes down to like 40. I read it recently for a video, like 42 seconds or something, which is like abysmal. So, the thing is like readers, writers, and then like people who create media account for this, that's why Genshin does it. That's why Netflix is like the second screen, creating for the second screen. Kind of sucks, but some writers take into account. That's why stories that actually have subtext, and by subtext I mean like things that the writer is not explicitly telling you, that is kind of up like you're like up to the audience to like pick up on and notice things, That's why those kinds of things are like, those just become more and more impressive nowadays when you see them. Cocoa Melon is cooked future generations too. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not really gonna go to CN. Don't worry. I mean, I can't learn Mandarin stuff.
Multi-platform strategy. That 46 million figure is just for mobile, yes, but Knights Enfield also launched on PC and, most importantly, PlayStation 5. Just a few days ago, it was reported on Games Idad, one of the best revenue trackers for Japan, that Enfield shot up to #1 spot on the Japanese PlayStation Store. And while we can't get accurate information for PC sales, what that means is that Enfield is probably doing a lot better.
ChatGPT and AI dumb people down, kind of. Some people use AI like very badly. They abuse it really badly. Yeah.
Than we think. A huge number.
Oh, wait, I'm getting a phone call. Oh my god. Okay, the leak is under control, but I do have to go. I do have to end the stream now. But the leak is under control. Okay, crisis averted. But that was kind of touch and go there for a little bit. Anyway, I'm gonna end stream, guys. Thanks for everybody who lurked and chatted and followed and subbed on YouTube, hung out. Really appreciate everybody. It was a really fun stream today. We kind of just had fun with it today, but it was it was like an IRL stressful day, so I feel like the stress relief really did us some good, and I'm happier. It was really fun hanging out with all of you guys and chatting and stuff about these games, and I think we had a good time. Really helped relieve some stress. Anyway, hopefully it was cathartic for some people. Let's not, I just want to make sure we're not, we're not like like hateful people. But I didn't get that sense from anyone in chat. But we're good. We're good. Yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Yeah, thanks a lot for watching. Thanks for tuning in. It was a really long stream today. I appreciate everybody watching. But I'm gonna see you guys next time. We'll do more reacts and more gameplay and stuff. Anyway, all right, bye. Stay safe out there. Stay safe. It's a tough world, but we'll stay safe. We'll see you guys next time. All right, bye. See ya. Take care.